PKA 663. Our guest Wolf had some tech issues. We're hoping he joins us soon. Taylor?
This episode of PKA brought to you by Lock and Load, Pharoah Distro, and of course our friends over at BetterHelp.com. We'll hear more about all of them later. Kyle, you were talking our ear off, so excited to share with us some wrestling lore about Hulk Hogan and potentially murder. Is he a murderer? Can you clear the air?
I have some thoughts. Yeah, I watched his JRE appearance. It's brand new, I guess, today. And I don't
For
watch
the
that
listener,
much.
that's a podcast called The Joe Rogan Experience.
Shut up, Woody.
Yes. For those who don't know, a podcast is so Hulk Hogan, amazing guest. I loved it. It was so good. And he was talking about the old days of wrestling. So originally, everyone knows of Vince McMahon, I'm sure. Well, his father is Vince McMahon Sr. So in Vince McMahon Sr.'s day, wrestling was there were these territories. And it was like areas around the country because you had local TV, not cable, like covering a whole country. So you owned your territory. It was almost like mafia rules, like you don't go into our territory. If you do, you're coming here because we invited you, and your guys will lose to our champion, and then and that's how we'll do business. And so when it came time to hand the business down, actually sell it to his son, Vince McMahon Jr., he's like, look, business is yours. Run it how you want, son, but don't ever mess with the territories. Promise me you won't mess with the territories. It's like, I promise you, Pop.
Fingers crossed.
Immediately he goes to Hogan. We're going after the territories. You coming with me? He's like, yeah. So they go into this one territory, and the way they do it, obviously, is they buy ad time in fucking Omaha or whatever and start pumping fucking Hulk Hogan's coming to town August 6th. The baddest motherfucker in the world, the champion of this place and that place, and he holds this belt and that belt. He's 6 foot this, 200 and whatever, 24-inch biceps, brother. He's coming. He's coming for the champ. Whatever. And the problem is the champ in this region has been champ for like 18 fucking years. He's this hard as nails motherfucker who doesn't put people over. He doesn't lose to you. You lose to him. That's how it works. And he puts word out. You tell Hogan, I'm going to kill him when I see him. And they're like, oh, yeah, we'll let him know. You let Hogan know I'm going to use this. I'm going to shoot him in the face. And they're like, oh, okay, we'll let him know. And so Hogan flies into town or whatever, and they call him. And it wasn't about the threat. It was, hey, the champ came down to the ring today with a gun, and he tried to burn the ring down. And the cops came, and they kicked him out, but they didn't arrest him. So he says he's going to kill you when he sees you. And Hogan's like, so I'm fucking terrified because I know who this man is. He's a scary man. He means what he says. So, I roll in late. The intermission's already begun. I'm at a bar down the street. I've had a couple bottles of wine and, just kill the time. And it's time for me to go in. So I go in, man, my stomach's just upset from all that wine. I got to take a dump, brother. And so I head into the bathroom, and I got my yellow spandex around my ankles in there, and I'm letting her rip. And I hear the British Bulldog, who's another pro wrestler, yell, he's coming for you, Hogan. He's in here. He said, so I jump up and I jerk my shorts up. Don't even wipe my ass. He's like, I can't be caught with my pants literally down. And I burst out into the room ready to fight. And he's got that gun right in my face. And he says, I should kill you for coming here. I should kill you right here for coming here and trying to do this to me. But I need a job. And he's like, and that's how we signed him, and we took the territory. And that sounded rough. There we go.
Hey there, Good evening. How are you doing?
Yes.
Oh, we got him. We got him.
Sorry about that, guys.
Oh, no worries.
I was just telling him about Hulk Hogan on the giving an interview today. He also said that the scariest territory was, I think, Puerto Rico. He said that going down there and trying to do business with them was scary. He said there was this big wrestler, I don't remember his name, but he was like this 6'8", 300-pound guy who he went down there, and he was the Rodriguez brothers or whatever are like, yo, you're gonna lose to us tonight. And he's like, not tonight, brother. And he wins against the Rodriguez brothers, and then one of them's like, hey, Domingo wants to talk to you in the shower. So he goes in the shower and Domingo slits his throat, kills him right there.
Kills the Rodriguez brothers won, really.
And all the wrestlers who saw it were afraid to testify. He's like, so that guy's wrestling right now.
Fuck.
Jesus.
He's like, don't go down to Puerto Rico, brother.
I thought it was so much faker than all of that.
Yeah. It seemed like
this isn't supposed to be real, brother.
No,
it seemed like the real parts were real scary. He talked about the rooms getting like destroyed and stuff. Where they'd go places and they'd be wrestling and they'd go and just completely destroy their hotel room and destroy their belongings. They'd get, security all the time. He's like, I'd stay with a group. He's like, you don't want to peel off and be on your own. Like we're at hotel, on the way to the arena, whatever. It reminded me of how scary MMA got when they'd go down to Brazil sometimes, and like Chael Sonnen had talked so much shit that there were Brazilians who were seriously talking about murdering him. And it's a dangerous place where, maybe people might mean what they say.
Honestly, that guy though, like I've showered with a lot of men. And
me too.
some of it sports related. And if I had been asked like, hey, like after a hockey game or something, the opposing coach wants to talk to you in the shower. Like there's no world.
He's not just the opposing coach. He's
shower.
The booker. See, it's more incestuous in this, not sexually, obviously, but intertwined, I should say, this business, because not only was this guy his opponent that night, because they're like, I don't know, the Rodriguez tree, the Gonzalez is what it is. I'm just using and I wish we could be more slurry on here. I can't. But he was also the booking agent. It's like your booking agent wants to see you in there, not just your opponent. And the guys, they just wrestled. They just did business together, essentially. And he's like, hey, he wants to talk to you in there and blah. Anyway, he was lured in there and
if he wants to talk to me, I'll be at the concession stand. Like that's how you save your life there, is you don't go into the shower with someone who is really mad.
Also,
and loves blades.
You become psychic so that you know that the person luring you into the shower. I'm sure that's not the first time he's had a conversation in the shower.
Taylor, you're wildly wrong. If someone invites me to the shower, I say yes.
You say yes.
No.
You're coming across pretty straight in this conversation.
I've never turned down a shower invitation.
It's the ultimate murder place. All the blood's getting washed out. It's an excellent place to murder someone because it's like all the blood's going right into the drain. Like it's already clean. Before your goons even come to drag the body out.
I don't want a slippery surface. I don't want to be nude. No, give me an asphalt street surface any day.
That's so
the murderer was dressed.
He wasn't dressed.
It reminds me of that
I wasn't there or
scene.
anything,
Remember that Viggo Mortensen movie when he
was Eastern Promises?
Yeah,
that movie's awesome.
Like that's why you don't want to have a fight in a shower, right? Like
that. No, that's why you don't want to fight Viggo Mortensen in a shower, whether he's dressed or not. He will hang dong and beat you to death.
Yeah,
like, that was a good movie.
Yeah,
he goes. You're like, are you sure that's Aragorn, son of Arathorn? Because he's hanging his ox out and he's got tats all over him and he's choking Igor to death with his like own belt or something over there. It was that's a good hardcore movie.
The only part of that scene that I didn't
trafficking and was Russian mob.
When I first saw that movie Eastern Promises and I saw Viggo Mortensen like naked like that, like I almost had a reaction of like, this is Aragorn and you're putting him naked in a fight. Like in my head, I was like, this man is a Titan and like he should be able to like he shouldn't even be allowed to be in a vulnerable position. Get Boromir, like get Sean Bean in the mix, not Aragorn. My God, like
Aragorn dying in another movie is hilarious.
Eastern Promises, and it just he fails to save the girl. Like he just gets killed in the shower in the Russians.
See, maybe I'm showing my age or something, but I think of him as Master Chief from G.I. Jane still. Like
that's right. He's such a piece of shit. Oh
yeah.
Man.
Yeah, that's where
even his lieutenants or whatever, like his underlings who are mean motherfuckers, they're like, he starts beating the shit out of Demi Moore. The idea is Demi Moore is going to be the first lady Navy SEAL with her big old titties and everything. Nice. And they're doing the part of training where you're like, it's like interrogation.
It was SEER training.
Yeah. And so, they roughed Demi Moore up a little bit. and she's like spitting blood at him and shit. She's hardcore. And then Viggo Mortensen just starts whooping her ass, just starts punching her in the mouth, beating her like a man. And I think she kicks him in the balls and tells him to suck her dick or something like that. Or maybe she just takes
he's getting close to like R-ing her. I don't know if what we can say, but
retarding her.
Yeah, he was gonna
I think
Viggo
the
her
YouTube
Mortensen.
code is grape, by the way.
Okay.
That's what people
Yeah.
say.
Sounds good. Yeah, same as TikTok.
He was gonna give her that. He was gonna give that Arwen treatment. But and
back and got the
and even his like his like I said, his second in command or whatever. All those guys were like, dude, don't fucking rape her. What's going on here? It's like going so far, but you know, if you've seen the movie, it's pretty fucking good. You know,
it's one of my most inspirational movies ever.
I just like Demi Moore's big titties because they're just everywhere, and I don't mind that she shaved her head. I like Demi Moore in anything. She's one of the hottest chicks.
She's one of the
all
classics,
time, in my opinion.
She's one of the classics.
She's that in the 80s, like she was in the one with Patrick Swayze, Ghost.
Yeah.
The scene with the clay or whatever.
What's
on
your
the
list
spindle
of
thingy?
women who aged extraordinarily well? Because Demi Moore, to me, that's her.
Jennifer
superpower.
Connelly.
Okay,
I
Demi Moore is way up there. I am. Sandra Bullock is on my list.
Who played Black Panther's mom?
Well, black don't crack.
Okay,
that
yeah,
lady
cheating if you
That's
start
almost
using white
cheating.
people.
No Asians,
That's
no
bullshit.
blacks.
Okay.
Same with my
Maybe
pool.
Asians.
It's pool rules. Pool
It
rules.
was like Hulk Hogan's car.
Sandra Bullock, Demi Moore. I had another one.
You love it. Oh shit. Jennifer Connelly's the winner, man. I promise you. Look up Jennifer Connelly so you're reminded of when she in the like early 80s. She did a little bit of nudity, and she's the one who's ass to ass in
Requiem.
Requiem of a Dream. And then the most recent thing I saw her in was obviously on the TV show with the train that's constantly going, Snowpiercer. She's the main chick of that, and she's still she's stunning.
I was gonna guess Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood.
No, not there. On the train going around. He's been dead for like 35, 40 years or so.
Really? R.I.P. Like,
yeah.
Spoilers. You mean he's not 112 right now?
Oh my goodness. This is like
she looks tremendous. Good for her.
Always fit. She like always.
How old is she in that, you think?
55.
Yeah.
Holy
50s.
smokes. That's very good.
Damn.
I don't know.
There's like a reverse code too that I've noticed is like if you ever see an article about like a famous actress going vegan, you can expect that like they start getting that older looking skin real quick. That like
collagen,
like very, very like sucking and like tight, almost like a little gaunt and emaciated. I don't know what.
Having said that, I think being a little pudgy is good for wrinkles.
Definitely. Yeah.
It keeps them at bay for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You just want to gain like.
But no, you're right.
Every year
is the mother from Black Panther also Michonne from Walking Dead?
No.
No.
Michonne is
from Walking Dead
lead
in
of
Black Panther?
Dora Milaje.
I don't know what that is.
That's the Black Panther. That's the girls who can fight really good. The special forces.
Oh, but Michonne is in the movie, right? Like
Michonne, Michonne's their leader.
Okay.
I'm talking about. Why can't I think of her name? She was in. She was in Kill Bill. She was the one.
Thurman.
The car.
Is it Angela Bassett?
Angela Bassett. Yeah. Ageless.
She's like Angela Bassett from Kill Bill? I thought that was Vivica A. Fox.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. My bad. That was Vivica Fox.
Yeah. Vivica look, you've got to get somebody to pay you to get in the shape that Vivica A. Fox got into for Kill Bill. Her ass is tremendous.
Is she the Asian woman?
She's the black lady.
She's the black.
She's the first one that gets killed, and she's wearing pants. But her ass is huge and just anyway. I remember
her wicker hat.
Yeah, this lady's held up quite well, but
she's in her 70s almost, bro.
Here's
okay.
Because it's a Marvel movie and it's Disney. They put that CGI magic on everybody now. They give everybody just a little bit. You know what? On Disney Channel, everybody's a little prettier. Everybody's a little younger. You know what? It's Never Land forever, motherfucker. Fucking Peter Pan came in, went with and like lifted her up like a fucking marionette. I swear
I'm
they do it
watching
to
Jack
everybody.
Reacher now. Everyone in that, like their idea of an ugly person is a 7. Like they'll be like people you're supposed to hate, and meanwhile he'd be like the best looking guy at his high school. It's that shit. Nobody
Yeah.
fat.
I do like that about that show Reacher is like every time there's like an intimidating character or something, you're like, damn, that guy's pretty scary. And then the main character walks in, you're like, oh, no, he's not scary at all. I forgot about the main guy, the guy who has to like walk sideways through doors.
Dude, he's so big, he's so strong, and he's so cut. There's certain lore around this guy. Like he's pretty much Batman. He seems to be able to bench 1,000 pounds. He's an attorney, police officer, or something or other. He's too perfect. He's basically a superhero.
This is Jack Reacher, the novel character.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the Amazon special TV show. Okay. So
I thought Tom Cruise was a good introduction to the character personally.
Agree to
People say
disagree.
He's fine. He just doesn't.
One
look
of the
part.
pieces of lore behind Jack Reacher is that he eats a ton, and he orders like 4 entrees for every dinner, and it's like potato chips and fucking French fries and all. And I can't watch that show without being like, "Fuck you! This is horse shit." I will swallow that this guy takes bullets and knife wounds and doesn't give a fuck. But don't tell me he eats French fries. I don't believe that for a second. That guy doesn't eat French fries.
No.
Takes me right out of the show.
I swear to God, I thought the same thing.
Really?
I was watching it and I was like, you look at his physique, and I can do the math in my head on what it takes to get that physique. A big part of the equation, X, might as well be just genetics, because he's a genetic freak. But there has to be, because he's white, there has to be a lot of hard work and dieting
Dehydration.
to look like that. Like, I don't know about dehydration, because he always looks yoked as fuck, dude. He always looks big in everything he's ever done. Even in Blue Mountain State, which I haven't really seen, like maybe one
Yeah.
episode, he was the
Mad
big dude in
Castle.
that.
Yeah.
And,
You know, he's working out in between sets and shooting like all day long.
and he's clearly
For sure.
on juice,
Yeah.
like not crazy style. Like, he's not bursting at the seams like a WWE guy or anything, but he is the biggest human being. I don't know if I've ever seen a person that big in real life, in person. Like, he is colossal.
What's his real life stats? Like, how big is he? Do we know that?
Question. I don't know.
He
That'd
looks
be interesting, because remember, Hollywood, everybody could look tall, right? Like, it's hard to say, it depends on casting.
A lot
I
of
think
actors
he's
are
like
real
6'4".
short.
He's over 6'4", I think. Like, he's big.
Dude, so I'm watching Reacher recently with my wife, and it's making me insecure. Every time he takes his shirt off, which is like 3 times an episode, I'm like, he went on a cut for this scene, right? Everyone knows that.
Wow.
Every time he takes his shirt off, you should just make vague allusions that like CGI has gone too far. Like,
That's just a suit.
you
He's
know
just
that
wearing a
you know
suit.
who plays him, right? Peter Dinklage. This is all trumped up nonsense. Don't believe your lying eyes, Jackie. This is impossible.
I'm gonna steal that line, and I'm not gonna give you credit.
You don't need to.
You remember that movie with Mark Wahlberg and Will Ferrell? And no, not Will Ferrell, the guy from The Office.
The Replacements? Or Mark
Can't
Wahlberg
remember.
and
But Mark Wahlberg is supposed to be like a guy who helps out him and his wife when he's in trouble. And Mark is all cut and everything. And the guy from The Office keeps saying, Steve Carell, he keeps saying, why didn't you put a shirt on? Like throughout the half the movie, whenever he's, he's looking cut. He goes, yeah, you really should put a shirt on. It's kind of chilly in here. He put that in the movie, but it was hilarious.
Mark Wahlberg's had a great career. Do you remember what was the movie where he was like the older creepy boyfriend? Do you remember that one? It's he's like maybe 25 and the girl's like 16 or 17, and but he's so scary. It's the one where he like hits himself over and over. They reference it in It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Oh,
Really? I
shit.
don't remember that one.
Anyway, he can be super fucking scary, and then he can be like the lovable dad movie thing.
Was it
too.
called Fear?
It was called Fear.
I googled it.
I don't think I've seen that one.
Are you doing Fear? Remember his wife with the rotten tooth? She starts like hitting herself. He's faking an assault. Is what he's doing. He's going to lie to the cops about, oh, he did this and that happened. He's setting the family up so
He's
he
gonna
can take
bruise
the daughter.
himself to set up the stage. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that reference from Sonny, but I never saw the film, so I didn't get
Me
it.
neither.
One of the many times I watched something in like Family Guy, I'm like, okay, something in the 80s had to do with that. Like that's there's a cultural reference in the 80s that Seth MacFarlane's making, but
Yeah,
I don't know.
he is the best references.
He does. I haven't watched any new Family Guy in a good long while, but that show used to be fucking hilarious. Like genuinely uproariously funny. Old Family Guy. If you haven't watched it in a while, pop that on. Yeah, I know what you mean, Woody, about like. Go ahead, Kyle.
I was gonna say I always appreciated that they had that that orchestra where they have it like every episode is a different orchestra composing the audio the music.
I didn't even know that.
It's like a ridiculous expense to do for a cartoon just because
he wanted it there.
I guess it has to be him.
It's funny like how many of those shows, like it's clear that the creators are also just enormous song and dance, like theater musical kids. Like the South Park guys can't resist song and dance in their stuff. They're just and it's hilarious. They do it
Taylor,
well. Like
I agree with what you're saying, and it's funny to me because sometimes I see actors, and in my head, they're badasses. Like picture, a large portion of the Game of Thrones cast, right? Like, who's the guy who liked Brienne with the big red beard?
Tormund.
Tormund. Sure, I was going for the actor's name. It doesn't matter. No, I saw him behind the scenes at the trailers with a couple of the other actors, and they are singing in like a chorus together, just laughing and having fun. And I'm like, right. I think he's a sword-wielding medieval badass. He's really a drama nerd. Yeah. Didn't get laid in or got excessively laid in high school. I think that's how drama nerds really worked. And
they're exceptions. So if you go to someone like Danny Trejo, if you don't know him by so he's the pockmarked Mexican gangbanger from Everything Ever. Yeah, that guy started as a criminal and just was a criminal in prisons and stuff. And they were like, hey, you'd be a great extra for the criminal movie. I think he was giving somebody hand-to-hand training for some movie or something, and then they saw him like, you got to get in the background of this. Look how scary this fucking guy is, and he made a whole career out of that. Yeah, and now he's had a few movies where he's been the star of the movie, the Machete movies, which were great, like silly, just for fun of it kind of movies. And then of course, I know you've seen it, Taylor, the movie that was based on Epic Beard Man. That awful movie.
Yes, that movie sucked.
Yes, so bad. But there he was, Danny Trejo, with a beard on. That was the only connection to the bus man that there even was. That he just put a beard on Danny Trejo and had him beat people up.
Danny Trejo looked nothing like the bus man.
No, Danny Trejo. I think
the bus man had like just like solid white old man hair.
Is he the ugliest movie star you can think of?
The ugliest movie star.
Danny
Trejo. Danny Trejo.
No, I'd say Steve Buscemi's uglier than Danny.
I disagree. You got to. All right. How about this? You have to. You got to blow one of them. You have to blow a Hollywood actor. But
just one.
If you had to pick between, you got to pick between Danny Trejo.
So you're saying blow one more.
No, yes. Well, yeah, several in a row, maybe. But if you had to, between Danny Trejo and Steve Buscemi, you would totally go with Steve Buscemi.
I would.
He seems like a gentleman. Danny Trejo's been in prison. That man's fucked punk ass.
I can't top either.
So maybe he'd be good. He'd make sure that I got to come too.
Who's the actor that played General Armadana from Galaxy? I'm fucking 80% of this up, but I think Kyle can help me.
Admiral
from,
Adama.
Miami Vice.
Admiral Adama was played by fucking pockmarked Mexican short man who also knows Danny Trejo. What's his?
Yeah, he started out in Miami Vice.
Almost. He's got like 3 fucking names. Edward James. Almost.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. So I think he's third on that list, but he's on the list.
Yeah, he's uglier than Danny Trejo and Steve Buscemi.
Can we see a picture of this person?
It's the pockmarked thing, right? Like it's really unattractive.
He had like bad acne or like cystic acne or maybe bad chicken pox.
It looks like smallpox.
Sometimes does this feel slightly racist, but I think pockmarks show worse on darker skin.
Yeah,
like
for sure.
That makes
coloring.
Sense.
Yeah,
that's why the bodybuilders get the tans, right? So because everything shows up more.
Yeah, it shows the definition.
I think that's a
like
scar.
Look at Danny Trejo's chin.
Yeah, it looks like a scar.
Sorry. Okay, you can't use that picture of the guy. Like, use it from his.
I'm fine with that picture. That's not even that bad. I wish you would show him when he was Admiral Adama. If you search Admiral Adama boxing, I think you'll get him at his, what Woody and I can think of him as, like a 55-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this
Over
guy's
the
not that
hill,
ugly. I was
formerly
being
fit
too
man.
mean.
You need
I
to look
think.
at him when he was in the 80s as the captain on Miami Vice. When he was in his prime, he looked pretty good.
That's not
That's not an ugly looking man. I'm sorry.
I'm okay with that. I sit on his lap.
You find him more or less attractive than Steve Buscemi?
I find Admiral. All right. Now let me ask this: are we just talking about a man who looks like them, or do I, while I'm like servicing him, can I be like, on that one apple fall?
No. After he's done, he will answer any dozen questions you have.
Holy shit! So it's a blowjob and an interview. This, I mean,
it's a little bit of everything in there.
I mean, I would take Steve Buscemi. He's had the cooler career, I think.
You might want to take. I'm trying to think.
And here's the other thing.
Hollywood.
Here's the other thing I'm thinking too. Like, I bet Steve Buscemi is uncircumcised, but I'm almost positive that Admiral Adama is cut because he's got to be like one of those like Mexican Catholics.
I think I'd rather give head to an
right?
uncircumcised guy.
I think
me too. No, wait, what? No, no. I want.
Here's the thing. I've never given head in spite of all the jokes. And I think it's much easier to do it to an uncircumcised guy because you can like jerk him off. The skin works. Like you don't have to be a subject matter expert to succeed with the circumcised. Oh, really?
How?
What you just said was it's easier to suck an uncircumcised dick because you don't have to suck it. You just jerk it off. Essentially.
Well, I'm going to do both. What am I fucking? I mean, I'm going to give
Admiral Adama is going to be given the orders around here. He knows exactly how he likes his dick.
Am I going to reach my hand up and Admiral Adama is going to like slap it away and be like, no hands?
God damn it. Yes. It's going to be like who knows what their technique is going to be, but I promise you will not be coming up with it on the fly. You can't just imagine some better. You see, if he's uncircumcised, I won't have to suck it. He'll be happy with a hand job. No, this is a blow job.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I can just take the head in, jerk him off, and win at this thing as a kind of blowjob, even though I know it was a hybrid blowjob deep in my heart.
And
I'm trying to get a mission accomplished here.
More nerve endings, more sensation, gonna come faster.
He'll punch you in the top of the head and go 3 blowjobs for flinching. And like if you do something like that.
All right, well then I get like 36 questions, bro.
I'll be like, sure.
He's like, I have his dick's in my mouth, and he's like, again, you said the question. I'm not answering any questions over this. I had to look up
hum the anthem while you're doing it too.
I had to look up like list of ugly male celebrities to try and think. Here's another guy. He's funny, but he's unbelievably ugly. John C. Reilly. Do you remember him? He's the guy who stars opposite Will Ferrell in Step Brothers.
Everything.
He's very funny, but he's very ugly too. And so I think I would I'd rather get with Steve Buscemi than John C. Reilly for sure.
I would much rather be with an ugly fit person or skinny person than like even a decent looking like big old fatty. You know, there's a whole other layer to fat and hairy that I'd rather avoid.
How about Gilbert Gottfried? Would you suck his dick, Kyle?
Gilbert Gottfried. Will he shut up while I do it? Or is he gonna be
he won't the whole time. He's going to yell at you.
What's he gonna say, Taylor?
Keep that goddamn dick in your mouth. Get those hands out of there. I'm not answering questions. Unless you finish with your mouth deeper. Whatever he's like.
I love
you. Don't cheat it. I know you can do better than that.
I don't know I can't remember what he sounds like. I know that he's
you're nailing it. Wasn't he like Iago or something? Was he in one of those?
He was the parrot,
he was.
Was he the parrot?
Yeah.
I'd ask about that.
Great voice actor.
And he was also the duck for the insurance company.
Not anymore. They canceled him out of that. He made a.
Oh yeah, because of the joke.
Yeah.
Wait, he got canceled out of Affleck for joking?
Yeah.
What did he do?
I don't remember specifically. Something blue, probably around women or gay people.
Something blue. He's not
one of the protected
dirty
groups.
Comedian. Like people thought really
he went after a protected group and they took his duck commercials away. But the duck kept sounding like him.
Yeah, so, that's something I feel like voice actors are more protected than they should be. Now maybe like you two are so good at impressions, you have an ear for it. But to me, you could swap Homer Simpson with 7,000 people and I wouldn't catch it.
First of all, Homer's voice changes at least in the first 12 seasons. His voice must change 4 times that I notice. Like not different actors, I don't think, just a different take on it. and then it sounds like different audio recording equipment, maybe, and like a different. It's like they moved to a new studio and tried harder. It's like the early day, like, oh yeah, this is the video he made, before he got a good mic. like I don't know. Homer's
And
voice changes.
And they're changing the voice actors for Rick and Morty.
Are
Mhm.
they?
The guy who
Well, there's only
ran that-
one. It's
Yeah.
that.
Oh,
it's,
is he the one that got canceled? He did
Yeah.
something bad. I forget the
Yeah.
details of it.
He
But he
roughed his
does Rick.
girlfriend up.
He does Rick and Morty, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah. So
That's-
they're
those are
getting like
the two of the
two
biggest
actors to replace him right now.
That makes
that-
sense. Yeah.
don't
And,
think
and
it'll end
I
up-
don't know if that'll
A
cost
new
more or
season
less.
comes
but
out in like a week.
I think so.
for
yeah.
my untrained ear, there's someone who can change every cartoon character. Like you could replace him. I wouldn't
There are
touch it.
absolutely people who can do
There's
like
no way I'd pay an
spot on
actor.
impressions of everyone, but like if you like if you're on Hulu, if you have Hulu, you can go to like The Simpsons and they only have like season 37 or whatever it is, and every once in a while like an ad will come on for it, and you can hear in Homer's voice how old the actor is. Like, how as someone ages, their voice gets, you can just hear in someone's voice on the phone how old
Like,
they
you
are.
can just tell they're handsome and
Yeah.
attractive and
You can
intimate.
tell they're sexy.
Yeah.
You can tell that Dan Castellaneta is quite the looker. And then like you hear like the way Homer talks, and it's still 35, 38-year-old Homer, the character, and he sounds like legit, like, because he is like in his probably late 60s now, and he just has an older sounding voice. So, which respect to be going that long with a show that like your natural age reveals you out of your voice acting career, like it's pretty impressive. But also,
With the Rick and Morty thing,
kind of embarrassing the show sucks so bad.
the Rick and Morty thing, I think it ruins the show. And here's why. That guy wasn't just reading a fucking script. That guy was ad-libbing all the time. He had to be based on like what the show is. If you listen to audio, there's no way that was ever written on a page. Like the broad strokes, of course, but he's filling it in with all of this craziness and all this
theories
style.
and everything. Yeah.
All sorts of ramblings and just noises that he makes. And a lot of it might be a burp, but there's some comedic timing that he's adding to it a little bit. I know what he despises when he drools. That's a real turn off for him. He gets triggered. I don't blame you. There's early on he does like a spit suck up.
I don't like that either.
That's one for me. I don't like that when you let the snot like come down, suck it back up like a little kid.
So gross.
Spit it out, you little fucker. I think the show's gonna suck. I think the show's gonna suck. The story, because the stories had been for a while. It doesn't matter that part of the team is still there. I think the coolest part, the part that was still there, was the guy who was being a little wacky and doing the goddamn voices. That being said, if I had a cartoon show, there's no way, unless I was the voice of the character, that I would ever have an actor do any of the voices. I'd have a fucking algorithm, an AI thing, not an algorithm, an AI that did it. I'd have a button. I'd have a fucking Jerry button and a fucking Rick button and a Morty button and a Summer button. And I click that button and I type it in and I put the fucking dots in for pauses or whatever. And I fucking italicize and then I add sarcasm up above that.
That show would suck.
Give it
See,
to
but
me.
you got to
and
be
I'll
careful when you
fucking
do
make the
stuff like
show.
that. You got to be careful when you do stuff like that, because that makes
I
it
can't
easier
nobody.
for other people to take it over.
Yeah.
If you can replace everything like that.
I
Like,
think
say
Kyle's
something like
motivation
Out
was the other side of that coin, that he was at the mercy of no one. That he got the profits, and I see both sides of that.
If you automate it,
I think
that
AI
means
is not
someone can
there.
Just take it over.
Whenever I hear AI imitate
have-
anyone, like there's a popular one where like maybe Obama, Trump, and Clinton play
Yeah,
video
yeah.
games together. I'm fouling that up, but
Mhm.
it doesn't. Not for a second does it seem right to me.
Yeah,
They're all
of
too
course not.
fast. They're
It's
all a little
like-
off.
It's close enough that it's very funny, because it's like, oh, that is kind of how Trump would say that. That is like to sound like Obama, but like no part of you hears that and hears like the soul of a person putting like effort into an inflection for a line. Like, and without that, you're going to forget all the little things that make delivery funny. Like if you took if you took Louis C.K.'s best stand-up and you put it verbatim into a Louis C.K. engine, that shit's not going to be as funny. It'll be funny, ironically, to be like, that sounds a bit similar. But like, if
I
that
agree
was
with you.
the released content for his special, you'd be like, the fuck is wrong here? Like,
So I agree
these
with you,
jokes
but
aren't
that's
landing.
not the bar that we have to meet. So I'm not suggesting that we write an algorithm that can instantly make an episode that's funny. I'm saying that we have a tool that gives us the voice that we have to it's just a puppet for us to marionette around and make, and we'll add those inflections just like we add pixels in Photoshop. Like, oh, let's spend 3 days figuring out how Summer reacts here. What is her voice supposed to sound like here? And the whole time we're learning. So next time it doesn't take 3 days; it takes 3 minutes.
That's an interesting idea. I'm fascinated by the concept because we all know people are really sensitive to imperfections in sound. If a video glitches, you just look right past it. If a sound glitches, it's like, what the fuck was that? Right? Sound doesn't glitch in real life, but people blink. Would massaged sound be good, like Kyle suggests it can be, or would it suck?
I don't know. I'm just saying it'd be great if you cut those voice actors out who at any moment can strike like they're doing right now, shutting everything down. Yeah, we don't do.
Voice actors are striking? I thought writers were striking.
Actors are striking
all of them
alongside the writers to strengthen the cause.
Yeah,
that's fine. Whatever.
Like, I don't think
saw that.
You know what? Actors are striking, but I'm pretty sure no one's filming without writers. So they're striking in the same way that I am.
So
you didn't have any work anyway.
I haven't done any writing since in solidarity.
Do you know what so do you know what Strike Force 5 is?
No.
It sounds silly because it is. Stephen Colbert, Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon, John Oliver, and Seth Meyers have teamed up for a new podcast as their shows have gone dark during the writer's strike.
5 men, 1 opinion. Tune in for the most boring status.
The whitest show on the internet.
Be prepared to be given milk toast. Nothing takes from unfunny retards.
You don't think they'll go beyond their normal shtick and since they're out on their own, you don't think they'll risk those clauses in their multi 8-figure contracts?
No.
You think they'll just be the same boring motherfuckers?
Good little boys and say what they're told. And,
nothing too racy.
Nothing funny. Yeah. I will not be listening to Strike.
Maybe 9-figure. Those guys get paid like crazy. I don't understand how the value that's placed on those late night hosts. I don't get it because the numbers aren't.
I think it's a boomer thing. Who watches that shit?
Like you could find a guy on Twitch like right now who gets way better numbers than some guy that's doing late night with that one of those 8-figure contracts. I don't get it.
Oh yeah.
Like, why is that money worth so much more? I mean,
there's still a lot of people who don't use streaming services and stuff. There's still a lot of people out there.
Is that true?
Whenever I see numbers, I think they're like 80% bullshit, right? It's like we're comparing, say, the number of views a video gets to the number of concurrent live viewers a TV show gets and acting like that video got a lot more. That's horseshit. You look at the number of uniques throughout the broadcast and that number will go way, way higher.
I mean, do minutes watched.
You could do apples to apples on that, but I never see apples to apples comparison, which is the core of my point.
Swamp them.
So recently, Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump did an interview together, and it broke like tons of records. Is it the most viewed video ever?
They're lying about that. Don't jump on the red side because it helps you. They're lying about their numbers.
I agree, and that's kind of the point I was making. They're calling it maybe a 300 million view video. I'm not sure, and it's one of the certainly it hit 250 million views faster than any other video I've ever heard of in my life. And it's not real views. If you scroll past it, that's a view.
It's impressions or so. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Thank you. It's just, and I guarantee you, Elon put it in front of that many people's homepages. It's a complete farce of an idea. It's like counting pay-per-views because I can count. It's like, oh, did you watch UFC 400? Nah, but I heard about it. That works.
Yeah, I'm counting it. Yeah. So
it's the same thing when these TikTok.
When they say like this TV show is not very watched, I'm like, I don't know that Twitch live stream numbers are fairly being compared.
Yeah, it's the same thing when like you have these TikTok stars who have millions of followers, and then they'll go to a convention and have a meet and greet, and nobody shows up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The views don't equate to actual following and actual stats when it comes to the real life situation.
TikTok seems like the most flagrant with that, as far as like absurd view totals and people not
Okay, I got
making
the
any
numbers
money
here.
and like,
X
oh,
is
this
too.
someone with like 100,000 followers on TikTok or whatever. Oh, they got 40 million views on a video. Probably not. Really doubt it's 40 million legitimate start to finish views.
So
Really,
the
they
leader
need
of
to do minutes watched. That's the actual. That would be a better equivocation of it. But when they have it set up like TikTok and Twitter, where it's like, just, do you know how many like videos I can give a view to just by scrolling down, like just through a page for a bit? It's like, I didn't watch that video.
minutes watched isn't even
if I
fair
just
either.
like, if I just leave a video, there's a video, I have Twitter open right now. There's a video of a fucking turtle in like a nature post, like that was served to me in the For You because I like animal stuff sometimes. How many views have I given this in the 40 minutes we've been doing the show? Like it's just running. It's just running on auto. That's probably like 12,000 views that it's going to give over the course of the show. Like, that's not real. By the end of the show, 4 hours from now, I still won't have watched that whole thing, but it's still logging it. It's still counting it. It's definitely not apples to apples.
It's still Greg Gutfeld or whatever on Fox News at the top of like late night TV. It says he has 2.5 million views an episode, which seems pretty high.
Is that peak viewership claim?
With 2.5 million viewers? That's TV talk. That's how they put it.
Okay, so probably peak.
And then everybody else has like 1.5 million and like dwindling down. Looks like.
Interrupt for a second. Taylor, you interpret that number to be peak concurrent?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
If they're saying 2.5 million, I would say they're going for peak concurrent at the absolute tippity top moment of the broadcast. They had 2.5 million concurrent.
That's a lot though.
It is a lot. And who knows like how many of them actually watched the whole program? How many of those are 1,000 TVs turned to CNN in airports? Like there's no,
but what do you count that as?
Do,
well, hang on. That TV at the airport is one of the most powerful TVs in the world. It has to be, because forget those giant ones in Times Square. Nobody's looking. At the airport, though, you've got a captive fucking audience. I have sat and watched Fox News intently in airports for hours before.
Because it's all that's
sometimes you're on the flight and you scroll through everything, and I'd rather watch Fox News than Ant-Man again. So it's Fox News. It is, you know. Like,
I don't think I've ever
those
seen
are powerful
Fox at the
TVs.
airport. Now that I'm thinking about it,
you don't fly.
You're talking about the onboard TV, not in the airport itself.
Oh, is
that what you're talking about, Kyle?
Oh, in the airport. No, in the airport.
Oh, really? Okay, I've only seen CNN in the airports.
Yeah, maybe like NBC or something. I'll see something.
Yeah, and the Delta terminals in Atlanta is definitely Fox News.
Probably Spirit. No.
Okay. Either way, though, there is like, kind of a metric fight between legacy media and new media, because both of them want to act as though they are leaps and bounds ahead of the other, and it's there are points to both, and it depends on it. All of it comes down to the demographic you're targeting anyway. If you're targeting a demographic that's in like, if you're running pharmaceutical ads and you're Pfizer, you're going to run on CNN and Fox and NBC, ABC, CBS, MSNBC, because the viewership of those channels is so wildly old, and your market that, like, of course.
I would wager that they are very similarly valued. The 1.5 million that Jimmy Kimmel or whoever can get every night is about equally valued to whatever XQC does. I say that because I don't know what Jimmy Kimmel's contract is, but I bet it's about $80 million or something for the next decade. That's what XQC's contract is too. It's $100 million.
As far as like pushing a product, though, I would bet dollars to donuts that XQC could drive more purchase.
You should invest in him, though, because the market has spoken. It's $100 million. Exactly.
Yeah, Taylor, I'm thinking about that. So I don't know XQC. I can't comment on him, but I'm so influenced by influencers. If they do the thing I do, flying, motorcycles, fish, or whatever, I look at the things they chose to figure out what's good. And I know that that's a flawed way. Some of them are sponsored, etc.
I disagree. Okay. You have to be careful, but here's my thought process, and this is one of the things that happened with YouTube in general. There used to be a time where you could be the toughest guy that you'd ever heard of, or you could be the best guy at softball that anybody that you knew had ever heard of. And that time disappeared when YouTube became a thing. Because now the best guys at softball, all of the guys who thought they were the best uploaded videos, and the guys that were the best saw those videos and said, "Poor shit. How much does a camera cost?" And eventually those guys got cameras and started making videos. And now it just keeps propagating until you can find the best fucking softball player on the world from now on YouTube. You can find him because he's getting paid to do it. And it might be a good idea to see what kind of bat he uses or what kind of balls he likes to practice, or because he's so accessible. He's so accessible. I can't get Tucker Carlson. I can't get Jimmy Kimmel. They won't talk to me. But I can go get that guy that plays softball, the thing I love the most. I mean, I can join his Patreon. I can get in his comments.
Yeah.
I can be like, hey, man, how did you get so good with that? Like, how are you seeing that ball? Whatever the fuck you want to know. And he'll tell you. That's incredibly valuable. And so I agree.
Yeah.
Influencers influence me because they're often the best of the best that are also kind of with it and hip. I don't care what some guy on a mountain's doing.
Regular commercials don't impact me because I don't see them very much. But hypothetically, if I saw Charles Barkley telling me which deodorant was good, it would have a minimal effect on me. However, I don't know who's good at football right now, but if the wide receiver for the Seattle Seahawks chose these gloves, dude, I don't care if he's getting paid to use those gloves. He will only use gloves that he thinks highly of. He'll just get paid by someone else to use them. True. So the fact that he chose those to pay him means something to me. And if I was trying to catch balls, I'd grab them.
Another key difference that like jumps out at me between like a Jimmy Kimmel or like XQC, since that's who we're using, is
use Amaranth instead because I get to picture her then.
Amaranth, okay. Amaranth.
Wait, like, make it Finster.
Okay, Finster. Friend of the show. Shout out Finster.
Because Amaranth,
Kyle, we know you're thinking about Finster all fucking
because
day.
Amaranth has a $100 million deal too. It's equivalent.
Finster shits on 1 million.
Yeah,
I saw some dude drop 30 grand on Finster and one pop the other day. Just went boom, 30K.
Good for him.
I did it anonymously. I'd rather you not talk about it.
You're that chic.
The thing you need to keep in mind about like the influencer driving stuff too is someone like Finster, who's a big influencer, Amaranth, XQC, whoever, they have like a bottom up growth pattern. Like if I go on Finster's channel and I start promoting myself and I go, hey, I'm Taylor. I'm on Finster, just sold me his channel. I'm going to send you to use Lock and Load, this product that we made. No one gives a fuck about me. Everyone's going to unsubscribe. Everybody's going to tune out because I'm jumping onto a platform that exists solely by Finster pushing it. Meanwhile, if I was hired as the new late show host, like Jimmy Kimmel is not the late show. Anyone they want to plug in there is the late show because most people who watch it are watching it habitually. It's because they've done it for years. No matter who the host is, they're going to tune in and watch.
At least give them a try.
At least give them a try. And so that's why you can have this revolving door of these talk show hosts through these programs because they're not unique, like in their own driving way. They didn't really grow it. They came in and they're sitting in the seat. Meanwhile, you give me XQC's channel, everyone unsubscribes right away. They don't give two fucks about me because I can't use his platform in that way.
Why does that matter though? They're both guys are just as hireable to.
No, as far as driving sales, I'm talking about. Like you're going to be more likely to do it from someone who garnered a fan base over time. They built it. It's revolving around them. They are the crux of it, as opposed to, oh, we're taking Seth Meyers and we're replacing him with Jimmy Kimmel. That does not impact ratings.
Is really interesting to me. This like, is it the platform or is it the person? And so everyone knows I'm like a news and politics junkie, a stats and stories politics junkie. And Tucker Carlson lost his job recently, and it will be interesting to see if he follows the path of the people before him, like Glenn Beck and Bill O'Reilly, who kind of became a lot less relevant, if not irrelevant, or is Tucker bigger than Fox? And at first, it seemed like Tucker was. Now it seems like Fox is, but the score's not posted yet. We're going to see how this plays out.
Yeah. Like Tucker is definitely a better example of someone with like a seemingly organic, like big group around him than Bill O'Reilly. Because when Bill O'Reilly got nixed, like he went immediately into irrelevancy. Like he was bolstered by Fox News. No one is like so excited to get the new Bill O'Reilly book for the most part, unless it's pushed on a platform like Fox News. Like,
so actually, it's funny. You might not know, Tucker immediately was this big deal when he went on Twitter, and then his views just tanked and tanked and tanked until he interviewed Trump, which is probably more of a
Trump thing.
Yeah, but that's the Trump
expose
thing.
on how Trump is, a
Yeah.
newsmaker than what Tucker is. And Tucker also wrote a book, and it's not selling. And they're acting like it's a big conspiracy to suppress his sales. But I think really he's just not on TV right now. And
Yeah. But most of these like politicians, most of their like books don't sell a ton. Like donors will buy a pallet of books. Like that's how that shit actually works.
yeah,
Man, that's so
and that
fucking
gets him
lame.
on the New York Times list. And
So
then
fucking lame.
and there's even a code on the New York Times bestseller list to tell the reader that they think that, like, while this is the fourth most sold book, we think it's not organic. I forget what it
Holy
is. If it's a
Suggestion
fire
And,
or
of what to
something.
get type of thing.
and the amount sold to get on that list, I think is
It
pretty
doesn't
low.
no, they are allowed to put any book they want on the New York Times bestseller list. It doesn't correlate with overall sales. It doesn't.
what does
it's
it
not,
correlate
it's not.
with?
It's not. It is.
it
It
like
is
Oprah's
a
book
subjective.
club?
Yes. It's a subjective list of what they consider the best sellers.
I've heard that before.
It's not
Oh.
based
So,
on
like-
sales.
No, it's not like this is the number one book of the week. This is the number two book of the week. Like, no, it's like they can make anything a New York Times bestseller.
That doesn't seem
book.
believable.
But it's like music, right? It's like the Billboard Top 100, even though that consists of how many, records, or streams, whatever artists have. You still need to, convince radio stations to play certain stuff to increase that number. So
Mhm.
almost everything when it comes to that can be played with, right? It depends how much power the record labels have or the book publishers have.
Yeah. And a lot of it is just about, like, with music, with books, all these things, it's about framing. Like, if you frame something as wildly popular, New York Times bestseller list, you don't think that means this sold a minimum of 5,000 books. Because there are millions of people who can.
I'm reading
do
about it, and it almost. I'm not an expert. I'm only as good as this source. But it seems like what Taylor's saying is true, but not the whole story. For example, like, if Taylor's book outsells mine by a couple thousand copies, but mine sold across Barnes and Noble, Amazon, Real Life, something else, then they might give me the boost above Taylor's book, who all the sales came from one source, and it looks a little crooked. So it's not straight up. The point of thing I read is not straight up based on who sells the most. They look at some other things like diversity of sales to rank them.
I mean, that I would argue that's just a way to kind of muddy it. Like, they're saying, yeah, it's not really about how many books are selling. Really, it's called the New York Times bestseller list. Yeah, it doesn't have to. You just have to sell 5,000 books. Okay, there's 10,000 YouTubers right now who can do that. Well, but they don't have distribution in Barnes and Noble. Like who? James Comey, Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump. Like these big, powerful people whose books you want to push.
I
so
can
that you
make an
get,
argument on both
media
sides.
access.
Like, on one hand, shouldn't it just be sales and stop complicating it? On the other hand, we're trying to do an organic list here, and we look at sales across the board and not just from one source. Maybe I don't know.
I think if they were doing an organic list, they would just say total sales. But
I
then they're
think
not.
I'm
Then
getting
they're
into
not gonna get the books on the list that they want to promote.
Maybe I started looking into this 60 seconds ago. I'm not prepared to debate.
That's how I am with so many things. I'm like, oh yes, well, see, you're 2 layers deep now, and I'm lost. Like, that's
I
how many fucking
I have
things
a
go.
new topic.
Okay.
I saw this guy today. He's Australian, and he's having a bit of fun with a new policy I guess they have at their banks there, where if you ask to make a withdrawal, hey, give me my money, they want to know what you're going to do with it. Yeah, and so he shows up and he's like, yeah, I'd like to make a withdrawal, $5,000. And okay, what are you
Kyle,
going
can
to
you do the voice while you're doing it, please?
I really can't. I don't feel like
Can
I
you
pull
give
it
me
off.
like just a little effort there? Just try. If you can just the old college try.
I think that's South African. But
Hello
okay.
there. I'd like to make a withdrawal.
I'm
if you
here
got-
for it.
got
Yeah.
a few dollary dues there behind the counter there, ma'am.
There we go. That's a little effort.
Yes. You're better than you think, Kyle.
And she said, "What you going to do with the money there?" And he says, "Why you got to ask? And he said, ask new policy, yeah." And he says, "Well, it's actually, since you asked, it's for my ass. It's anal bleaching. They say I can get." See, I've completely lost it now.
You're doing great. We're proud of you.
They can get three shades of anal bleaching. you know, for $4,000, that seemed like a good deal.
Hell of a
And
deal.
So just every single person, he goes to multiple banks. I guess somehow he must have deposited money so he could for his video. I don't know, but he gets multiple tellers, and it's just one embarrassing thing after another that he's doing with the money. He's hiring a hitman. He's paying off his wife, just whatever it takes. But I thought that was a really sort of, I don't like the way that feels, that they need to know what I'm doing with my fucking money. It's like, well, I was letting you collect interest on it and shit, but not anymore. I'm taking my money because I don't like your policy. I've got a mattress somewhere or whatever you do with your money, since the banks don't work. But yeah, they want to know what you're doing with your money. None of your fucking business.
Bizarre.
Is there a minimum to do that for them to ask that question? Because I know there's certain amounts
I don't
where
think so.
check if they have your loved ones at home at gunpoint and you're trying to take out a bunch of money. Sometimes they'll ask depending on the amount.
No,
but
I don't. Nah, like come on. It seemed he wasn't asking for huge amounts of money. Mostly, it was. I think he asked for 100 at one point, and it was, "What are you doing with it? What are you gonna do with it?" It's
like
$100,
£100, whatever.
Or
That's crazy.
Australian dollar reduce. Yeah.
Donating it to the Taliban. You know? Oh, I'm sorry. Is that illegal? Like, and it's like, yeah, it's illegal. You're going to jail.
Yeah, that's insane. I'd never go for that.
So I looked it up again. A few seconds of research. It looks like if you take out more than 10,000, the banks are required to tell the government why they made the withdrawal.
Well, that's
banks have taken it upon themselves. Oh, I'm with you. Banks have taken upon themselves to lower that amount to 2,000, where they ask you what you're doing with the money. And you don't have to prove it. You can obviously lie or whatever, but
keep in mind, those are dollary dues, not as strong as the American dollar. So you might 2,000 is like nothing.
Yeah, I
$87.
That. It's not that big a deal because you can just lie, but also it's another pet peeve of mine, and it's called the illusion of security. Right? In the same way, if I say, "Hey, Kyle, is there a bomb on your luggage?" That doesn't prevent any terrorist attacks. Yeah. It does zero. It's pretend security. It's security theater.
I guess you could charge me later for lying to a TSA official. That's all I see. Is like you lied on a form so they can get you for that later.
Yeah, pretty much.
I see that. Yeah.
It's like, well, you said your money was for anal bleaching, but we followed you. Turned out you just bought lunch.
I need to take a look at that.
It was for anal bleaching. Turnaround.
Like what?
It's a pretty brown asshole for someone who just spent $10,000 bleaching it.
You were just making silly TikToks at our expense.
Now, you treating me, an Australian police officer, like a fool? You think I don't know? You think I can't see a bleached ass versus a not bleached ass from 1 inch away? No? You think I can't taste the difference?
You tell me, Steve guy.
Oh my Lord!
I imagine Australian police are kind of like ruder British police, but still
I think
no
of
guns.
them as more hippie British police. The British police, I imagine, is just real pieces.
Maybe not ruder, more ball busting, like
pieces
more like that.
They've got to have the biggest inferiority complex ever. Every time I see the British police on TV anywhere, they're getting just bullied, slapped around, like just made a fool of, made a mockery of. People will like run up and slap them in the back of the head and like whoop, 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 like just run away from them.
And run away.
Boy, brother, you wouldn't have tried that 500 years ago.
A fat British policeman has no recourse. He has none. Because all he's got is a fucking whistle and a radio. You can run up, slap the shit out of him, run away. What's he gonna do? Blow his rape whistle?
Did you see the kid who was like running from the cop and he climbed up the roof of the building and he's hiding on the roof and everyone's like being quiet around the cop, not telling him and stuff?
Just fully
up. Counterpoint, Kyle. I run at the same speed as a fat British cop. So that would be bad.
I don't even know if British cops are legally allowed to run. I think they have to like briskly walk at perps and
not in London. It's considered disrespectful.
It is, yeah.
You only have to go back like 6 years, and I've broken both legs in that span of time. Yeah. I'm not that good at running.
The British cops, like that. for knives to be the problem they seem to be over there, like have you seen the number of clips where like a person with a machete is like actively like Benny Hill chasing a cop around, and it's like, Brits, you got to give him something other than that like seemingly padded truncheon that he's like spinning like a goofball like in the middle of the road, like,
trying to hold them up on chairs and stuff.
At least give the British police their own machetes like that.
Spear.
That'd be a little medieval, but okay.
Yeah, it seems to
Spears
be
would have a presence.
How about electric machetes?
How would that help? What would it do?
Well,
like taser machetes.
You could stun the person with it. There'd be a stun shetty.
How about a cattle prod? An electric spear?
Dude, they take that right away from you. I've seen the answer. It's an Asian country.
Yeah,
like
guns.
No, it's not guns. It's not. It's really not, because you can't go in somewhere and get a guy with a knife with a gun. You can go in there and kill him, but he can still lurch at you and fucking. You better be the outlaw Josie Wales when you go into a little tiny closet with a man with a knife and expect to put him down before he cuts you. All right, you better be quick draw McGraw, putting one between his eyes, because otherwise, shoot him 5 times in the chest, he'll stab you to death.
I see where Kyle's going here, and I'm on the same side. Grenades, right? You roll the grenade in there, safe as can be.
They have these sticks with like a hook on the end, and it's almost like that thing you grab dogs with the loop where you grab some. But I've seen like 2 guys use those things and fork a person, and they're fucked. Like you're just fucked. And they train these guys to use them. There's like a technique to it, and there's some teamwork to it. And with these forked sticks, they completely immobilize human beings who have knives.
Yeah,
I think that's a good idea.
Like
actually,
from the Planet of the Apes.
I'm fine with killing them, and that's what we do now. I watched a video last night. They got a there's.
Oh yeah, if the guy's running around with a machete hacking at people,
well,
you got to
hear
take
me
care
out.
of that.
Here's what happened. It wasn't that. It was kind of that though. And there's gray areas to everything, right? It's an apartment building, multiple levels. Police show up. The security guard's there. He's like, yeah, there's an old drunk guy up on 6th floor. He's old though, really skinny. He's got a knife. He went like this to me. The guy's like, what, like this? And for those listening, he brandished the knife, like stabbing motion back and forth. And the cop's like, oh, I don't like the sound of that. He's like, yeah, but he's old. He doesn't mean it. He's drunk. He's just being scary. He keeps saying that, you know? So they hop in the elevator, and the cop's like, so he's on the 6th floor? And the security guy's like, yeah. He's like, so let's get off on the 5th floor and then go up the, a flight of stairs. That way we don't just open the elevator and surprise, he's there. And it's kind of a funny moment. And the security guard goes, nah, man, I'm telling you, he's chill. Somebody presses 6 on that fucking pad, and I got to go back and figure out who, because when that door opens, there he is with the knife standing there looking pretty surprised because there's an elevator full of cops.
Yeah.
They gunned him down before he could. It was just, and you could see meat hanging out of his like side a little bit, like you could see flesh, and you could, and it looked like the life was draining out of his eyes.
Yeah,
like you watched that. You watched him die right there in a split. He just went, and it was a little gruesome for me. There are always multiple angles. I just watched the first angle and got off that video because it was pretty dark. People have knives and you have guns. They die.
A video. There was an oversized lady on a couch, and there's these 2 officers who are talking to her and stuff like that. And she's sitting down. The officers are standing up, and one of them says, "Oh, you can put your gun down" or whatever. And they're telling her, okay. They're talking to her. Do you have any weapons on you? No. And they're having a nice conversation and everything. And they tell her, okay, you need to get up because we need to leave now. So she starts getting up, and it's one of the officers says, oh, don't reach behind, don't reach for anything, don't move. Lickety, like really fast. She just gets up and stabs one of them in the head. Yeah. And everyone just pulls out his firearm, like boom, 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 takes her out, right? And I mean, thankfully, the guy who got hit, the officer who got hit, you're seeing it from his vantage point, from his body camera, and like he's bending his head over, and you're seeing the blood dripping out. And his partner goes, "Are you good? You good?" He goes, "I'm good. I'm good. She just grazed me or whatever." But it's like it happened, and this was a large lady, I mean, like no fast reflexes or anything.
Yeah,
and she just half a second it took her to pull it
Dude,
out.
you're playing tag.
Yeah.
That's what you got to think about. Don't think somebody's going to come beat you up. Think and how fast that might take. Although it's kind of the same thing if you've never trained or seen a fucking mixed martial arts match or like can't appreciate reality. Like a lot of, I don't know, about half the population, I would say.
More.
You're playing tag. They will cut you open. And if you've never seen what a sharp knife does to like a person, it is gruesome. I mean, I don't know how many times I've been asked, would you rather get shot or get stabbed? And I'd rather run the fuck away and like neither of those things happen to me. But god damn it, if I wouldn't rather get shot, I think. If it's just a full metal jacket, if it's a standard bullet and a standard knife, a big slashy wound over a gunshot wound, I'll take the gunshot. Just don't shoot anything vital. Like, fuck.
Well, didn't we talk about this before when the guys were on the street and, it's a regular after bar street fight and everything. And this big guy is walking up to this little guy and it's just this little guy just goes boom to the neck. And then they start, and the guy's holding, you just see the blood squirting out everywhere and he's done. You know what I mean?
Did he die?
And it's like the other guy that's still fighting. They don't even know his friend got stabbed.
He's done. Is he out of the fight or dead?
Sorry?
You said he was done. Is he dead or out of the fight?
Yeah. He died on the spot.
Okay.
Because
I saw a
jugular and it's you can't nothing you can do about it.
I saw a great one last night. Over on the police activity channel, who should be paying me dividends. They do wonderful editing and they start off with 2 911 calls. So you know what the cop knows when he gets there on the scene. You don't just pick up some random video. Who is this? You know what the officer's name, you got context. It's beautiful. There is guy says, "Hey, there's an intruder on our property here. He was sleeping in one of the vehicles. He's violent. We've got to get him out of here. He won't leave." Okay. What's he wearing? Tennis shoes, shorts, and a tennis racket. She goes, "What? The tennis shoes, shorts, and a tennis racket. He's armed with a tennis racket?" Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So the cop shows up with a fucking German Shepherd. And he's got the Shepherd at a big leash and he's walking through
Don't bring a tennis racket to a German Shepherd fight.
Don't. So he's yelling, "Come out, you get bit. Come out, you're gonna get bit." Gives him like 3-4 of those big loud warnings. Dude's definitely heard this shit because he's yelling back. Can't really tell what. He's cursing, he's crazed. He's wearing tennis shoe shorts and a tennis racket. He's out of his fucking mind. And so the cop unbuckles that fucking dog and I can't remember, Pocken maybe? Whatever he says. And the fucking dog is he lets the dog get a big running start because it hits this guy. It doesn't just run up and like get in a fight with him. It tackles this motherfucker.
And
now the dude is on the ground fighting the dog. And when the cop catches up, he's going, "Stop biting my dog." And then I see the cop has the tennis racket and he starts whooping this guy's ass with that tennis racket. He's hitting him with the edge of it right in the face. Whack, 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 whack. And he hits this dude in the face with the edge of the tennis racket, breaking the tennis racket, like tears it apart, hitting him in the nose and the mouth and the face with it. The dog is also fucking the guy's face up. They destroy this motherfucker in like 5 seconds. Then they finally get the dog off of him and get him handcuffed. He's got a mohawk and his whole face is just a bloody mask. It was wild. But don't bite the police dog. That was or don't, pick a fight when you're armed with a tennis racket, I guess.
Don't
it's
beat
a great
people
video.
in public with a tennis racket. I like just thinking about that, like hitting someone with the side of a tennis racket is very funny as like a brutal way to hit someone. But like, I was just thinking, like, if someone came up to me and was like, what, like rapping me on the head with the side of a tennis racket, I would like go in, and if they were faster than me, I would be like full on panicking and like, stop, fuck, man. It's just like you'd be bleeding because the edge of those is a little sharp and it's fiberglass. Wop. That wouldn't be fun.
I see like
on his face.
There's a movie trope where the dad bod 35-year-old unathletic guy always grabs a golf club to defend his family.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible is my viewpoint too. Isn't the shaft of it kind of weak? And it like if I hit Kyle on the deltoid with the shaft, doesn't it just break and Kyle's not even injured?
It'll probably
just
bend.
missed.
Bend, you
some
think?
clubs are aluminum
Bend,
and
sorry.
some clubs are carbon fiber, right? It might not be aluminum, it might be stainless steel or something. The metal clubs, like my experience, by the way, is just buying clubs in fucking pawn shops and hitting balls in a field. So I'm no
Mhm.
golfer, but the ones we bought were either metallic and you could snap those on your knee, or they were carbon fiber. And it was tough carbon fiber, the kind of like fishing rod, tougher than a fishing rod, like the best ones at the base. Like
Yeah.
it felt real tough. But down at the bottom, I don't know. I never broke one. It felt like you could snap one, like you're describing, Woody.
So you wouldn't beat
Exactly.
someone with a driver, like one of those like carbon fiber can snap
Like a-
driver. Like if
like
you
a
wanted to
9-iron?
fuck someone up with like a 9-iron, yeah, you can fuck someone up with a 9-iron.
It's
Like,
a good
it's-
weapon, you think? You give it the thumbs up.
Like if
It would be
if it's
so
if
low
it's
on my
what's
tier
if it's
list.
oh yeah, it's a low tier list weapon, but if it's there,
It's
and
below
that's what I
pool
need.
stick.
If someone takes a tennis racket and I have a 9-iron, I'm winning that fight.
9-iron beats tennis
One-
racket.
All right, Taylor, I have a
100%.
question for
You got
you.
more reach too, right?
You-
Yes.
There's
Yeah,
a burglar
definitely.
coming in. He has a knife.
Oh.
You have at your disposal a 9-iron and a guitar, an electric guitar. What are you grabbing?
Oh, I like
I
that.
don't,
electric
I don't
guitar.
think I can. I don't get. I mean, I'm not a baseball player. I don't
They
think I
call
can
it
get
an
the
axe
kind
for a
of.
reason, Taylor. That's
I don't think I could get the kind of bat speed I would need from the guitar.
You're a strong
Whereas,
guy.
like, I could whip a. I could hit someone so hard with a fucking 9-iron.
Okay,
It's like,
okay.
that's what I would
Roll
do
back,
for sure.
because at first I imagined a cluttered hallway at close range already. That's
Okay.
guitar territory. But if I can like stand off like Jean-Claude Van Damme, do my kata, like fucking adjust my robe, and then like kind of karate kick the ottoman out of the way just to show off a little, kind of get
Yeah.
I love the
like,
scene.
like I just
You
wanted to,
realize
like,
you're not athletic enough for flips, so you're doing like somersaults.
I
just do
like
little
the idea
barrel rolls and
that
stuff.
the
You see
ottoman
that? He did
moves
a
an
bad
unimpressive
handstand.
9 inches, and he's like, "Well, just fuck."
That's hilarious.
Where'd he go? Oh, he's right there. He's very slow, actually. Like,
I
Gonna
think in an
stand up and do
open-
that.
I think in open territory like that, I would still take the 9-iron,
Okay.
because, but it comes with a problem, and it's the one Woody pointed out. If you don't hit them with the head of the club, I think you could break the club or warp the club in such a way that it's no longer really swingable without like
Yeah.
sort of
Mm.
being this silly thing that doesn't quite work anymore. You lose a lot of it doesn't work anymore. So I'd take the 9-iron in that situation, but you'd have to be careful with it, because if you don't hit them with the head, it'll break on them on like a shoulder.
it's-
I think it'd
it's gonna
bend around
bend.
their shoulder if you were a dummy like they do in the movies and you just hit them across the midsection with the middle of your 9-iron. It
yeah,
just ruins your 9-iron.
you
and
gotta
then
hit
they're
him
gonna
with the
beat you
head
up.
of the club.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The big old
in the
metal
head.
part. Yeah, that'll kill them. Like you hit someone
Yeah.
hard with the club
I'm
part
trying
of the
to
9-iron, they're
fucking
going
put a
to die.
divot in their face if I'm
I have
swinging a
another
9-iron
question.
at them.
I'll throw it at Wolf. Your weapon is a pull cue, and you're
Okay.
gonna swing it at someone. You know,
I don't
pull-
have
I
to.
said the word right.
It has
Is
it has 2 attacks.
a pull
the
stick?
cue.
Do I use
Yeah,
the
the pull
thing
cue.
wrong?
You're
If
right.
you
Either
use
work.
Okay.
the heavy end, sure.
You would hold the heavy end or the light end?
No. You'd hold the light end.
Okay.
You hit somebody with a light end, it's not going to. That would
I-
even it would hurt less than a broomstick.
I think I put more
Yeah.
thought into this. Just to interject,
Hmm?
pool cue. You got to think of it like a weapon in a video game. It has 3 attack modes. Okay,
Okay.
you can swing it, you can stab with it, which I
Mm-hmm.
think would be incredibly effective. If you poke somebody in the eye with it, you could outright kill them. And
Mm-hmm.
you could also take that 2-piece pool cue apart,
See, that's
and
the
now
thing.
you
yeah.
have a really effective club. And you,
You
can
have
throw
two
the other
Kempo
piece of shit
sticks.
away.
Yeah. Well,
I'd
how
throw the other
patient
piece
is
of
the
shit away
guy
and take
who's
the-
trying to fuck you up? That you're
Pre-
having time
I'm-
to.
He's
unscrew
very.
pieces
We're
and-
preparing for battle, Taylor. I mean,
I
he's
would-
patient enough. I'll tell you. I have an answer for you, Taylor. He was
Okay.
so patient. He agreed to meet me in my billiard room. Okay, for this fucking scenario that we're discussing.
He's
Okay,
over there
now-
juggling, trying to pick which ball will be his
However,
weapon.
let me say, I would take both my socks off if I had those, double them up, through a pool ball in there, and then I feel like that's an even better weapon than the stick.
How about
see,
this,
this
Kyle?
is
You
the
have a-
prison talk coming out. You know what
No.
I would do? I'd take
Just
3
pummel 'em.
locks, put them in a sock.
As
Dude, how
someone
about
that
this?
was trained with some martial arts back in the day, and like the quarter staff with one of my good weapons when I did martial arts. And whenever I do, whenever I took girls on pool dates, I do the twirly thing as I'm walking around the table to look really cool and stuff like that.
Yeah, really cool.
Oh, yes,
I twirl it behind my back and stuff.
Do
I'd
you
look
wear
really
the cowboy hat when you go out like
Uh-huh.
that?
Do you whistle the Harlem Globetrotters music while you're doing this?
I always I do cartwheels when I play pool to look cool.
No, I twirl it around. I've got the trick where it goes around my hand and all that stuff. But the best thing, I mean, if you could unscrew it fast enough, using two of them like Kempo sticks. You know the art that you've seen them do with the two sticks.
Yeah,
That's probably the most effective thing you could do with it, because you have the light one and you have the heavy one, which is even more effective because it's
Like, snap 'em
shorter.
into- Can I snap them with that like real quick, and then while they're blinded a little bit, club them over the fucking head?
It's literally like your fist, like a jab and a round.
I like the idea in Kyle's lengthy pool room like preparation. He's taking the chalk and making it
Wait a
loose
minute.
so he can throw it in his eyes.
Oh yes, dude! I've got a whole. And then they're blinded. And I'm just, I do Bruce Lee
Little
movie.
pocket sand action.
If I ever fight somebody
like a
in
ninja.
dark room, if I'm using Kempo sticks and pool cue and pool chalk to
And
fight
pocket
someone,
sand.
there's not a chance in the world I don't do some Bruce Lee noises like as I swing around the room just to really throw him off. And look, you cannot say if you were a home invader, just imagine.
Yes, I'm invading your home.
You did not expect people to be there, but now you're being stalked by a guy who's making Bruce Lee noises, and he clearly is armed with Kempo sticks.
in his
That
underwear.
would be terrifying.
Yeah,
Naked,
would be
naked.
scary.
I immediately strip down and like butter myself. I all over. I get greasy upstairs. I'm not even joking. I'll go get it if I have to for proof. I have a gallon of silicone lube with I could be smothered.
No,
in that
you don't
shit
get to
in
like
30
fucking Kevin
fucking seconds.
McAllister the prep of this with
you know,
lube
preparation? Where'd the
and,
club
like,
come
hot
from? Where'd the
doorknobs.
golf club come from? Because I don't own one of those. You don't allow my scenarios. What is it? Code names? You're a fucking rule master? No,
Fair enough.
no. I'm lubed up. I'm getting greasy. You know what? I tell her, I'm like, remember the movie where the guy's in prison and he's kidnapped like a fucking other prisoner, or maybe like a cop or something, prison cop.
Tom Hardy.
And Tom Hardy's naked, and what does he say? Grease me?
Quick guys. He's trying to get him to
Butter,
grease him up.
right?
Yeah.
Isn't it
butter him
butter?
up. So, yeah.
He's
something like that.
he's forcing his hostage to rub his body down and smother it down with butter because he's about to fight an entire SWAT team, like a riot team, I should say. Like men with billy clubs and shields are coming, and he wants to be greasy because he's gonna fucking give him.
And
Now,
it
you
works.
of course know the GSP UFC legend. In this
Oh,
fight.
he was greasy as shit, and that's brilliant. He got in the sauna, pores open up. In case you don't know, you're sweating like crazy. They fucking smother him down with baby oil. You get out, do a quick shock of like cold water, pores slam shut. Now you're hanging on to all that baby oil. You get in the ring, you get warmed up, you start sweating. What's coming out of your pores? Fucking oozing baby oil. You're naturally greasy.
I heard
the next
Vaseline, but
fight.
I don't know that I'm right. But what's interesting, he was fighting BJ Penn. BJ Penn, up to this point, was one of the greatest grapplers, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu guys in the history of the sport. And GSP is like, fuck, I ain't gonna beat this guy, but his grappling is my biggest problem. So he comes out slippery as fuck, wins the fight.
I mean, there's a reason that BJ's on his back trying to wrap his legs up and around GSP's waist. And he's trying to climb him. He's trying to get into a position so he can do a choke or a submission of some kind, I'm sure, or maybe just recover. But the whole point is GSP took him down, and now he's in his guard, right? Like he was already on the ground, like in trouble. GSP was gonna fuck him up either way. Everybody had excuses for GSP when I guess it was
BJ?
Nick Diaz, probably back then. He had all sort. I think that's when he said that somebody had drugged him. Someone put something in his IV. He's like, that the night before the fight, I slept for like 16 hours. I never slept more than 6 hours in my entire life. In my entire life, I never slept more than 6 hours. I slept for 16. Well, that's what he said.
Is this what GSP said or what Nick Diaz said?
Nick Diaz said?
Nick Diaz had so many fucking excuses. He said there was bad air on his plane, as if GSP had like uniquely good air. Nick Diaz, this is my favorite one, said no one told him, nobody informed him about time zones. So when he arrives at this fight and the time had changed 3 hours, he's like, what the fuck? Now my sleep schedule's all messed up. No one told me. And I'm just like, oh my God. Are you a grown-up?
I'm okay with that. Now that I believe, because
What?
dude,
This
you
guy's
gotta,
grown
Grown ass man.
Japan.
You've never traveled before?
This guy's fought around
if you're
the
talking
world.
about, well, if you're talking about after he's fought all over the world, then
Man.
that's ridiculous for him to say
Mhm.
that, because he has moved to Japan. He just fight in Japan. He like had to live there for some period of time, for days or weeks.
Yeah.
Okay, well then he's lying about time. So
I want to talk more about weapons we could fight people with in the home. So
Okay.
if you were, you made me think about the pool cue thing. You and
Yeah.
Wolf were saying that you would go two hands, Kimbo,
I would not.
a
I would
Kimbo
not. I was
style.
just being silly. What I would actually do, because and I try to be practical when I imagine my silly scenarios, whether it's funny or not, because if I were actually going to try to fight somebody, I think that I would be good enough at swinging one heavy thing with my other hand free. So my other hand can do things like grapple, punch, claw, scratch, throw pocket sand, or maybe just grab on and double hand this club I'm about to swing with. So I'd want to get the pool cue in half. If you don't give me enough time to unscrew it, which is 8 seconds tops, I'll snap it over my knee, which I'm fully capable of. At which point now I've got a jagged, pointy end rather than
That
that
is
long.
scarier, yeah.
Yeah. So,
But if
I
you're
would want
like,
that.
if I burst into your pool room and you are standing on the opposite side of your pool table with a pool cue,
Yeah.
and you're like ready to have that kind of battle, I feel like I could really do some damage to you, just like reaching in a couple pockets and then
Throwing,
firing
ball.
pool balls at you.
Yeah.
Because think about that. Like, you're ready to have a real fight like that, and now you're getting pool balls fucking
I agree.
fired at you from
be
6
terrifying.
feet away.
Yeah.
I think I might rather have just the pool balls than the pool cue, because you're going to break that
scariest-
shit immediately.
Like,
I mean, unless you throw like a girl, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
One of the-
and even if
one
you
of the
throw like a girl at 6 feet away, you're going to fuck somebody up with. I wouldn't want a girl to throw a fucking cue ball at my head from
I don't
6
want
feet
anybody
away.
throwing. One of the scariest things that ever happened to me was we were doing this big like sleepover at a guy's house. We like played paintball in the woods. There's like 8 of us, and then we were going to spend the night there. We did spend the night there, and his older brother showed up, who's like even more hardcore and badass than the guy we came to hang out with. And the guy we came to hang out with was the most hardcore badass guy we know. I mean, he had a paintball field in his backyard, you know.
Learned it from his
And
brother.
and this guy's game was to play like tag with darts, like real like darts that you throw, like the
Jesus.
real sharp ones. But there's no way to play that game except for single player, and we were just targets. And that was so scary. I was fine with fighting or like wrestling or like being rough housing or whatever. But when he started hurling darts at people, like a few of us ended up in a back bedroom in the basement, like with the door, like holding the door back against them. It became a silly
Jesus.
game. But then, like the way the room worked, it was a finished basement, but the ceilings weren't completely connected with the drywall at the top, such that he could sort of get up in and like throw darts into the room from the corners, and so a dart would just hit the fucking floor next to it, and we're all. It was scary. Every time I went,
That's
Yeah,
actually
bro.
really scary.
That's
dude,
kind of
every time I went to a guy's house, and again, like it was Chad, John Scott, and Jacob. Cool dudes, hardcore dudes, the kind of dudes that do backflips off of the fucking swing in 3rd grade, like
Yeah.
that guy.
They're a great description.
In every case, they're fucking older. They had an older brother, and that's the reason they were that kind of badass so young. And their older brother was always a wild man. Like he drove a Camaro or something. He drove a sports car or a motorcycle. He did silly. He had a dirt bike. Like he also did backflips, but he did 2 backflips just off the 2nd floor of their house, then landed on a trampoline and just rode it out stiff legging, like mean mugging you. That kid dangled me over a fucking balcony for the fuck of it. Just put a scare into me.
Like you were Michael Jackson's kid.
What
was
happened
his
to him now?
name? I don't remember, but I remember hearing a story. Here's how they scared us about him. They told us that he had like, and of course it's bullshit, that he had hit a kid in the nose and driven that kid's nose into his brain and killed him. That was, but when you
that
hear
was
that,
such a common rumor.
of course,
Yeah, I
but
think every town's had that rumor.
Yeah.
when you're like 10 or 12, you believe that shit. You're like,
Absolutely.
his name was Don. That was his fucking name. I remember now. Yeah, Don was fucking
Donnie
hardcore.
Darts, we called him.
He dangled me off a balcony like a child. And I had to be like 140 pounds back then. You know, I wasn't a tiny 12-year-old. Yeah, and
You
then
do sound
Jacob.
like a child in this story, though.
Well, I mean, I was dangled. I was a child to him for sure. Yeah, I mean, he was a man grown.
I remember one of those guys in my neighborhood, and he was, the big guy who used to do all the crazy things and used to ride on a dirt bike and stuff whether he wasn't supposed to do. He ended up paralyzing himself jumping off the local quarry cliff when he was trying to cliff on it, and he paralyzed himself.
It's funny you say that. My guy, not the brother, but the wild man that was my age, killed himself. He got a Super Sport Camaro, and he'd only had it for a little while. It was a 1998 Super Sport Camaro. I think it's the last year they made them. And it had these bubble headlights. It was the only year that I remember that didn't have the sort of slit headlights on the side. They had these bubbles, and I love that one. And it was black. And they said he was going in excess of 120 miles per hour, and that he was not wearing a seatbelt, and he hit a tree. And so
Ryan Dunn.
It was a closed casket funeral. It was very sad, right before prom. And then the prom date made it about her. Now I don't have a date, so then we all shit on her.
Yeah, she was going through such an easy time.
It's like, oh, you don't have a date anymore? Because we all lost our friend.
Wow.
That was my
high school.
She didn't know that dude. He was just
We ruined the funeral. Whole family was upset.
Wolf, your guy.
We were somber at the funeral. I mean,
was it the first time you jumped there?
Jumped?
I'm honestly not. Well, no, it was a popular spot. He just chose one of the riskier areas in that spot. Like,
maybe he didn't jump far enough to get to the water.
Sorry?
Maybe he didn't jump far enough to get to the water.
Yeah, I think he was drunk or something, and he just didn't, he didn't project enough or what have you. But the guys like that in your towns were always the toughest and craziest. For some reason, that 90% of the time they don't reach a great end, or they end up like, the really big guy with the not so great looking wife and 10 kids and have a horrible life now. So
I just think you get a tougher dude when you've got brothers. I didn't have any brothers. I didn't have anybody to compete with that was my age or anything like that. I'm definitely softer because of it. Like Taylor grew up with younger brothers, so he got to be he's always been a bully his whole life. He's just been this piece of shit, just looking down his nose at two younglings who weren't only physically inferior, but they were younger. They hadn't caught on. He'd had multiple years of training. And
multiple years of training is what I call it. I trained the most
being a human. Being a human. Those early years are important. An 8-year-old dominates a 6-year-old in the realm of being a human.
That's
using
true.
your philosophy, Kyle.
That
who's
kid knows how the
tougher?
car
The little
works.
brothers who are the victims, or the older brother who's the bully? Like, which one grows up?
Everybody's tougher for it because the younger brother has to fight a heavyweight his whole life. And eventually, I bet in Taylor's case, he's probably had to fight a tag team every now and then.
Every once in a while. Yeah, you got to fight them both back. But it
not only steel. What is it? Steel sharpens steel. I bet there's all sorts of mind games. If a lamp gets broken, Woody, if there's three of us, like the three of us are brothers, not Taylor, and Wolf breaks the lamp. What if me and Wolf agree that you broke the lamp?
Ain't nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, there is, Woody. Of course there is. Just make our beds for 2 weeks. That's all. And then Wolf still broke the lamp.
There is no fucking way I would make your bed.
Okay. I understand that. I understand that you won't make our beds. And
I might lose, but you won't get shit from me. Like that was that's how young Woody would have handled it.
I understand your position, Woody, but let me make a counter offer.
Realistically,
you won't make our beds for 2 weeks, but perhaps you'll make our beds for 1 week. And in addition, we'll break another fucking lamp and say you broke that one too.
Wolf, I have an idea.
You know what? And you smash a lamp on the floor right there.
Which one of you broke the lamp?
Look how clumsy Woody was today, Wolf.
I'm going to partner up with the innocent one, break a fucking lamp, and pin them both on you.
Wolf is the innocent one.
Yeah, that's not going to work.
I'm the conniver.
You're the conniver. So you guys, you need to have dirt
I'm mad about the last lamp.
You need to be like the way you avoid stuff like this is I remember I got my youngest brother to do stuff for me for so long, and my younger brother and I got my youngest brother to and it was little things hey, get me a soda from upstairs, or go get this snack from upstairs or something. And he basically, the story with my youngest brother, in 6th grade or whatever, my parents decided yeah, we're done with this school you're in. We're pulling you out of this school for the remainder of the year, and you're switching to a new school next year. And my mom was like, for the remainder of this year, I'll just homeschool you. My mom had no fucking experience doing that or anything. And like, she basically told him like, here, like, take this book, The Adventures of Tom Sawyer, and read this. And like, my youngest brother would just go in his room, which was a playhouse with Legos and everything, and like just play Legos all day. And he made the mistake of telling me and my other brother, he was like, hey, Taylor, I haven't read any of the stuff. This is months into his homeschooling, and he's done nothing. He hasn't even opened The Adventures of Tom Sawyer, and he makes the mistake of telling me this. Yep. And so then I'm like, that's great. Go grab me a Diet Coke from upstairs. And so like after like maybe a month or two of that, like me and my younger brother are just all the time like just another soda, a round of sodas for me and my friend. All he had to do was read the book. All he had to do was read the book. And so like it got to the point where he was like, I'm sick of you guys telling me to go get you sodas and snacks. And we would just have to be like, Tom Sawyer. And then like in a way that like my mom could hear upstairs, and he'd be like, shut up. Shut up. And we're like, really? We'll go get our own sodas, but I'm going to tell mom on the way upstairs about the Tom Sawyer thing. And he's like, yep. Fine, what kind of sodas do you want? And then
that's brilliant. See, that's brilliant.
It was great. See, we did a little politicking, that's a little bit of model UN in the home. He learned if you're going to cheat at school, don't spread it around.
See, I didn't have that
you think you can trust.
I didn't get to practice that kind of manipulation and bargaining and stuff and conniving and sneakiness.
And it was all just to have him bring sodas to me. Like that's all we did. Sodas.
To be honest, I don't think my brother would have done that to me. Like my brother and I had a lot of conflict growing up and stuff, and I've lost many, many fucking fights and grappling matches. But when it comes to like ratting me out to my parents, I think he was a loyal sibling in that regard.
You had that unified front.
We wouldn't have told. Like we were bluffing, like because we didn't care.
He wouldn't have blackmailed me. He never blackmailed me my whole life. Like
we did for sodas. Yeah.
Can I give you a weird topic for 1 second?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're talking about
love that.
We're talking about stabbings and stuff like that. Has anyone here actually, in person, seen someone killed?
In person?
Yeah. I'll give you. You want me to give you a quick story?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we were shooting a music video in Toronto, more specifically a place called Woodbridge, and we were shooting a music video for an artist called Sean Paul, reggae artist. And the music video is called "Let's Get Busy," and I hope my mom doesn't hear this because she'd freak out. So we're doing the video and stuff, and me and a couple of the actors were outside. We're chilling in my car. If you ever watch that video, I wasn't in that, but you'll see like both of my brothers in it. My brother has dreadlocks; he's the DJ, all that stuff. So sitting in my car, we're talking about stuff because it was a little chilly that day. And this was a nice, quiet subdivision neighborhood, right? Woodbridge is like an Italian area, very cool, quiet, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So couple of weird-looking guys are on the set. We had a lot of extras. They were doing a basement party theme, so there's a lot of extras. You know, you don't really vet everybody when you have extras like that and stuff. So apparently, someone went there because they heard someone else was going to be there, and they wanted to try and set up something. And I'm sitting in my car and everything, and all you hear is a loud bang and screeching. So I thought someone from set maybe dropped something. One of the light fixtures broke or fell on the ground or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
See this kid walking towards me and just falls to the ground, right? And young black kid, and we go over to him. You okay? You okay? And it's not like the movies. There's no blood spurting out. There's nothing. No, And I didn't even think of it, right? And I just hear someone call the ambulance type of thing. Kid was shot 2 car lengths away from me by someone in a black Mercedes and took off. And he was pretty much non-responsive there in that. Freakiest thing I ever saw. It just saw the entries would. Yeah, go ahead.
Where was the gunshot and his body?
In his torso.
Okay, like a lung shot somewhere.
Yeah,
maybe?
but I couldn't see exactly where because he's wearing like a big jacket because it was cold outside. He had one of those bubble
Oh,
things.
blood if you
That's
shoot him
probably
in the
why you
mouth.
didn't see blood. I'm imagining a T-shirt where.
Yeah, no. He was wearing, he was wearing layers and stuff like that. So again,
Mm.
that's why you didn't see anything, right?
You
So
never found out why.
we found out later why that it was like a gang thing, and someone came
Mhm.
back to get revenge on a kid because they heard he was going to be on set.
No.
Damn.
Yeah, it was crazy.
So you like watched him just like die there on the
Watch him
pavement?
fall and die. Like we at first we thought he was like drunk or playing around or something, and then he
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
move. He was struggling a little bit, didn't move.
Don't
went
you
over
hate
to
that?
him. Huh?
Like I bet in the 50s, if somebody collapsed, everybody ran to help them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Our society's so fucked up that when you see somebody, you're like, for real?
Yeah,
Am I
exactly,
being
right?
pranked?
It's the
Like,
last.
Is Ashton Kutcher around here?
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
I'm
and I
dying,
thought-
please.
Yeah, and it was just the weirdest thing. I can still vision in my head, and it's like, he was gone, and it was like, ambulance got there and everything, and then police came later. We didn't even shut down the set. We kept filming,
Yeah.
and you know what I mean. And it was like, it was just
Yeah.
Like if you're
the
making
weirdest thing.
I don't know what kind of video it was, but if it was like a hard ass video, that could only add to it. Like when the cops showed up and everything,
No.
and like I would want that in the background.
Place
Like-
inside the house. So
If,
it was
if you're like, if you were just, I can just imagine that would make a great rap video.
quite the prop.
Dirty,
but-
dirty streets where I live every day, and in the background, they're fucking wrapping the body up, and shit. It's just like, damn, that
Yeah,
that
it was-
video goes hard. You seen it?
Yeah.
So, how,
Yeah.
so like
The Furious
after he was shot, like was it like the ambulance almost got there, or was it like, oh, we just called the ambulance 60 seconds ago, this guy's dead? Like,
Well, no, none of us were experienced enough. This happened a long time ago, like a while ago, like the late
Yeah.
90s. So it's like, we didn't have any training or anything like that to, check for vitals or anything like that. People just went, they're checking them and saying, are you okay? Or are you okay? They didn't realize, you know what I mean?
Nah.
what are you supposed to do? I would feel like you're not supposed to move people with like neck things.
Yeah, that's
But,
that's the
like,
thing. No one wanted
yeah.
to touch him because you don't know what's wrong exactly, right?
Mhm.
Yeah,
So
you feel like I'm just
not
gonna make
till
this
the
worse,
ambulance
rolling
got
some
there
dude
later.
over.
What you should
Yeah.
do is you should get the fuck away from them, because if you interfere in some way that might, if you interfere and then they die, their family could sue. They could be like, oh, he
Yeah.
would have lived if Taylor hadn't tried to perform that fucking tracheotomy over there. He stuck a
Well,
penknife in my husband's trachea.
Yeah,
and
don't
because he
worry,
caught on-
I stayed at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
Kind of sounds like there's nothing you can do. That
No,
if
there wasn't.
you're an ER surgeon
Blink.
and that guy has that shot, he still dies. I didn't. You asked about someone that died. I've got a motorcycle accident story, but I've told it
I ain't
before.
helping nobody.
What's closer? Chick didn't die, but I'm at something called an SIV course. This is a paragliding thing where you learn to deal with emergency situations. And you know when you swing on a swing and you go really high, you get that thing where the chain is kind of loose, like it stops
Yeah.
being tight and you sort of fall.
Yeah.
Well, that happens in these courses, but to the extreme. So anyway, she's swinging and the wings go in. It goes wrong, so she throws a reserve chute, and the reserve wraps around her neck. And we're watching her come down on reserve with her neck just hanging in the lines of the reserve parachute.
How much you weigh?
She was hot, so 125 maybe.
Did the chute open?
She's fine. She's fine. I'm
I
calling
think
it right
I don't
now.
understand open.
Like the chute actually was.
Oh yeah.
it
The
opened
chute
fully
is
and was slowing
the
her
chute's
down.
fully open, and my concern. So a parachute is designed to open slowly. There's this thing called a slider. It's kind of a bird's nest, and you get kind of a gentle, like relaxed opening of a parachute. A reserve chute is designed to save your ass, even if you're at 100 feet. That thing opens in a pow. And
Nice.
I'm worried it's going to pull her fucking head off, but it's still attached. Anyway, she was fine. Save the
Knew it.
rope burn around her neck. She
You know
was,
why?
she even kept going. Why?
She wasn't a fatty.
Yeah.
She wasn't a
Yeah.
fatty. When you told me she was like hot, I immediately knew that you could tie a noose around that chick's neck and drop her from 5,000 feet with a parachute, and she doesn't weigh enough to kill herself. She'll be fine. She probably turned on when she got to the bottom if she's into that sort of thing. Yeah, it'd be like
Could be.
some sort of weird like some people like handcuff themselves up. I saw it the other day.
She's German. I feel like that increases the BDSM.
Oh, it's so much hotter.
odds.
There's,
Yeah.
that makes it more likely
All
there's gonna be
those
some
all those
doo-doo
World War
involved
II
at
countries that
some
got
point.
bombed, love it.
Yeah, yeah. All those guys wanted like someone to shit in their mouths for the next 30 years. They just got real dirty after that.
See, I
All
don't think
day
the
long.
Italians got bombed to shit.
I think
as the
that
Axis powers, and so
they got
and that lines up
Mussolini
with
out
the-
of there real quick.
No,
You know,
I'm
they
saying
were
that
rough
lines up
on
with
him.
the
Do you ever
theory,
see
though,
his
'cause
body?
Germany bombed the shit. They all like the bondage. Japan bombed. They like tentacles and things.
Yeah.
If we would have bombed the shit out of Italy, we'd have a bunch of weird Italians too.
What if your country was always a shithole? Like I feel like there's certain parts of Africa and South America that might be dig bondage.
You just need to bomb. If it's always
I don't
been
think they were
shitty
always-
in like
No.
Honduras, and so they're just
No.
into it.
Countries like that are usually more conservative.
More religious, definitely. Yeah. So,
countries like
Yeah.
that. are
The harder
more-
things are, the more religious a group will get.
yeah.
That-
I feel like you
that's
go to like
every
a
single time.
Muslim country in Africa or the Middle East, you bring that stuff up, they're gonna be like, no, we're not cool with that, and we
Yeah.
actually have a special place for you. Like,
I
Yep.
can't hear what you're saying with that ball gag in.
We burn people like you in the burning hole. We dug a big hole and we put fuel at the bottom of the hole, and we
that is so
ignite.
interesting. Get in the crocodile pit.
This is my cousin
You
Taylor.
guys would think it was cool. It's like, no, go back
Always
to
with the
Germany. You
crocodile
weird
pit.
pervert.
Burn them. Burn them. Everyone afraid of burning, not crocodile.
Yeah,
I would
there's
rather
certain
I
countries
would
that are
rather be
afraid to
killed
get
by a
kinky.
crocodile. Tell me
They
the
are.
tell me that you run into two fucking like brothers in the Congo, two rival warlords. First one caught you, but then the other shows up, and he's even scared in the second one. He's Taylor, and he's got like a pet hyena, like on a leash. That's
Okay.
like fucking. It's huge. It looks like a 200-pound hyena, and I captured you, and I want to put you in my burning pits, which is what I do with my whites. And Taylor, on the other hand, Black Taylor, he wants to feed you to his crocodiles, his crocodilians. I would rather be taken by Taylor and thrown to the crocodilians because
Burning is
crocodilians,
not a way to go.
crocodiles have one job, and it's to kill things. And they don't always do it the quickest, I know.
Yeah,
but they're
sometimes very slow.
If you could get your head in their mouth, I feel like they'll do their best to wrench it off, tear your jugular somehow, maybe just outright break your neck, and hopefully they take you down in the water and just drown you. Okay, I know that sounds rough, but you haven't seen my burn pits. You just haven't seen them. There's a metal grate about 8
Kyle,
feet
I
above
have a
the
crucial
flames.
question
Oh.
on this.
Yeah,
With your
you
burn
just
pit,
dance down there, and then you
Now,
roast.
Do you know Game of
Your lungs
Thrones? They
roast.
burned that King Baratheon's daughter. I can't remember.
Daughter,
her name.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right. Well, they started that fire with her on the spike,
they
which
did.
is a bad way to die. However, I might choose your burn pits over his crocodile pits
Mhm.
if the fire's raging.
It's
If
not.
this thing is a 25-foot tall bonfire,
No,
that might be the quicker death.
I
What about
promise
when
you.
they killed what's his name's daughter on Son of Anarchy?
I
Remember?
don't know it that
When they
well.
threw her in the pit.
Like a burn
Sons of
pit?
Anarchy? The
You don't remember
motorcycle
that?
show.
Remember the
Mm-mm.
weird,
Was
the
this
weird
very
looking guy
late?
who was attracted to the transvestite, and they were coming after him, and they caught his daughter, and they threw her in a pit, and they set her on fire. He's going, no,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
no.
So they threw in a hole and doused her with gasoline and set her on fire.
Yeah,
Did the good guys
Yeah,
do
I
this?
do remember that. Bad guys
Yeah.
did that. Two of the
That
good
seems
guys.
like a really bad guy thing to do.
yeah,
Yeah.
Like that was a messed up way to go.
That sounds really judgy,
Yeah.
Taylor.
Yeah.
Uh,
Burning alive would be terrible, but also like you are taking such a gamble with the crocodiles because
no, you're not.
you're
No, you're
thrown
not.
in the crocodile pit, and so where you get bitten is going to be decided by the crocodile, and they're gonna do what they do with antelopes. They're gonna
No.
latch onto your arm, and they're going to tear your arm off.
No,
Just a thought.
And you're
I
still
think
alive.
if you throw me in
No.
a crocodile pit,
that's not what
I've got a
happened.
5% chance of getting out.
That's
You're
what I
There's
goddamn
thought.
people,
right.
there's people on the
It's
on the
better
outside
than that.
too.
They kick you
Because
back
here's
in.
what I do. I let them know. Look, I'm hoping that these guys don't have cable. I go into a Steve Irwin impression. I let them know that I'm the crocodile hunter, and I do the whole bit. I steal his whole shtick, and I tell them send me in there, and I mix it with Crocodile Dundee because they ain't seen that shit either. I tell them that I can make a croc. hypnotized. Take him under my control. You send me in there. When I come out, I'll have 8 battle crocs under my control, and I'll work for you, mate.
See, now he does Australian.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now we can do
I life's on the line. Of course I can.
Actually, every one of his Australian
That's a
accents
hyena.
might just be Mr. In Between.
It's just
It works for me.
all the
Wherever
African
you
people are
wanna
just
be.
going to be like, why is he talking different now than when he was begging for his life 3 minutes ago?
Where
That
did his
was
accent?
wild.
No, it's because I'm having a stroke from high blood pressure, from stress, from about to
If you
being
remember
thrown into the
earlier,
crook.
you hit me in the head right here with that 9-iron, and I think it calls a hematoma. You don't know that word. It's a blood bleed right here in my brain, and it's pressing on the silly part. So I think this is all a joke.
I don't think that just the impression is going to be enough. I think that like you actually have to
no,
know.
I beg them to say,
I
no.
think you have to know like something about crocodiles, or like, at
Dude,
least
I do though.
What
So
more do
what
you
I'm
need?
asking is, they give me the chance, a fighting chance. I don't want them to like tie my hands behind my back. Hear me out.
Yeah.
Tie my hands behind my back and like shove me from like 20 feet up into a pool of crocs because it's death instantly. I want to say, send me in to do battle with them. Like, let me put on a show for you guys. Do you want to see a guy get eaten by crocodiles, or do you want to see a man fight crocodiles? I
Yeah,
feel like I could talk him
that's
into
fair.
like giving me a chance to fight. The
Give me a
burn
kitchen
pit.
knife and I'll go
What are you
in.
gonna say? Like,
Yes.
could you douse me with that kerosene over there? No. Oh, you're gonna put water on me first. I see. You're gonna douse me in water before you throw me in the fire. Oh God, why? Why? Is that fire
You're just
retardant
gonna-
gel? Are you putting
You're
it
just gonna-
everywhere but my dick?
You're just gonna die looking like an
Oh,
idiot.
how did you get so much movie grade fire retardant gel? Oh, it feels good, but I know what's coming next.
Yeah. Me, if you put it on my dick next.
Yes.
Meanwhile, you could be fighting the crocodiles over here with a pool cue.
Oh,
you get fucked up so bad by crocodiles. Like
I
there's
know, but I'm telling you, the alternative's so much worse, Taylor. There's not a third brother because you haven't stepped in and made a funny one yet.
well, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of how we'd actually survive this. I
You
think
got to
that
do
would
battle
be
with the
good.
crocodiles and fight for your life. I always see that in movies. That's what I always see. They're gonna like throw the hero in a volcano, and he's like, dude, why would you want to see a man thrown in a volcano? You know what's gonna happen? Nothing. I'm gone. How about you send me out in the jungle? Give me a 5-minute head start. Fuck, I'm naked. I'm bleeding. You guys are badasses. You come get me. Beat me to death. I'll
There
give a
you
little tussle. What do you get? A bloody lip? Yeah, spear me down like a man. Tell a story. You scout me. Whatever. You could totally talk your way out of getting thrown into a volcano by that. If I'm a warrior and we're about to throw you in the volcano and you come up with that spiel, you could, if you call me a pussy, if you're like, God, you guys are pussies. There's 3 of you. You got
You don't want to
spears.
take me on?
Let's-
Come on.
What? You afraid to tussle with a muscle? Is that what this is about?
No, you know what?
I bet you've never seen a white man before, have you? Yeah. You're scared. You're scared, aren't you?
No, Kyle, my
Ooh,
method
it's
is
embarrassing.
even
Good thing you're throwing
more.
me in there because I'd tell this story.
This is even more dangerous than the crocodile pit. You can burn alive. You can do the crocodile pit, or you
Okay.
can 5 minutes in the chimp closet.
I would never go in the chip closet.
Oh,
I
geez.
would-
You wouldn't go in the chimp
I would-
closet.
I would. You wouldn't get me in there. I'd make you kill me before you got me in that chimp closet if I knew it existed. If
Yeah.
you were like, all right, let's get him to the chimp closet, I'd be. We're gonna have to fight. You'll have to make me unconscious right here. Wake me up later and throw me in that chimp closet.
Yeah,
We're fighting right now as much as I can.
Oh yeah, the chimp closet would be a terrible way to go.
yeah.
You'd like
yeah.
still be you'd be alive to experience having all of your fingers ripped off. You'd like
Yeah,
you die
your
with
nose
you die
and your
without
ears.
genitals. You've like watched him eat your balls and your dick.
Yep.
It's a
And
dark
he's
closet.
doing it. It's a dark closet.
They got him in there with like rock music and a fucking what are those lights that flash over and over?
That's
Strobe.
strobe light.
Like a strobe light. So he is pissed.
He's on an enormous amount of MDMA. the chimp is.
I drop in there and start vibing with him. Maybe.
What's MDMA? I thought that made
And
you
then he
cuddly.
just tear my lips off.
Ecstasy. I don't think it would make
Yeah.
a chimp cuddly. I think it would.
I bet it would.
I choose to
I bet it would
believe
I'd
get
rather get
riled
raped
up.
by a
that
chimp.
they're all
than,
there
like,
in a big
murdered by
cuddle
one.
puddle. You
Okay,
just join in.
it's a coke chimp, and,
Mm.
and he's
No,
he's-
and
a
you
I've
want,
PCP
just-
you want to
chimp.
use amphetamines.
He just
like a
relapsed.
heavy dose of amphetamines would be a terrifying thing, and it would work. like it would make a chimpanzee the scariest thing you could imagine.
Plot
A
twist:
fully
all the
enraged-
chimpanzees just catch up
because-
on their homework and organize their Spotify playlists
Yeah.
on the Adderall.
Yeah, they're talking to each other like, I can tear off twice as many fingers in the same amount of time now.
You inject them with adrenaline and amphetamines. That would be, and then put armor on him, and
Jesus.
and then you parachute them into an enemy encampment.
There you go.
Ooh, I don't even think you need armor on a chimp. Like they are already.
But
so
doesn't the
tough.
armor make it a little scary? Or not armor, but fitted onto their hands because
Gauntlets? Yes.
Or are you
And
talking
not
like
gauntlets, not gauntlets. Like remember the blades come from their forearms and go high enough over in like an arc, like that thing Shredder had.
Shredder
so
blade?
they can still use their hands. They're going to be reaching for whatever, but unbeknownst to them, because they're stupid animals,
Yeah.
they'll be cutting and stabbing and clawing with the attached sabers that start at their forearm and sort of go forward like Shredder claws. That I would like an army of those.
Yeah, that's
Man,
a
I hope the
lovely
Walking
nightmare.
Dead scenario happens because I'm going to make that happen. The Atlanta Zoo's right down the way. I bet they got chimps in there. We could armor them up, no problem.
Dude,
and
that's a
in fact-
bullshit zoo if they don't have chimps.
Yeah, I don't go because it's sad. I genuinely won't go to a zoo because I don't want to give them money to like house prisoner animals. I don't know. Like if they had a rehab program where they put them out in some fake wilderness where they could pretend like they're in the wild, that'd
Come
be
on,
one
it's
thing.
fun seeing the animals.
But I don't want to see some polar bear on some white concrete. That's pitiful.
That
Yeah.
is pitiful. The St. Louis Zoo has a polar bear, and it's the saddest thing in the world to
Yeah.
see it. Like, it's so hot. It's so
Yeah,
hot.
yeah.
You can look at it. I didn't know polar bears could like make facial expressions, but
Mm.
it's like looking at you like I don't belong here. It's humid. I should be on an ice cap hunting
Yeah.
walrus or
It needs
seals.
wide
Seals and walrus and
Yeah.
like baby whales and shit. Yeah,
There is
I mean,
a level
I-
of stupid with an animal that I don't care if they're like the reptile house. No reptile who's kept captive is upset by it at all. They
No,
don't
they
care.
gotta-
They don't
they're like, this is so much better than out there.
Yeah, they love it. They don't.
Yeah.
They're
Wait,
just
your
like
sun just works? Oh, so I can have sun anytime I want it? I just go out there and get it? You've got 24-hour sun. God, I
Yeah.
love my human overlords.
the birds.
Like they got
Definitely like the birds is shittier because it's
the
like
birds is
you're
bullshit 'cause they fucking
stealing
fly.
like the whole thing of like flying is such a big part of being a bird. I imagine. And,
Yeah.
like that they can't even do it.
Yeah, it's a big part of it.
But
I
at the
saw a
same
guy-
time, to play devil's advocate, like there's so
Mhm.
many species going extinct. It's like
Yeah.
to I don't know, save a couple of them. I don't know. But does that help in
mean,
any way, or you know what I mean? Like it's like
Yeah.
reserve a couple there because there's so many.
which one?
White rhinos are almost gone now. You know what I mean? Like
It depends on how
What's the
cool
bla-
the animal is. Like I'm totally on board with saving rhinos.
Why?
Like because
Done.
rhinos
they
are
can't
cool.
save them. Well,
I know,
they
but I'm
should
saying,
give
like,
up.
The white
They should go-
rhinos, like the big rhinos, the white rhinos are all dead. They're gone, I think.
there's like
but there's
like
still the
1,000
black
left,
rhinos.
maybe.
They still have black rhinos, and I don't think there's a ton of them. But we should keep rhinos around. They're neat. Like if hippos. If hippos were going extinct, we should hold on to hippos. That's a really cool animal. But
They're not
like,
going extinct. They have a real hippo problem in South America.
well, they're
really?
excellent. They're
Like
good
too many?
animals.
Yeah. Remember, what's his
They're good
name?
at survival.
In
Pablo Escobar.
Pablo Escobar had a ton of them, and apparently it's, there's no lions in South America to eat them or like fuck with them at all. I guess it's
Yeah.
good. 20.
just-
There's just a jungle there, so there's no dry season either. It seems like they're doing pretty well
Dude,
down there. I
even
think it's a problem.
lions, like lions don't want to fuck with hippos. Every video I've watched
Yeah,
online,
they're real scary.
like
Yeah.
when you see lions attack a hippo, it's like maybe a 2-minute process before
If
the
you
lions realize, like, oh, this isn't going to happen. Like there are
Yeah.
3 of us on its back. We're biting 3 inches into a 9-inch fat tissue area of armor, and this thing is walking like it's a Mack truck. It can't be stopped.
And
They're
they
so fucking
swim
powerful. They
super
run
fast, too.
across. They can't swim. They're because they're too heavy. They run across the bottom. Like
that what
of
it
the
is?
yeah, they run
know.
across the bottom of it. That's how they go so fast. Like it's
I've seen them catch up to speedboats.
I thought I
like-
saw
like
one
I've-
swimming really fast. Yeah, I thought I saw that
Yeah,
too.
it's so fucking scary to see
They
something
might.
that big move that fast. I think it's a little bit of both. I think it's a little bit of both. I think
Yeah.
definitely in the shallows, it's exactly what Taylor's talking about. They're so
Mhm.
heavy. Yeah,
And then,
it's
like,
a really
comparison
cool
there,
creature.
like there are clips of hippos being their like hyper aggressive self with an elephant. And then you see like elephants and just how much they dominate everything they want, where like a hippo can run up with like its mouth open, and like an adolescent elephant can just kick it in the face. Just kick it in the face and kill it if it wants.
Did you see the elephant fucking with the rhino, and the elephant has a stick in its trunk?
No way, really?
You haven't seen that?
No.
All right, so they're facing off. There's a rhino, and I think the rhino has its baby, its calf or whatever. So it's pissed, and the elephant's pissed about like whatever territory or whatever. And the elephant picks up a fucking branch, like a big one. It's like, like blowing at the, and then throws the branch at the rhino, and like it lands right next to it and freaks the rhino out, and it runs away. And then the elephant's like, yeah, you better run, and is like chasing it. It's awesome. So cool.
Elephants are smart.
Like not only bigger, they're like way smarter.
Yeah.
If you want to see the most heinous animal videos,
And they can see.
go on Instagram and you check
Poor
out
rhino.
the dark side of nature, and you
Mhm.
see the most insane animal violence. Like you just
I don't
see
like that.
what do they do to each other. Like
I like that.
it takes
I don't like that.
that thing of like freaking hyenas trying to take on a lion, and another lion comes in and breaks up the fight, and
Mhm.
just like
Oh,
those are
don't
cool.
say that in front of Woody. Woody'll freak out about that. He'll tell you the whole story about that video with the lion comes in and beats
Yeah.
up all the hyenas.
yeah. But then you like realize how evil birds are to each other. Like they'll eat each other's kids. Like birds are horrendous. They're cannibals. They're like meat. Like birds.
Oh,
just
for
stealing
sure.
other birds' nests and
Chickens.
stuff.
When a chicken dies, if you don't quickly remove it from the chicken house, the chicken pen or whatever, they'll start cannibalizing it right away, like just pecking its breast meat off its body. Just it'll be eaten up all
That's
over
crazy.
really quickly. Like they're like, "Oh, you down, bro?" Because they're always pecking each other. So
Mhm.
if they don't fight back, it's like,
They're
"Oh,
always pecking
really?"
each other.
Nom nom. They're just disgusting little
Yeah.
brainless fucking shithole animals. But then I see the ones on TikTok, right? Like cuddling up with a 3-year-old, and like seems like they know what's up.
Yeah.
The only bird that I've seen that, like I should say farm animal bird, like what I mean to say is I saw this chick with a pet duck, and it seemed like
Okay.
that duck had personality. That duck
Mm.
was like running up, like whack, 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 like
Yeah.
shaking its little tail, like, "Oh, I missed you all day," like a dog would.
Responding.
And it
Yeah.
runs up and like wraps its neck around the person, kind of like doing a little embrace, and the little girl's hugging it. And
Yep.
then it's like, "All right, let's go in the house." And the dog's like, whack, 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 its tail's wagging again, chasing the little girl inside. Like they're best buddies.
Yeah.
Like, I never
Have you
thought of
seen that clip of this woman like releasing her pet duck back into the wild?
Oh, yeah.
What happens?
Yeah.
She releases the pet duck back into the wild, and it is immediately assaulted by another duck and like
Yeah.
pinned down and fucked. Like by because
crazy.
like ducks are notoriously rapey.
Yeah, very
They-
rapey.
That's how they're like orangutans. That's
seen-
how they do all their reproduction.
I've seen so many videos where someone is releasing a wounded animal or rehabilitated animal back into the wild, and then immediately Mother
Picked up.
Nature swoops in. And it's
Yep.
weird because I've seen it to some extent in real life. I've never released anything and had anything grab it, but
Yeah.
when I'd be dove hunting, sometimes I would shoot a dove and it would fall funny and it would flop, flop, flop around on the ground a little bit. And a hawk had seen that so quickly. And then
Yep.
it just like out of nowhere, and it's on that dove and it's got it. It's like, damn, he was watching the whole thing. Like
Yeah.
I didn't know he was there, but he was somewhere observing everything that had just happened because
Yeah.
he'd hit the dove 3 seconds after it hit the ground. So he had to be up there just fucking
Let it go. Let it go. I want it. Yeah, there's another clip. This woman, I think she releases a chipmunk, or maybe it's a guy, releases like a rehabbed squirrel or chipmunk, immediately picked up and killed by a
Immediately.
hawk.
It didn't
Instantly.
get- It didn't get like a foot. I remember that one.
Yeah,
And they're all
it's just-
screaming in the background and crying and stuff.
Yeah,
It's
but they
rough
should really
out
be
there.
thinking like a couple of hawk chicks are going to survive, you know,
Oh, yeah,
the
yeah,
circle of life.
It's hard for the kids to see that though, but yeah, absolutely.
It is. But you shouldn't
It
shouldn't
is.
bring a kid to watch a squirrel be released into hawk country. Like that's it's not going to make it. It
Well,
I
probably
didn't
Bro,
know
my
they were in hawk
cat-
country.
My cat's a little murderer. Like she's like
They all
evil.
are.
Like, oh my gosh, like she will get and she has this thing. I can hear her when she's hunting in the house, because when it starts getting cold out, the mice will try and find somewhere to get in and stuff. and I'll just, Lord forbid she brings them up to the bed but she doesn't kill
Ugh.
them immediately. Like she plays with them, and I'll find blood all over the place. You know what I mean?
Ugh.
And it's like,
Yeah,
you are
they're pretty
evil.
they're pretty evil.
They're cruel.
Yeah,
Like
and
they're
I
like,
love
oh, I
it.
don't want to
Well,
kill it yet.
I was watching TV the other day, sitting on the couch, and my dog Toby, who's a Bernie Doodle, came inside and like spat a dead vole onto my foot, and I was just like,
Did you
"Ah,
thank him?
good boy, yeah,
yeah.
killed that vole for me though." Yeah, but he'd been bothering me all week up there, just living in the yard somewhere. Good
Yes.
boy. Fuck
The
me.
giant hole in your
Oh.
yard.
It was a little upsetting. Yeah, I didn't need that. I didn't need that. But
Yeah.
yeah, he killed it. It seemed like I should tell him it was a good thing. I didn't know.
My husky loves bringing home prey. Like she brought home, like I have a fairly decent sized backyard, and sometimes rabbits will get in. And there was one rainy day, she just came to the door with this massive
Aw.
jackrabbit in her mouth.
Damn.
And I said, "You are not bringing that in the house." She just like sat on the floor with it, so I wouldn't take it away from her. This thing was huge, like 3 foot long. And, yeah, and like,
Aw.
and I
That
remember
was somebody's
walking
pet.
time. You know that thing where the dogs they won't let you open
A
their mouth.
collar.
You know they have something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I was walking her one time, and dogs do this thing. They'll like hop and jump into a bush when they see something sometimes.
Yeah, pounce.
And she did that, and she brought up, and then she came up and she was walking like normal, and I just hear squeak, and I go, "Sheba, what's in your mouth?" And she puts her ears down. I said, "What's in your mouth?" And I go, she turns her head away from me. So I go, I grab her, I start bringing her jaws open, and I look and I see two eyes looking at me. I just let go. I said, "You know what? Just swallow it, get rid of it." And she just starts barking after that. Like it was like so messed up. I felt so bad for the thing, some little field mouse or something.
But Sheba got to eat, right?
She got to eat.
Good.
But you know what? Hey, in the apocalypse, that'll come in handy. So I'm not really mad at it.
It will.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to have a dog.
I've been
that's
watching-
competent to do that. My little
I've been
dogs
rewatching Walking
never-
Dead, and it's so fucking upsetting that there's still. It's like I'm in season 5 or 6 or so.
Yeah.
And the main way they kill zombies, keeping in mind, if the zombie bites you, you die. If they
Yep.
bite you on the hand, we got to cut your hand off really quick, your arm,
Yep.
your whole arm. And that's like it, because you can't really live without your fucking leg in this post-apocalyptic war. You're just a nuisance then.
Yep.
So anywhere, it's just a death sentence to be bitten, but they're still stabbing them in the head with pocket knives. That's what everybody does. And so anytime an overwhelming amount of them come, basically more than we can, if they show up and like quicker than we can stab them, then we're overwhelmed and we got to run away or go to guns. But guns are ridiculous because they're just stumbling people who can bite. And it's like, why did they never make some bite-proof armor? Because a good motorcycle outfit is fully bite-proof. Like from the gloves to the helmet to the boots to the every bit. If you're dressed to slide down asphalt, you're bite-proof.
Yeah.
Like
You need that Russian bear armor.
and I know that'd be hot, but it's better than being eaten alive, which is the alternative. And then it's like, man, a spear would hit the spot, wouldn't it? Like, holy shit! What if we had a shield with a groove in it, and the spear sat in there, and I could
Spartan
just
style.
That'd be
headshot. What if I
Yeah.
put a laser on the spear because it is 2005? Headshot. Like, why are
Even
we
a pool
stabbing them,
cue
boys?
with one of those
Ev-
like guiding things.
anything. Yeah, just dude. That's what. Honestly, that'd be fucking killer.
You know what
want
I'd
that.
actually want? Like instead of a spear, would be like a trident, something that.
Why?
But
So
that
that
could
way
get
there's
stuck
like
in your
a
head, though.
spear.
it's wider. You could hit multiple at the same time if they're kind of like a
But it could get
pitchfork
stuck
would be
more
good.
easily. Barbs on the
Yeah,
end.
you don't want it to get stuck in the head
A
though.
pitchfork then.
You imagine
little-
more of a pitchfork,
pitchfork,
point
yeah.
on the end.
Yeah, pitchfork would be good. And that way, like if it has inertia and it's coming towards you or
I
something,
wasn't
'cause
kidding
some of
about the
those
laser
zombies do,
sight.
it's gonna stop it on the rounded part. It's not gonna like fall through your whole spear, and you're like, oh fuck, now I got half my spear sticking through the zombie head, and I can't break it because the skull's not rotted enough. Just like a little pop 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 pop.
You want me to tell you
Yeah,
something that'll
it's better.
screw your head up? Because I'm a huge zombie fan. I watch everything zombie related. But one thing that it's really nerdy of me, but I think is valid point. One thing that they don't use in the apocalypse movies that would really happen in real life is mode of transportation. And you always see horses, and you always see, Daryl Dixon and his cool Harley looking bike and stuff.
Mhm.
But in reality, everybody would be using bicycles. Why don't you ever
probably
see
would be
people using
smarter.
bicycles in zombie movies? Think about it.
Probably because like the people on the show are like, no, that's not cool enough. 'Cause, yeah,
Exactly.
it would.
Exactly. You
You
don't
don't
want to
wanna
see Daryl
see-
Dixon riding around on a Schwinn bike
don't-
with,
I don't think I
and
would.
stuff.
I think I'd want to be on foot.
No.
Woody,
you
we're
would-
talking about
walking
like
the cities and stuff?
Yeah, having a bike would be
Yeah.
helpful.
No,
No,
I'd
I'd
do like
be-
mountain biking.
we're talking
or whatever.
about post-apocalypse, I suppose, sort of
Okay.
Walking Dead zombie style thing, and getting
Mhm.
around. I mean, I think I'd want a motorcycle with some storage on it.
Well, stand
but-
by. It's important. Are there zombies though? 'Cause
Yeah,
motorcycles.
Yeah, we're talking about a
motorcycles
zombie
zombie. I like cars, man, and I'm a bike guy.
But gas doesn't last that long.
Oh,
Does it last longer?
Well,
in a
is it walk?
motorcycle?
All right, I was.
No, he
I
means
was-
like a physical, like pedaling bike, like that.
Yeah, I'm
like,
talking like a bicycle.
Wolf does. I
No.
don't think that's what Kyle said.
yeah.
Well, I guess I was using the Walking Dead fake scenario where gasoline lasts forever, and we always find enough for Daryl Dixon's motorcycle and our Hyundai
Exactly.
Sonata.
Ultimate car of the
Look how clean
post-apocalypse. Do you
that
think they
Hyundai
still get?
Sonata
yeah.
is.
You're like, oh, we're for
2008
4-inch.
Hyundai Sonata, and the apocalypse started in 2005. What's going on, Rick? What's going on?
God, the apocalypse was so much more boring after we lost our XM free subscription. 12 months into it.
Like, remember, Rick? We don't have much water, but make sure that Sonata's polished up, nice and shiny. 'Cause, we gotta pay the bills. And that show is already the biggest show on TV. Those fucking
Yeah, like
cocksuckers.
I'm telling you,
Shit.
Keegan and his
They need
crew.
that
Was
money.
it Keegan, the guy with the bat?
Negan.
Megan, yeah, Megan
Megan
and all
with
of
an
that
N.
guys, they'd be all on BMXs riding around, like 20 of them.
All right, so if we're in a world where, and I think it is the case. Like, I think if you want a car, gasoline goes dead, and so I don't know where you get more. I don't know if there's a way to store gasoline where
You
it doesn't
can't,
go
no.
dead. And the same's true for diesel. What would work is any kind of vehicle that was rigged up to run on propane. A lot of city buses here in Atlanta run on propane. And you can get propane anywhere in vast quantities, and it's easy to get it from. There's facilities, is what I'm saying, Woody, and they're easy to find because it's like, look at that gigantic white bubble of propane over there. So you could and it'd be easy to get it from the big tank to a medium tank to a small tank if you needed to, and you figure it
I
out.
worry that it's dangerous. Like,
Which part?
I don't know. I'm
Propane?
thinking in a Mad Max scenario where like the warlords control the fuel supply. It might go down like that.
I mean, there's just propane everywhere in the South. Like those tanks in people's backyards, and there's propane grills everywhere. I don't know how.
Propane accessories.
If you think about, think about it. At my house right now, there's 3 of those fucking things of propane,
Yeah.
and I've seen those trucks that run on that. Like, you just fucking screw right in. Like,
Yeah,
that
but-
would be ideal.
I kind of like the notion that
propane out
Kyle's
of the
in his school bus.
once those
Well, not the school bus, but
The
they
city
make
bus. I said it
normal
wrong.
size
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
vehicles.
yeah.
They make trucks, like a car, a motor vehicle of normal size and capacity that runs on propane.
But a
think
man
what
of
you're
your
saying,
stature should have a bus.
Pump it out though.
A bus.
You
Yeah.
should be a
bus.
cult leader.
There should
I
also
would
be.
love to be a cult leader. It's hard to get up.
You think
Look,
you've
it's
got what
hard
it
to make
takes?
your charisma stat to get that. You can't get that charisma roll because the enemies have too much of a modifier on them. There's going to be. It's too easy because it's not the movies for people just to blow you away and take all your shit, because that's always option B. So you
Yep.
got to somehow initiate dialogue without them immediately going to option B, and then convince someone who apparently has an advantage over you, because it's going to never happen like in the movies where 2 people point guns at each other and then start talking. That shit's never happened ever. I can't
No.
imagine.
No.
Somebody turns around, there's guns
Hmm.
pointed at them, and they're moving
Usually
to
no
point
laws.
guns.
Yeah.
Everyone dies now, or more likely, everyone who has, those people with less guns die.
The
Yeah,
people
you
opt
know?
to talk die.
Yeah, you don't want
Yeah.
to be talking to anybody,
Yeah.
So the idea of getting a cult together, like, you might get I don't know, it'd be so hard to trust anybody or about any fucking thing because you're all in the same scenario where you know what it's like. You'd lie. You'd lie
I've
if you
played
needed to.
enough DayZ to know that I won't last. I will
Bro.
trust someone, and it won't work out well.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
think I've made a friend, and then I'll be in a stew pot
Exactly. Before long, I'm on my
boiled.
knees and he's asking me to squeal, or he's going to take all my things. And
I'm like, no, you don't want to eat me. I'm disgusting. Like,
I think there could be a scenario where one man met another solo man and we could come to an agreement. And I could believe in that. Like, look, it's hard
like a
without somebody watching.
relationship.
Oh, that's very Last of Us of you. Very,
No,
very modern.
It'd be like, man, it's hard to watch your back, when you're out here on your own. Look, I don't have a whole lot of shit. You don't have a whole lot of shit. I don't want to fight you. Do you want to fight me? And you're like, not really. Like especially if one of us, if the big guy's hurt or something, and like maybe we can talk this out and work together. I'll look after you, and that's ideal. But I can't imagine me and my boys coming upon like Taylor with a skint knee and a big fat backpack full of we don't know what, and he's got his like he doesn't have anything in his hands. Man, it's gonna be hard to even start talking. We'll talk, but it's to find out anybody else around here before we get
playing
started.
this scenario out in my head where like I find a thickly muscled survivalist with a gunshot in his deltoid, and I nurse him back to health, thinking that we're going to be a partnership when this is done. Meanwhile, I'm like that girl that dated the guy all through med school, and when he finally starts earning, he trades me in for somebody better.
God damn.
Yeah,
You're the
you wanna be
Miata that he got rid
essential-
of for the Beamer.
Yes.
You need
Yeah.
to have a skill set that makes you essential, which is
I'm ready
something
for the
I'd
end, bro.
rapidly find out. Like,
Yeah.
That's why I don't. wanna
Taylor's
be the
like
leader.
accents were worth so much more pre-apocalypse.
yeah, damn. Now now they're just upset, and they're like,
I
"You're
know.
not helping," and it's like, why are you even saying this to me? I am helping so much, and they're like, "Stop pretending to be an Indian guy and carry the water jugs." God, this guy's been an absolute nightmare from sun up to sundown every day.
I would just really appreciate someone like just to watch my back while I slept, or someone that like had another skill set that I just didn't have at all. And like I know some stuff. Like I know where a lot of guns are stored. Like I know where I know where the guns that you see in Walking Dead are stored right now. Like I know where that company is
I'd
and
have
where it's
to
located
lie.
here in Atlanta. Like
I'd have to
we
lie
can
like
go
that
get 'em.
fat guy who is like, I don't remember what his fucking name is from Walking Dead, but he's like, I worked for the virology department of the United States
Eugene.
government. I'm
Eugene,
entirely certain that is not within our operational capacity. And
That's pretty good, actually. Yeah.
Shit like that. And like I would get like 3 sentences in, and they'd be like, how do electrical outlets work? And I'd be like, that is not relevant to the discussion at hand. And they'd be like, I don't
But
believe
Eugene
you.
knew that. See, like Eugene knew things
Yeah.
like that. He was a
he
very
did.
like jack of all trades
Yeah,
kind
so
of
I guess
guy.
I
There was a
can just
time
keep
where
going.
they make a water filter really quickly out of a water bottle, and sand and dirt and pebbles, and like you start with small things, go to big to make this like makeshift water filter just to get the particulates out before you boil it. And she's like, yeah, Eugene taught me this. Like Eugene was the guy who knew when they need to repair the solar thing, like what parts to look for. And he was the
You knew how
bullet
to
maker.
reload bullets too.
Yeah.
That was a big
Now,
part.
See, I'm like an amateur.
I know how to do
prepper.
all those things that not Eugene knew some advanced stuff, that metallurgy stuff, but like I just know where to get stuff. I know where some stuff's held.
What's the most prepper stuff you have, Wolf?
I have food stores. You shouldn't be talking about this because prepper
That's all right. No one watches.
rules are not to tell
I ain't
everyone.
got
So I'm
shit.
not gonna
I ain't got
say
shit.
exactly.
Hypothetically.
I even get now I'm getting stuff to review on my YouTube channel and stuff like that. Like someone just sent me this ultimate match that never goes out or something like that. Like this product, and
Okay.
That's cool.
I've got like several 55 gallons of water set up. I've got gas masks, as you just saw.
Mhm.
I've
You know
got
what I
gas
have?
counters. I've got a whole bunch of stuff, and it's like,
Clothing that makes me zombie proof.
sorry.
Yeah.
I have clothing that makes
We
me
said that right.
zombie-proof.
We said
Yeah.
that in your absence. That
Yeah,
that
yeah,
a
yeah, yeah.
motorcycle get up is
Yep.
zombie proof.
Yep.
Yeah, you
And
can't
absolutely.
fight through that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like it's funny because when COVID came and people were like running and getting toilet paper and getting masks and stuff. I was the guy in my family like the lockdowns happened like March, I think it was, over here. And
Mhm.
I said in January, I sent a text. I think I still have it on my phone. I sent a text because I already have like several boxes of the masks. And I said, you guys need to buy these now for a box of 20. They're $9 at Home Depot. Go pick some up. Right. And they're laughing at me. Oh, Wolf, you're always doing your weird prepper stuff and your weird, saving water and all this stuff. And, I had that prepper wet dream come true where, all the lockdown started and everyone ran out of toilet paper and the mask went from $9 a box to $50 a box. And, it all went down and everything. And I was like, everyone was panicking. I was still home in my house, chilling with a whole bunch of soap and gloves and stuff like that. So I think I have almost everything. I've got generators and a few other things that I can't say, but for a certain amount of time I can hold out. And then for when I can't, I hopefully got enough skills to take it from people who don't. No, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You got to use your tactical skills for good when you become the cult leader of Canada.
Right,
when you depose Trudeau and take your spot at the reins. What is that mask you were holding? And is that like a is that like a chemical mask? Like
is a full-on gas mask. And it's got there's different filters you can use for depending on what you need it for. The filters I have are pretty strong. It goes from anything from tear gas to nuclear fallout, right? And this is just a random one. This is not one of my good ones. I just use this for show when I do reviews and stuff. I actually have a code on my channel for getting these gas masks, but these are pretty good that you can run around your place and they don't fog up and everything when it gets humid outside. And I have a more tactical one where instead of the full face, it's got the 2 eyes type of thing, and that's a little more tactical per se. So I have these. I have these.
Makes you look cooler.
Pretty much
it's more intense. Is it like is a filter for nuclear fallout? Is that kind of like a duck and cover thing? Like if you like how are you like, because if it's fucking everywhere, I feel like you're dead anyway, right?
Well, it depends, because when you have fallout, obviously you don't want any ashes on you or anything like that.
Yeah.
But you're gonna go out. You can't just use a mask alone. You're gonna need a full-on suit. You don't need like technically a hazmat suit. You just need like a really strong bodysuit, duct tape around the gloves, all that stuff, and a few other tricks, iodine pills to make sure you don't catch anything. And and then you need a cleaning station for when you get back in your house. So if you get to your house, you need a cleaning station at the front to wash all the stuff out because it's still radioactive. Somewhere to store that stuff or get rid of it, and clean your mask and all that stuff, and then change out the filter and start from scratch again when you have to go out again. So there's a whole process to it, like a boot changing station to make sure you don't track stuff all over the place. And I have certain stuff for me and the kids, and I even keep a bug out bag in my car with a gas mask and other stuff in it in case, like, something hits Toronto, I'm on the highway and my car goes dead from the EMP and I got to walk it home. I can put on certain things that I keep in my car, my gas mask and a suit, and walk home. I even keep a skateboard in the car so I can get home faster. But
the EMP goes off. Like, think of how fast everything goes to shit. No
really
internet,
fast.
No news, no
Really
communication with your family, your friends.
Really.
Like, everyone is instantly atomized and separated. Like, it would go mad instantly.
And you know what? COVID taught me a lot about human interaction and how quick people would turn on each other. And it's like, remember, supermarkets only carry enough food for 3 days.
Yeah,
that's it. You know what I mean? Like, people keep thinking, you're watching movies and they'll go to the supermarket. Like, look at how quickly food ran out during COVID. Like, really fast. Like, stuff the shelves are empty instantly. And you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's scary. And it's like, and 90% of people don't know how to take care of themselves, when it comes to stuff like that. And I'm not one of those paranoid guys, but I'm like, I was fine in my house for a good amount of time, not having to go anywhere and not, you know what I mean? Not worried about.
I don't remember COVID like you do at all. Like, I remember a shortage on toilet paper, but
He's in
otherwise,
Canada.
I just had food delivered to my house.
If you were lucky, like,
Yeah,
everybody was lucky.
MP, how's that gonna happen?
Okay,
you can't.
I was
Go ahead,
talking about
you
COVID though. Like, I feel like you're like, hey, you know what? My prepper thing really turned out to be, money in the bank when COVID hit. And I'm
Yeah.
like, really? I just used a bidet and had fucking luxuries delivered to my house all the
Wolf,
time.
he just
Maybe
used
pick-
being rich to solve that whole thing. It wasn't an issue if you're rich.
You know what? Like he said, it's a joke, and I get it. It's
Yeah.
good, but if being rich solves the problem, it wasn't an apocalypse. It wasn't even a real big problem.
No. It wasn't even close to an apocalypse. I mean, COVID was
Yeah.
just like a quiz. It wasn't even a test. You know what I mean? Like it was like the
Okay.
bare minimum of what could happen. And people
it was just a toilet paper shortage. And
No, there was certain foods you couldn't get. There was certain meats you couldn't get. The trucks were running behind and stuff like that. There was
I
certain things-
remember
certain medicines you couldn't get.
a shelf
Yeah.
that held my dumbbells was slow in shipping. That was probably my biggest COVID sacrifice.
It's devastating.
I was mad.
Meanwhile, people like losing their jobs, can't afford their own, having their lives destroyed. It's like, just use DoorDash, dumbass. Like, just
like again, I'd never compare that to like a real apocalypse scenario, but at the same time, like I just watch how people treated each other overall, and it was like, people fighting over toilet paper in the lineups and getting big balls of water and people fighting about like there's like bottled water shortage at some point in certain places, and and it depends if you're rural or by cities. Like it is crazy, right? Like I remember like the blackout in the late 90s and people living downtown Toronto in 40-foot buildings and had to come down the stairs every day to do stuff, right? So like when you're a prepper or an amateur prepper, you take all that stuff into consideration and try to plan for the worst. And you look like the crazy guy on your block, but at the same time, if I'm running on those plates and training for certain things, it's like I know one of my neighbors were like, "Oh, if anything happens, I'm coming to you." You know what I mean? So it's like, like I said, it's I was when I was first selling these gas masks and stuff, I was like, okay, all the stuff that you have in your house, not going to matter if you can't breathe. You know what I mean? Like there's weird things like that people don't think of. And it's like,
I've always thought that it doesn't matter if you can't defend it, because
exactly.
You have to start with a gun or none of the other, a gun or like a hole to hide in. Like you've got a bunker where you can be self-sufficient, live underground, and you're just down there in some sort of silo or something. And I know people who have systems like that with air filtration, enormous systems, stockpiles of food and energy down there. People who can spend months. It's up in a place. You know what it is. Millionaire crazy people. But it all goes back to a guy. You know what else he has? Stockpiles of ammo. He owns a firearms company, so like all that shit to defend
owning
it.
a firearms company would be very big for the apocalypse. You're probably strapped.
Yeah.
And I want to get back
to how to use it.
Just realized we're having so much fun chatting. We got to do the ads, folks. This episode of PKA is brought to you by PharoahDistro.com, PharoahDistro.com. Do you want to get high? Like really, really high? Then get your ass over to PharoahDistro.com, linked below, and try out the new Dab X Go. Say goodbye to messy dabbing with its sleek magnetic titanium design. This revolutionary electronic dab rig will take you to highs you've only dreamt of. Getting it exclusively at PharoahDistro.com with discount code PKA20 for 20% off. And if you are searching for the perfect concentrate to put in your Dab X, dive into Pharaoh Distro's THCA Diamond Sauce or the fan favorite HHC is Better Dabs. Fly high, mess-free. Get yours at PharoahDistro.com. Don't forget, use code PKA20 for 20% off your entire order, including the Dab X, which is a fucking awesome way to smoke concentrate. It's vape concentrate. It's excellent. I really enjoy it. Clean, easy, charges super quick. Get you pretty fucking high, no matter what you put in there, for what I've experienced. If you are interested in that, PKA20 for 20% off the Dab X Go. Also,
I made a great discovery about the Dab X. Let me jump in real quick. I didn't know this. You know how a lot of people don't know that in the bottom of a grinder there's that catch full of keef, and you'll be if you didn't know, then you've probably saved up a ton of it down there, and it's like this little treat when you finally find out. The Dab X has like this little reservoir in the very, very bottom. Did you know about it?
I must have a full reservoir.
You have a full. So it has this silicone catch down there, this little square silicone pad that's capturing anything that ran off, and it's saving it down there. It's the very, very bottom, like maybe a half inch of material of the device pops off magnetically and reveals that it's been drip dropping concentrate this whole time. So I was out the other day and I was cleaning the thing and I was like, oh my God, there's so much down here. This is so much. I was blown away, very happy. It was just like when you find out how a grinder works. I was very happy. So anybody who bought one when we first suggested it, look in the bottom of your Davex. You got a whole bunch of goo down there. It's just delicious. Waiting
a whole bunch of delicious goo to get your ass high as hell. So PKA 20% off PharoahDistro.com. Get yourself the Dabex. If you are interested in the vapes, get yourself an HHC is better vape or a Delta 8 is better vape. If you want something a little stronger, go ahead and try the 25 milligram HHC or Delta 8 edibles. And if you're an absolute high tolerance, king who can handle it, folks, you can try the 300 milligram of pop edibles. You can try the 500 milligram of pop edibles. You can try the 2,500 milligram ropes that they have. And again, as we've said every time, and I don't know how I still have people tweeting at me being like, you were right, it was too much. But start slow. You can always take another bite later, folks. Don't go bananas with it. Start at a level. If you've been taking gas station garbage and you're like, I take 120 milligrams of gas station Delta 8, do not start with 120 milligrams of this Delta 8. It will be very, very strong. In what Kyle's holding right there, there are 1,250 milligrams in Kyle's hand.
That's insane.
Take it.
It would kill me.
Slow. Take it easy. Don't be insane.
This would put me
accurately dosed. It's very strong. We have to say it every time. Start slow if you're nervous about it at all. And if edibles are intimidating to you, just use a vape to start.
Jesus.
Yeah. It's, oh, come on, man.
That's the amount.
Oh, I guess you only have an hour and 35. So there you go. PharoahDistro.com. Excellent quality stuff. Check it out. PKA 20 for 20% off. This episode also brought to you by BetterHelp. BetterHelp, folks. Life is full of twists and turns, and it's important for you to show up for yourself through it all. Mental and dental, gotta take care of it all. We're very serious about everyone taking care of their physical health here on PKA and maintaining a healthy physique, but mental health is just as important, and you need to work to keep your mind in shape as well as your body. Start getting in the mental reps with the help of a professional over at BetterHelp. BetterHelp is not a crisis line, and it's not self-help. It's professional therapy done online, available to people all over the world. It's super simple and made to easily get connected with a therapist, no hassle, as soon as you're ready. So if you're thinking of giving therapy a try, get going with BetterHelp. It's entirely online and designed to be convenient, flexible, and suitable to your schedule. Invest in your mental well-being now and get started with our partner, BetterHelp. Let therapy be your map with BetterHelp. They've got a special deal for our listeners, saving 10% off your first month over at betterhelp.com/PKA. That's 10% off your first month of online therapy over at betterhelp.com/PKA. That's 10% off your first month of online therapy over at betterhelp.com/PKA. So if you've been feeling as though you could benefit from that, you could be helped from a therapist, go ahead and take advantage of the discount we have. Talk to somebody. It could really help you out, help you get your head on straight. That's 10% off your first month of online therapy. betterhelp.com/PKA, 10% off. Check that out.
And I want to add as like a healthy nudge to anonymously tell if any of you are my friend and you think you need some mental help, I'll pay for it using BetterHelp. Just ask me.
Kyle's a helpful guy. He's sending a telepathic message to someone that he wants to get.
Like half the
not
people
so
I know
much,
are mentally
not
ill.
so much telepathic as you as you just said.
Is he talking to me?
No, you're like, you've got like your key fucking centered over there with psychedelics and stuff and focusing on being better.
Like,
and
why would Kyle offer to pay for my health care?
Not you, motherfucker. Not one of the people who have jobs, would he? Goodness. just you really anybody I know who's I guess having a hard time. Honestly, if I would do that for, because it's important to talk to someone that you don't know. I feel like when you're really hurting, and also it might be good to talk to a professional who knows what they're doing than your buddies, because they don't want to hear it.
Therapy is very underrated.
Like you can benefit, like you're talking to a buddy about it. Sometimes you feel like, oh, this person's in my life. You have to feel like you're preserving your own ego, maybe having to not be as honest about things. You're talking to someone, a pro, maybe you'll feel more comfortable opening up and whatnot. So check it out, BetterHelp.com.
And let's not forget about the guy we're annoying with our, he's the unspoken victim.
She said that she's like, one of the things she liked about talking to a therapist was that, like, it's all about me. I don't care about you. You don't have any stories. This isn't a back and forth. I'm the main character in a therapy session. You're supposed to be. And she liked that aspect of it.
Very true.
You should you should absolutely be the main character in your therapy sessions. If you're not, you got someone you probably shouldn't be talking to. Like if you go in for therapy and this guy's like, God, what a week. Like you'd be like, oh, come on, man.
You thought your day was bad.
I never thought of it through that lens.
Yeah, so talk to a pro. This episode of PKA also brought to you by Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement taking the world by storm that I think we need to start advertising on pornography sites. I think we should start doing that, gentlemen. Maybe we should see what those rates are like. See if we can get new people involved. Trying out Lock and Load. As always, code PKA, code Jizz, get 10% off Lock and Load, 10% off anything over at Derek's site, whether it's pre-workout protein, weight loss supplements, better sleep supplements. He's got a litany of excellent products over there. Check it out. PKA, code PKA or code Jizz, 10% off. And again, you're not going to have to buy multiple bottles of this to see where you get. And like, it's not like, oh yeah, 6 weeks in, you're going to notice. No, but it's a 4-week supply. No, you're going to be noticing shit by the end of this bottle, before the end of this bottle. It's a lot of pills a day, folks. Again, we wouldn't tell you to take 9 of them a day if we didn't have to. Do you know how much of a bitch it was that we had to keep going back? Do you know how much bigger the bottle was than this originally? It was 16. It was 16 a day. It was 16 a day.
No, it was scoops of powder.
The very beginning,
scoops of powder, and then it was 16 pills a day, and then we got the flour lifting down.
The original formula was scoops of powder and a
so
syrup
much of
that you
it.
muscle down.
It was so much stuff that you were going to have to do that we were like, okay, we need this to work, but we can't be setting up Rube Goldberg machines in people's bathrooms with like with fucking marbles rolling down things to tick over pills into shot glasses. No. And so this, believe it or not, 9 pills is the absolute most efficient this can be, and still deliver the efficacious dose, as Derek always says, in order to make you come like a fucking man. Are you tired of coming like a bitch or not? I know you are, guys. Start coming like a man. Blow your parent, your girlfriend's mind with how much you can come.
Or face.
Blow her face. Blow her back out with your superior seed. Code PKA, code
Jesus Christ.
When she sees your new volume, she's going to think that she's picked up new skills. I promise you this is true.
That sounds like a German supervillain. I am superior seed.
We are taking the cum supplement market by storm. It's superior seed SS.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Well, you're in a lot of trouble, Colonel. Major load here.
Seize your rightful place at the top of the coming hierarchy with the superior seed.
Yeah,
Hogan.
Just get Lock and Load. Yeah, Hogan.
Is that the last one?
Yeah, that's the last one.
Wolf, are you still single?
So that's a complicated.
What the fuck was that?
Well, how many girls do you
how you guys
have?
doing today? Everything's good. That's great. Yeah,
doing great.
Oh, so you probably don't want to talk.
Hold on.
Probably don't want to delve into all that then.
We were talking about something earlier, and I'm going to show you.
My man spinning plates.
This is one of the things I keep in my collection for Apocalypse.
You got some canned potatoes there, I see.
You got some
Potatoes. These things last for a
testicles.
good amount of time, and I've got a whole bunch of
You can see
these.
the main ingredient, subterfuge. Yeah, that's
100 ounces of potatoes that probably don't taste good.
No, but at that point, who's gonna care, right? Like, come on. And one
No,
of the things they say about prepping is don't buy things that you're gonna want.
I love those Misdirection
on a
brand
regular day.
potatoes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're filling.
You gotta
When I thought COVID was going to be bad, I bought like a ton of rice and beans.
yeah.
But then quickly found out it was just going to be annoying and not necessarily bad. Like you'd still be able to get chilies delivered, but but they fire you if you didn't like get the shots and wear the mask. So I was okay with all that because Woody didn't fire me and I got the shots and it all works out. And the best part was that like my prison sentence ended in October. And we were already hearing sort of rumblings about it by maybe like these, November, December, definitely like right around then. We were taking it super lightly. I still remember being like, I'm like 2 out of 10. This is gonna be a 2 out of 10 event. This is nothing. This is gonna be another swine flu, bird flu. Fucking the media's trumping up to get some ad revenue, and then
do you remember Ebola? We had a bet on it. Like, Ebola seemed like it was going to take over the world. And I think I won with 0 US deaths, maybe, if I recall.
I
thought it'd be a little worse than that.
Continent?
I'm sorry?
Did it really leave the continent? Like it didn't really get over here, did it? In North America.
I think what he's talking is there was like a news story about Ebola here or something, or maybe an outbreak, or
I think someone came over on a plane, didn't die, and it
was the train derailment of the week. It was what we were all discussing and trying to figure out if it was going to poison us or not, and whether we needed to do this or that. And every time it's always been, nah, you shouldn't have worried about it. They were full of it, and then it turned out they meant it this time. But it still didn't turn into Mad Max. It just turned into like a more boring version of us with better.
Listen, you have to stay inside and play video games. I'm like, you know what? Wait,
all right,
dude. I played so much Tarkov during that,
bro.
Lifted lots of weights.
I played Apex Legends, I think.
I saw it's one of the most. That's not. I've played it a good bit. I saw it's one of the most played games of all time. It was like I think it peaked at over 1 million players at one point.
Yeah,
what's the
still really popular?
That got super popular? Is it Baldur's Gate that everyone's playing?
Baldur's Gate. I don't know about the
Elden
they were
Ring.
really happy that it got so many players because they were expecting like 150,000 concurrent players, and they've gone over 1 million. So it's, and not only that, I think it's the highest rated video game of all time. I think it
really
has the Metascore record now. I think it above like that Zelda game or Mario game or whatever. Some stuff that I don't really play. And
I started gaming again.
I saw you're on Doom Eternal.
I didn't know I showed anyone, but okay.
Yeah, you show me.
I guess I did. You're right.
And I was watching.
Yeah, dude, I've watched the intro to that game 100 times. Half the time, it makes me cry. I just love the idea of like, help, we need you. The devils have come. They're unlocking the spawn of hell. I'm ruining it. We send to them only you. Rip and tear until it is done. And I'm like, fuck, I gotta buy this. I eventually gave in. That's what I'm playing.
Good.
Nice.
It's great. The expansion, the DLC for it's really good. When you get into a groove and you're like rotating through the weapons and sliding around and stuff, it feels really good. That's a beautiful game to play too. I like the combos that you get into. Like I said, when things flash, you're able to like go and get them and do something awful to them. And they're so hideous to begin with that they really deserve the awful things you're doing. And you're doing funny things, you're like tearing its horn off and like shoving it up its ass or something. It's always something silly.
If you don't know Doom, the mechanic is like you hurt it by shooting it and he flashes. And then if you kill him with a melee, he lets I think health and bullets go. I'm not sure I've totally figured it out. So what you want to do is finish him with the melee because you're constantly low on bullets. At least I am. So when you kill him with the melee, the animation is amazing. Like Kyle said, like you rip his eyeball out and you feed it to him until he explodes, or like you've got a knife that comes out of you, like your wrist, it just extends, you poke that thing through his temple and you rip it out, and it's really gory.
Nice.
And I don't think you can get hurt during this animation. At least I haven't been yet.
Yeah, you can't. And you can string them together. So you can be like, warp to a guy, pull his eyeball out, warp to another guy, pull his eyeball out, warp to another. Because sometimes you hit an area of effect attack. So everything starts flashing and you're like, oh, I'm in trouble now. You don't even have to wait for the whole cutscene to go through. You can just.
What game is that?
Doom Eternal.
Doom Eternal. What happens to me, because I'm not very good.
Is that like the extension of the original Doom that I used to play?
Oh, let me explain the timeline. So, right from scratch in 2016, they made Doom 2016, a whole new game with lots of new mechanics, with some platforming mechanics, with a different backstory, and with some really cool effects that they add to the game.
Oh, okay.
And it's a great story. You're on Mars. I think they find you in like a sarcophagus, like you're this eternal like enemy of the demons who's being awoken, who's been discovered and accidentally awoken, the way I remember it. And they're trying to destroy you, but you're just like, right from the beginning, you're like, fuck you, you're not gonna kill me, and like break some wrist and tear out of your chains. And it's like, oh, you've put my armor right fucking here, you dumb bitch. And you like get ready to fucking go. And then you conquer Mars. And you completely like kill everything on Mars. And I think you go to hell through Mars, kill everything down there, come back to Mars. And I think you tear like a chunk of Mars off or something with a castle on it and fly that shit back to Earth. So when the broadcast that you're picking up in Woody's game, which is the sequel, you're hearing Earth like being murdered. Like civilians crying out for help, like somebody please help us. They're good, please, we need a savior. And like you're showing up with your chunk of Mars with a castle attached, and you're like out on the parapet, just like, all right, fucking loading your shotgun up and getting your fucking getting ready to go. And it really leads well into the second game, and the second game adds newer, more fun mechanics and new weapons. And at one point you fight this Goliath that's as big as like the Twin Towers, and you're having to like take its limbs off one by one. And it's a really fun game. It's very satisfying. The enemies are great, and the weapons are all fun. When you switch to your shotgun, you're not like, oh, not the shotgun. You're like, every one of the guns has a fun like alternate firing rate or ability that it can do. This gun can be a machine gun, or it can have heat-seeking missiles, or it can be a sniper rifle. Like, what do you want it to do? And you can do all those things and tech into them. Really fun game. I've played it. If you
played the very old one, the original one, like I have, then you get to see like, oh, I remember that floating eyeball monster, but now it's reimagined for 2020 something. And there's all sorts of details and movements that make it's fantastic. Like, oh, I remember there were like, you could barely make out that they were Wookiees or something that threw fireballs. Now, these are motherfuckers. Like, you're ready to kill them. It's cool to see them.
It's a really good game.
Let me tell you how old of a gamer I am. Because me and my friend Andrew back in like the 80s and 90s. His dad was a computer teacher way back in the day when computers first came out, like the late 80s and stuff. And we used to play Duke Nukem and Doom on 2 computers, like multiplayer. And like that, like I just remembering going through all the Doom levels and that final battle in that big room and stuff like that. And Duke Nukem I love Duke Nukem. Like, that was so cool. And giving the stripper money and it'd show her boobs on the game and stuff. Like, that takes me way back.
Right.
But it was like, but to hear that's continuing, like, I didn't know if it would be good or not. So that sounds like something I might actually check out. That sounds dope.
I think you might like it. It's $40 at the moment.
Oh, that's great.
It's tremendous. I highly recommend it. You could start with the 2016, which isn't as fun because it doesn't have as many mechanics, but then you get the full story. But you're just fine jumping right into the newest, hottest thing with the best graphics and the most mechanics, because the amount of story you lose could be caught up with like a 10-minute YouTube video. And you'd be extra pumped because it strings all the cutscenes together. You know, there's not like a week worth of like you're like, oh yeah, a cohesive story in 10 minutes that I can get behind and remember. I was like, you know, it's kind of nice to do.
That's cool.
Really good game. I've been playing a ton of Baldur's Gate, which is a whole different kind of game. I won't go into it because we've talked about it a bunch, but it is incredibly popular and it's become such a fucking time sucker.
Sucker, yeah. I
Yeah,
just started playing Dark and Darker with my son. Like it's like a Dungeons and Dragons game, and
Okay.
you're like in a underground, and you gotta, if you die, you lose everything.
I
that you
played that.
gain.
All right, that's been an early access forever. I don't know what version's out now. I played about 8 months ago.
Yeah.
Hard. That's
It's
a hard
real, and
fucking
it's a pain in
game.
the ass, bro. Yeah, like, and it's, I don't know, and they just reset it like yesterday, I think. So everyone
Can
starts
I-
at level 1.
Can I lay it out real quick? What it is? So it's an extraction Dungeons and Dragons. So Tarkov has the extraction part where you go in with your gear that's your gear, and if you die, they take it. Now it's their gear, and they can take it out and keep it in their stash back home. This does that, but with wizards and clerics and barbarians and shit, Dungeons and Dragons. And so you go in with your boys trying to get in and get out. Maybe you just want to grab a sword or something, but a bunch of skeletons and bats are fucking you up. You see a bat and you're like, bro, step aside. I'm barbarian level 3. The bat's all mine. And the bat's just like blinding you. You've been blinded by bat. Now you have syphilis. And it's like, wait, what? And other party members are disgusted. -2.
Yeah.
Like, wait, what? And then all of a sudden, real players show up. And they're, one of them's got a crown on that glows. And the other's got a staff that's on fire. And they push our shit in so fast. And you can tell they're not going to take any of our bullshit gear. Like I've been on the other side of this before, but in Tarkov, that's what my experience was. I played for 3 days, probably put 8 hours total into it, had zero fun because I got bullied.
The whole time. It's horrible.
8 hours of bullying. I went in with like friends who were also they play games, but not this game.
Yeah.
And bullied.
Yeah, like I'll be walking around like with no shirt on and a barbarian axe that's like half cracked, and then we're killing a couple skeletons here and there, and then like some wizard comes around with like sparkles everywhere and shields and like takes me out with one friggin' spell, and it's like lose everything done. Like it's
we were battling this guy
ever.
Huh? We were battling this guy, and in the middle of the fight, he sat down Indian style and got a book out, and he starts fucking flicking through that book right there, and we couldn't get to him like fast enough before he read some shit that killed us all. It was just like bibbity bobbity boo, fuck all of you. Close that bitch, and we all like froze and like, now you're brittle. And he was like, perfect, because this is the acts of brittle breaking. And just they are fucking assholes. It was just we weren't prepared.
It was like it's so unbalanced. He like went to loot all your bodies, and he's like, no,
Don't even want that
I don't want this. I don't even want your money.
When I get back,
he literally wouldn't have taken my shit. Like maybe my lock picks or something.
Those games where you lose everything when you die are discouraging. I don't. I don't like those as much.
So as an entryway into this game, the shit they give you a gear set to go in with that you seemingly can lose infinitely, and it's like your level 1 gear set.
Okay.
All right, I got a hat and a sword if I'm a fighter. I don't remember exactly what it is, but your wizard's got a fucking staff. Like you just get the shit you should have, but it's all level 1 shit, and you can run into Billy Badass out there just like in Tarkov. But in Tarkov, you can run out of shit. Like, all right. Nothing left.
Oh, they don't give you base stuff in Tarkov?
You can run out of everything though. Like
no money, no inventory. That's still a business somehow.
You start with enough to do. Would you call it 5 raids? I'm not sure.
It's hard to say. Like you've got a few kits that'll send you in with like a pistol with a couple mags full and like not really any armor, but some light shit so that a shotgun won't kill you outright. Like very light. And then you got like, I got like 3 rifles. Okay, those are heavy. I could put on my 1 helmet with my 3. So there's different amounts of considering. There's different geared levels. So you can go out maybe a bunch of times lightly geared or a few times heavily geared. And very quickly, if you were to die 10 times in a row, like and lose everything you had, and every time you went out, you were trying to go as geared as you possibly could, you'd be pretty broke. You'd be kind of nothing. Now, a lot of streamers will just delete everything from the start because if you're okay at I could do it. It would be annoying, but I could do it. It would just be frustrating. The frustrating part would be getting heals, because if you get killed in the game, then you go back to your stash, but now you're injured because you just died and you've got to heal yourself. But if you don't have any way to heal yourself, then it takes your money. You're like, okay, pay the nurse to heal me. But if you don't have any money or any healing devices, then you just have to go into the next raid injured,
Oh, Jesus.
bleeding, or with a broken leg. And so maybe you go in limping. And in this game, when you have a broken leg, it's like real life when you have a broken leg.
Slow.
You barely move because every time you put any weight on the lefty, it's just excruciating. So it's just creep, 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 creep.
Are there NPCs in it?
Oh yeah, that will kill you almost instantly
really?
if you bump into them. If you bump into one,
they've gone through great lengths to make it hard to tell if an NPC is an NPC.
Oh, really?
There are players who look just like them, and the NPCs do weird things like run and slide to a stop and turn the other way. And you can be pretty sure that an NPC is an NPC if you play a lot, but
it
takes a while for you.
It's not like a Warzone
veteran,
DMZ where you can tell easily.
It was probably 200 hours of that game before I could, like, at this point when I can tell, especially when I'm playing, like if I'm playing every day, I can tell 90% of the time what's going on, whether it is or not, just by the way they move or the way it sounds.
And where they
you'll
are.
also after a while you recognize the false
pattern
things that they do to imitate people. You're like, oh, that's the fake run that the bots do. That's the fake weapon check the bots do right after the
bots
fake
loot
run.
dead bodies in this game. And you're like, fuck.
Oh,
that's
really?
real player behavior. Yeah.
That's messed up. Okay.
They have
That's crazy.
So, and there's tiers of bots. So normally you're dealing with these tier 1 bots. Again, don't bump into it. But if you're going in and you're experienced, you kind of mop the floor with them like SEAL Team 6. They don't see you coming. You're just silenced once in the head and they're all gone. But then you'll run into these higher tier guys who are like bosses, like boss characters who will often have a support squad with them. They are like an area of magnitude. It's a magnitude more powerful. It's not like, oh, these are level 2 guys or these are level 3 guys. It's like these are level 50 guys. We've been dealing with level 1 guys who had 100 HP. This guy has 1500 HP. He has a backpack full of healing items. If he gets hurt, he'll run away and heal himself. All of his boys are popping stimulants, so they're all hyped up and crazy. They make no noise when they move, and their AI tells them to stab you with poison as quickly as possible. It'll be shit like that. We'll see them and recognize their character model, and you'll hear somebody call out the name, like Sanitar's here. We immediately back into corners and close doors in front of us, like aiming at a closet door like a woman in a scary movie, because that's the only way to defeat them. Because when that door, they'll phase through the door a little as their character is opening it, and you just aim where, now you can tell where their head is through the door, and you just, because 1 headshot won't do it, 5 won't do it if you don't have the right ammo. They are way more powerful than anything you ever deal with, but when you kill them, it's often really good loot. So you get into these crazy Walking Dead scenarios in that game where I might come upon a scenario where 3 men fought the boss and there's one of them standing and he has a pile of gold in front of him, basically. But here I am, all fresh and clean, like not a speck on me. And I can hear him breathing blood in the bathroom.
Wow.
And if he uses the med kit, then he's locked in a 10 or 12 second animation. If I hear him start that, I'm coming for you, bitch. I'm opening the door, blowing you away. So he might be faking it. Click, 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 but he cancels to see if I move. He's just testing because he's not sure if I'm out there or not. There are these but then I might speak in VoIP and be like, bro, there's a lot of loot out there. How about you heal? And I'll let me know when you're done. I'll be looting out here. And when you're healed up, I leave with what I've got. And they'll be like, yeah, deal. Like you make deals like that. And just kind of split what we got.
Do you honor your deal?
100% of the time. I've never told a lie in that game. I will never tell a straight lie to you. If I say I'm not going to shoot you, I will not shoot you 100% of the time. Never lied.
It's good. You have to have a sense of honor.
Have you been lied to very much?
What I will do is say, hey, you come here. You want some apples? And like here, throw some shit on the ground. And when they bend over, go, boom, how you like them apples? Because I never said I wasn't gonna.
Yeah.
But if you said to me, if we come out, are you going to shoot? I will say, no, I will not. And when you come out, I will not shoot under any circumstances unless you shoot first.
That's cool.
But we didn't have, but I was just being an asshole. You know, I was like, hey, come here, look at this. And they come over. It's their
You're
fault.
like a despicable Johnny Appleseed.
Yeah.
just going around murdering people.
See, games like that I can't get into because people are going to be so souped up by the time I get into it. Like they've been playing for years, like you have. Like I wouldn't even stand a chance. Where a basic game like Apex Legends, everyone's pretty much on an equal footing and all have the same weaponry. You know what I mean? So it's like
I feel you.
It's like a Division, or Division 2. Like I started playing the Division. It's a game where you're running around in New York and you got to build up your arsenal and all that stuff and shoot people. Yeah. And I was really good at the Division. And then I went on tour, a paintball tour for like 3 weeks. And I came back and everybody I knew was like completely tanks in the game. So every time I tried to do anything, I got destroyed immediately. So I just stopped playing that game. You know what I mean? So I'm not up for that, stressing myself out for a game that I don't have that much time to play.
Yeah. So that's exactly, I played the game for a year and was awful at it, like always getting bullied, and it would be so discouraging because a big part of it is going in and scavenging, which is honestly, which is my favorite part when I envision The Walking Dead. It's like how fun it would be to go on the adult Easter egg hunt where a can of ravioli was a huge find. Like it's kind of fun to scavenge through an old grocery store looking for chicken noodle soup. I like the idea of that.
Yeah.
And you do that so much in this game that, but I would be like, man, I'm just a walking pile of loot. I'm just waiting on somebody to catch me. And that's what it would be like, because I would lose every gunfight. So I started just being sneaky, just being a rat. So when I hear people coming, I'm just like, I ain't here. Just walk on. I'll go prone. I'll lay in the grass on my belly, on my belly in the grass, and hope they walk past me, and they will, because nobody expects you to just lay on the fucking ground.
Have you no pride?
None. No. I'll bet. Oh, we'll beg. We'll plead. All sorts of things. We've made people squeal like a pig. We've made people do awful things in that game.
See, that's fun. That's like part of the flavor.
We've fought people before.
Paintball, so
we'd make two friends fight each other to the death with a weapon we provided. Like.
So you're like the Joker with the broken pool cue. There's only one opening.
Like you give one of them a crowbar and you give one of them a knife, and you're like, winner gets to leave.
That's
winner is also going to be killed. Like that's.
You gotta do
I'm bored. Too. And I'm really high on a nerd rope.
It would depend. It would depend how well he fought, whether he was actually spared or not. At the very least, I'm probably going to break his leg. Like, because that's so funny.
Can you like
really funny to cripple people?
Like a Roman emperor, like up or down? Maybe
we've done that so many times, dude. So many times.
That's hilarious.
Absolutely, because when you can catch people and in VoIP, you can tell them to disarm. Like, look. Bro, there's 4 of us, and we'll all start talking. Yeah, man, I'm over here. I'm over here. I'm over here. Like, we got you fucking surrounded, dude. Give us your shit and you can go. But of course they can't go. We just want their shit. It's just like in the movies. Like we just want we're trying to take your teeth away so we can take everything else away and have a little fun while we do it. You know? And that's what Tarkov can become if you like really grind at it. Rust can too. In Rust, it's even more likely. Well, actually, in both games it is. Sometimes you'll find an item that is key to your future survival, and getting home with it means not only you possess it, but you learn to make more. So it's like, not only is this a med pack, like the good one like the one everybody wants.
Yeah,
I can learn how to make these if I can get it home, and then my whole med problem is solved. So I'll do anything you say, mister. Do I need to stab Taylor?
I hope
a French accent. Oui, monsieur! Stab! Like, whatever they want, I'll do it.
Well, now Call of Duty is getting artificial intelligence to watch the, what do you call it? The chat rooms, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
really?
They have AI is going to be now monitoring voice chat to see if there's bullying and name calling and stuff happening. So that should be interesting.
Oh, they're gonna find bullying and name calling. You know, they could have hired me as a consultant. I would have been like, yes, there is. You will find it. You think people are being mean online, and it's like, shut up, pussy. Oh, I'm sorry, you hired me.
Have you
You're
seen
right.
the character models? Have you seen the player models you can buy?
Modern Warfare 3, they're gonna say, is the AI is gonna be monitoring what you're saying and look out for certain words and
Do you
stuff
think
like
that might just
Yeah,
be
that
a
sucks.
scam?
No, I think
Oh.
it's legit. I saw it on
Mm.
IGN or something like that they're gonna initialize it.
I hope it
So it sounds
fails,
like
and
a
I
legit
hope that,
thing.
I don't
that
play Call
gamers
of
can
Duty
keep being
anymore.
absurd.
I saw today that you could buy a Homelander player model. Like you could play
Yeah,
as
yeah.
Homelander. You
Yeah.
can buy Nicki Minaj. You can play
Yep.
as Nicki Minaj, and
Yep.
you can buy Snoop Dogg. There you go. That's
In what game is this?
Call of Duty.
Warzone, Call of Duty. Now, do you guys watch The Boys?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, big
no.
fan of the
Okay.
boys.
Because
Huge.
there was a part of the game in Warzone where you could use some of their powers.
fuck?
So you could use that's Nicki Minaj. So you could find syringes and inject yourself, and you have Homelander's eyes to take out people.
Man, Jeff Bezos has so much money.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, Call of Duty. I want like my superhero star guy in there. He's got laser eyes and shit. He's Superman. Can we put him in your Call of Duty game? That's what you do, right? Video games and shit. Kids.
Yep.
See, I
Yeah,
like this.
I guess. How much did you say, sir?
But
He's
yeah,
a fucking military shooter, and they've got a white
Black
supremacist
Noir.
flying around with laser eyes. He's
Can
not a
you
white
turn
supremacist.
off-
He's an asshole.
Can you turn off these visibilities if you want, or
well,
do you just have to
the
fight a bunch of
abilities are
Nicki Minaj?
temporary. So you
Dude,
can only
I'd be
use
so
laser
mad
eyes
if
like
someone
once.
did that to me in COD.
Really?
Imagine you were laying there prone sniping, and when homeboy showed up behind you, put his boot on you, and lasered your eyes out of your head.
Bro, I
That's
took out a
not so
chopper
cool.
doing that. It was
What
awesome.
am I playing though? It's Call of Duty.
Yeah, it's not really on
I used to
theme.
get mad about noob tubes, Woody.
I hear you, but I can
I would
imagine
get
where
mad about
laser eyes
YouTubes
suck.
publicly,
You know,
and then I would use them.
you can't just look across the whole crowd, I assume, and laser
No,
everyone
yeah,
at one
it
time.
It only
you do
lasts
on
for
the
like
show.
3 seconds.
I just don't think it fits the brand. I just think it's off brand, and it's this whole
it's-
other thing.
It's pretty
You're
much what
right.
it is.
I have
It's
less
only
commitment to the
characters,
brand.
Yeah, but if
I
you're like a
think- I
military
think
shooter kind of guy,
Activision's right with you.
yeah,
Yeah.
though. That's Snoop, I think.
I'd
it
say
is.
so.
He's got a special
yeah.
gun too.
I mean,
Is he
fucking
leaning back?
Yeah,
That is terrible for him.
and they've got his voice and everything in it.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
He
it's
does a
pretty-
bunch of
great.
voice acting.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't care. He
Well, this
plays
is
the
kind of
game.
this is
He
kind of
streams
fucking
it.
dumb. Like to be
I don't
able to
fucking
play
care.
as Snoop.
I
I don't
fucking
care
care.
either. But like, it is funny to be like hearing the voice lines. I'm sure of,
It kind of
like,
is.
move
It's-
out, get the B flag, and then you see like fucking Macaulay Culkin, running across the way in his Home Alone
did I
outfit.
read-
And
You know Sergeant Price, right? That's the guy with the mustache.
Mhm.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I think I read that Henry Cavill was going to play him in a movie.
Oh, that'd be
Hmm.
crazy.
Did
That'd be
I thought he was pouring all his effort into that Warhammer series.
I mean, I'm sure he's
multitask.
he is.
I
Well,
wonder
I
if
think
Henry Cavill will have a fall. I,
I
feel
think
like he is perched up, like put on this podium. This what are the
Pedestal.
pedestals I'm looking for? Thank you. He's put on this pedestal as
You're a
the
hater.
greatest guy, right?
You hate on
Everybody
Henry.
loves
He
him.
is.
From his
He
PC
is.
building to his PC playing to his gaming to
Seems
to
like a
everything.
cool guy.
Have you seen his interviews on like the Graham Norton show or whatever that British big popular night show
Yeah.
thing they
I've
do?
seen that. You can tell he's a nerd, and I like that about him.
Fantastic. I love
He's
his
very
straight face.
personable.
Like, yeah, they're figures, and I play a game called this and that, and the way it works is, and like he just won't even fucking laugh at himself at all about it. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I'm Henry Cavill, right? Yeah, I play with my figurines. Real
Yeah.
popular game. A lot of your
I'm
audience
not
knows about
hating
it.
on him. I
think
just
it's
feel
cool.
like typically when someone is that elevated to this is our hero, that you find out they're like they make one mistake and they
He was
sink 'em
Superman.
down.
Yeah. They
Chris
get
Pratt
is-
comes to mind. Chris Pratt was like the guy that everyone loved. I was like, I will watch a movie just because I want Chris Pratt to succeed at life. And then he said some Christian stuff or Republican stuff or something and lost half his fan base.
Yeah, but Will
Yeah.
Smith's a
Some
perfect
Christian stuff.
example of that, though, right?
Well, Will
Slap.
he been shedding it for years, man. Look, that Jada stuff, what we knew about that stuff for a long time. Like if you were on the internet, you knew about it and you followed it.
Yeah.
Like the whole
Yeah.
thing with the son's rapper buddy, and like he's always been soft, kind of. But like I love Will Smith. I love his fucking movies. I
Yep.
feel bad that all this happened to him. I
Wow.
don't mind that he slapped Chris Rock. No. Let me take that back. I understand why he slapped Chris Rock.
I
He just had
understand it
enough.
too. Yeah.
He just exploded. Look, every
I mean,
now
it
and
was
then you get
funny.
mad. It was funny,
It was
but
hilarious.
obviously he
Awesome,
shouldn't have done it. It's misdirected rage. Like man, you should have smacked that other motherfucker. You should have smacked that bald-headed bitch next to you. You should have smacked that goofy ass bad acting son of yours.
But you know what?
Not
That's
had
the
you should have smacked whatever. You should have smacked whatever producer you pimped your teenage daughter to, so that she could sing that song, swap your head back and forth, which is about like getting fucked when she's like 11 or 12, trying to make her a pop star. They fucking rolled the dice and said, you act and you sing. And it's despicable. That whole family's nasty. His wife's real fucking sexy though. I liked her since she played Nairobi in that Matrix sequel. I always liked Jada Pinkett Smith.
yeah.
Before the hair thing,
I liked her in Demon Knight. Remember that one?
I've never seen that.
Demon Knight.
Demon Knight. It had the guy from
Green Eyes.
When the demons came around, they were like in this little hotel, and the demons started coming to the hotel. It had what's his name now? I'm not gonna remember, of course, but that was a good
and
B
Gotham.
movie.
Zach nailed it. Gotham is like
I heard
think
about
it was
that,
on the WB network or something like that. But it's like it's the Batman prequel. So you've got a lot of the people that you would know from the Batman universe, but Batman hasn't happened yet. And so she's in there. I don't remember who exactly she plays, but she's very sexy in that too. She's probably got a wig.
Jada's hot, bro. Jada's hot. Don't sleep on it.
Yes, I agree. Always has been very hot. And Woody always had the stance, and I agree with it, that like, well, who's to say what their real relationship is? Maybe they got like an open relationship where like maybe maybe it was fine that she slept outside the marriage because he does it a lot too. Well, the real problem was that she was so close to home with who she did it with. Like maybe that was the whole problem to begin with.
Can I add on to that?
Yeah.
A lot of times people in these open relationships, it's like, an essential part of how this works is you don't embarrass me. And that's where she went wrong. Like everyone knew she fucked that kid. And I can't tell you who Will Smith is fucking, but I bet it's somebody or a lot of people. But he didn't embarrass her.
I bet there's a masseuse somewhere that could tell you some tales.
Yeah,
I bet so. Just like John Travolta, I remember that.
You leave him alone, goddammit. He's been through enough. You know his wife and his daughter. Come on, leave him alone.
His wife and his daughter what?
Died.
Oh,
tragically. I believe.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
That man owns a 747.
That's pretty cool. And he knows what he wants in a massage.
It would be pretty cool if it was at an airport somewhere, but it's really fucking cool because he lives at
I was
in his house.
Yeah, you jacked me off.
his 747's in his backyard in a hangar with the rest of his aircraft. That guy, I love John Travolta. I've always thought it was really, when you hear about how Tarantino had to fight to get him in Pulp Fiction, sort of revive his career. I always liked Travolta, and From Paris with Love is probably the last time.
An amazing
really
movie.
Good, really good. From Paris with Love.
Movie.
Is there's like some spy shit going down the American embassy in France or something, and they send John Travolta's goofy, weird, like CIA killer ass over there, and he has this buddy cop kind of thing going on. And I don't want to spoil it. Please,
straight-laced partner.
From Paris with Love. There's a part, I'm not going to spoil it.
Oh my!
Where you remember that scene in Pulp Fiction where they accidentally blow Marvin's head off?
Yes, in the car.
There is a scene that is equally. No, there was a scene.
No, I think it's worse, bro.
It tops it. There was a scene that comes out of nowhere. So it doesn't even spoil it to tell you that it's coming, because you don't know when it's coming and you won't know when it's coming. But somewhere in that movie, I'll say 40% of the way through, maybe.
Now I know when it's coming.
I mean, roughly,
No, you still won't know. Trust me. There's so many crazy things in the movie, you still won't figure it out. You won't
see it coming. You'll have no idea. Just out of nowhere, boom. What happened? I actually shot Marvin's face off, or whatever the fuck, and it blows you away, and you're like, what happened? And everybody it's great. It's a very good movie. It's an action movie. Like don't expect.
It should have a sequel too.
I would be fine with a sequel because his look in that, he's bald. I love that, him embracing the baldness. Like get that shit off your head, bro. You look fine bald. You look better bald than with whatever. Like don't do that Steven Seagal shit. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't pass. That doesn't pass muster. I can see right through that nasty shit.
What does
I like
Steven
that movie.
Seagal do?
a mixture of things. So there's definitely a hair piece going on at this point. But early on, what he would do is he would color his hairline in with like a marker. And so there's a famous time when he actually stepped off the set into the water, and they didn't warn him because they hated him. And so he like comes out of the water, and his hair's running into his face because he's magic markered his. See, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now there's no marker to be seen here, but on camera, when he's able to, they marker him up.
Yeah. He looks terrible with the hairline.
Have you heard
this? Oh, he looks great there.
Have you heard
the hairline
stories that have been told, like by Rob Schneider and Keenan Ivory Wayans and stuff?
I don't want to brag, but I'm pretty sure I know every single Steven Seagal story, and they're amazing. Amazing. If you have any that you like, they're all good. The one about the guy choking him out, making him shit himself.
Yep.
The one about how he would always hit the stuntmen. He'd hit them for real. He was known for that.
Michael J. White almost knocked him out.
Lots of people almost
because he punched
him. He broke Connery's wrist. He broke Sean Connery's wrist.
What a dickhead.
Yeah. Connery just wanted to learn something for a James Bond movie or some shit, and Connery told the story on the Tonight Show. Maybe to it doesn't matter. He's like, yeah, he was teaching me a bit of Aikido. You understand? He's a master at it. The man is 6'4", 250 pounds if he's an ounce, and well, in a moment it snapped my wrist. And they're like, I
was about to fuck him up like I almost did Barbara Walters.
Weird, wild stuff. And they just let it fly. And it's like, wait, he broke your fucking wrist? Like that sounds awful. But yeah, he's an awful human being. I remember, he has the TV show, obviously, or he had, where he was like a sheriff's deputy in New Orleans.
Yeah.
And he fought crime. So they would just like pull people over for no fucking reason. And Steven Seagal go rough them up a little. And Steven Seagal go up there. Hey, let me look at your eyes, bro. Let me look at your eyes, brother. Let me see if you're high. You doing this? You doing that? They're like shaking people down for Steven Seagal's TV show. It was ridiculous. And there's multiple seasons of it. He's like friends with a sheriff or something. So they made him a real deputy. Can you imagine getting arrested by Steven Seagal? Yeah. I'm not trying to copy. There's a whole bit about this. I'm not trying to copy it, but just I can't believe you didn't know. Maybe it's Tom Segura.
You never seen the show?
Tom Segura has a great bit about.
I've never seen the show.
Can you imagine what it's like to get arrested and it's Steven fucking Seagal?
Yeah. And it's funny because on the show he'd go around and do this stuff, and like he's like he's high up in there. He's high up there in the black community. Like he gets mad respect for some reason in the black community.
Really?
Yeah, and everywhere he'd go, because he was huge in the 90s, bro, especially when he went to Jamaica and did that movie and stuff. And like everywhere he goes when he was doing the cop show, tons of black people will come around and go, oh, it's Steven Seagal. You know what I mean? Like he was like the icon almost. It was like so weird. Did you hear about the story of him and Steven Spielberg?
No, did he beat him up?
No, but I'll tell this really quick. Rob Schneider told this story, and it goes, So Spielberg is on the set. He's on the set. He's working on a movie, and he agreed to have a chat with Steven Seagal or Siegel or whatever his real name is. And so Steven Seagal walks into his trailer thinking he's the big man and stuff like this, and he goes, "Listen, I read the greatest script I've ever written in my life. It's masterpiece." And it's something you'll thank me for giving it to you. And Spielberg goes, really? Wow. Like, how do you know it's that good? Like, who wrote it? He goes, it's because I wrote the script. You know what I mean? And they're like doing it to Steven Seagal. Steven Spielberg.
I've heard, multiple people have said that he told that to him. He's like,
dude, I like that confidence.
I just read the greatest script I've ever read. And they're like, who wrote it? I did.
Yeah. What was the movie on the boat that he did on the
Under Siege?
Yeah, it was a sequel to that.
There's on the train. So let me just say, in Steven Seagal's defense, Under Siege is a damn good movie. So first of all, you've got Tommy Lee Jones as the bad guy taking over a naval vessel with missiles on it.
Big boobies coming out of a cake. It was awesome.
Yes, is that Brigitte Nielsen's titties? Whose titties are those? Those are
not Brigitte Nielsen. It was another.
Whose titties? Those are good titties. They're famous titties.
Oh, they're huge. I can't remember.
Under Siege 1. Whose titties are those? I can't pull it out of my ass right now for some reason.
Oh, I can't remember.
That's a good movie.
Yep.
And I think I like the one he did with the Wayans brother, where he takes the Wayans brother's got like a cold or the flu or something. He's congested, and they go to like this herbal shop, and he gives him some stuff. He's like, "Yeah, put that under your tongue." And he like puts it on his tongue. He's like, "What is it?" And he's like, "Deer penis."
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that, because my favorite story from that is when he finally gets the villain, and this villain has been murdering people, right? Children, women, gutting them in their beds. He's a diabolical man.
Bad guy.
And Steven Seagal has him at gunpoint at an altar. And I think he has a hostage maybe the priest even. Maybe he's about to kill the priest at the altar in the big Catholic cathedral. And Steven Seagal's got him at gunpoint. Well, during the filming of this critical scene, pivotal scene, Steven Seagal has gone through an emotional awakening. I believe he had met with the Dalai Lama.
Dalai Lama, yeah.
and he had been ordained as like a demigod or something, a deity.
Yeah.
And he took that 100% seriously.
Yeah.
Like Thor came down, you picked up Mjolnir for real, and he's like, "Bro, I can't give you mine, but I'm coming back with yours." You know what I mean? Like, you're one of us now. Like, he acted like he got that talk. And so he comes back on set, time to blow away the bad guy, right? And again, bad guy's diabolical. Not only that, he's just foaming at the mouth asking for it, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Steven's like, "I changed my mind. I don't think I can do violence anymore and film at all. Really, I definitely can't take a life." And they're like, "That's the whole point of the movie and today, Steven, is that you do violence on this man." And so they go to the actor who's acting the bad guy, and they're like, "Look, you have to convince him that killing you is what your character needs to release him, or figure it out. Make something up." So this is an interview with that actor. He's like, "So I go to him and I say, Steven, you'd actually be doing me a favor, you see, killing me, because I'll be reincarnated and I'll be able to live a real life then, because this one's over. This one's in ruins. You understand? I need you to free me. So then could you do it?" And he's like, I think I could do that then. Yes, I think I could. So they film it with him shooting him. Boom, boom, boom. Like, they use squibs. Blood blowing out of the middle of his chest. Deep red. Heart blown out, right? Heart explodes on camera. Got him. Classic 90s bad guy death. Steven Seagal says, "If you use that, if you have me kill him, I'm done right now. I won't take this is like weeks later, comes back.
Change his mind.
That's not how this works. I did not kill him. Fix it." And so they make the bad guy actor go back in ADR and record audio going, oh, it hurts. Come back and finish me off, you son of a bitch. And then Steven Seagal turns around and walks away. And that's how the scene ends.
That's great.
That's in the movie.
That's so bad.
Is he the guy who, like, he won't lose a fight on screen?
That's
like
The Rock. That's and that makes perfect sense. Like I can't think of too many fights that Schwarzenegger's ever fucking lost. You know, I don't remember Stallone getting beaten up other than Rocky fucking.
Stallone got beat up every Rocky film, and the other Terminator beat Schwarzenegger. But
but in Rocky,
Schwarzenegger killed the other Terminator.
The Glimmer Man is the movie you're talking about, by the way.
Okay, yeah, the one where he's the T-9000, or the metallic one,
the T-2000.
Yeah, that guy got the best of Schwarzenegger for all but the last scene.
Well, no spoilers. Taylor hasn't seen it for some ungodly reason.
You haven't seen Terminator 2?
I haven't gotten around to it.
Please go watch it.
Wow.
Okay. I watched a documentary about it last night.
I gotta watch The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly first, and then I'll make my way to Terminator.
Is that the one where Clint Eastwood rapes someone?
Yeah. Have you ever seen Die Hard, Lethal Weapon, or the original? Let me know if you've seen it. Stop me when you've seen one. Die Hard.
I've seen Die Hard 1.
Oh, okay. Wow, I'm shocked. Lethal Weapon?
No.
Mad Max?
None of those. No. I saw the new one with Tom Hardy.
You didn't see the Mel Gibson ones.
Have you seen the Avengers?
No.
The first Avengers movie.
Yes, I'm almost positive I've seen. Yeah, the first Avengers. I have seen that.
Okay.
I don't
Star
think
Wars?
I've seen. Yes, I've seen all the I haven't seen
Okay,
whatever the new ones are, but I saw the original ones
There are
as a
these
kid,
weird
and
gaps,
then
though,
the
that make no
ones that
sense to
came
me.
out when I was like 11, 12, 13 in early 2000s. I saw all those also, and I was at the age where I thought it was pretty cool. Like I thought the pod racing was actually really neat.
Dirty Harry.
No, I haven't seen that.
It's a real good
Wow.
one.
So there's like a lot of references you don't get on like Family
You'd
Guy.
love Dirty Harry.
A
because
huge
it's from
amount that I just have to go ha ha and play along because Kyle has an encyclopedic knowledge of movies, and I
just watched a documentary about Terminator 2 last night, like an hour-long thing about Terminator 2 with behind-the-scenes stuff I'd never seen before. Like I love that movie so much. It's tremendous. It's tremendous.
Yeah, it's a work of art. Oh my gosh. When she's trying
Everyone
to kill the
says that.
scientist and he's through the silencer and he's at his computer desk and she's like shooting through the back of the office and his son running in. There's so many cool things about that movie, bro.
The whole movie's
spoilers,
wonderful.
you know.
Love it, you know.
Have you seen Inception, Taylor?
Spoilers, seriously?
No, of course I don't give a
Taylor.
fuck about spoilers.
Don't tell him about
Inception.
Miles Dyson.
Have you seen it? Inception.
Yes, I have seen
Oh, okay.
Inception. I liked it
Beautiful.
less than it came out like the same year or maybe like 8 months after Shutter Island, which was the other huge
Are you on
Leo
Plex
movie.
with us?
No, I need to get an email invite to
Will
the
my
Plex.
login work for you? Like, can you and I both? Can me and him both use the same login?
Yes, but there's a maximum number of streams, and if you only ever watch it just yourself, you're okay.
Okay, I'll send you the information. Remind me at the end of the show to send you my login so you
text
can
you.
get Plex
Thank
and
you.
you can have everything for free virtually,
Oh,
including a bunch of. Anytime I mention something on the show, he puts it on Plex. Like you can see every show. what we
allow me
talked
to
about 'cause there's 4
interrupt.
movies at it.
Chris, Lord of Plex, Lower Deck is broken. The first episode doesn't work, and it stops at episode 7. There are 3 seasons of this. I love the show. If you could find time,
There's a form for this.
There's a form, really?
I don't have
Chris
it.
rules.
He does have.
We would like a direct email for you. How about that? That would be swell. Maybe a
My
WhatsApp
wife
or
and I want to finish Lower Decks, and we
Discord.
don't have Paramount, and it's broken on your service. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it.
All the things.
Because every time we talk about something here, he'll put it on there and I'll jump on there and
Oh.
watch it. Lots of eclectic stuff and
dude,
weird
he's
fun
so
stuff.
good. Kyle will mention like 4 shows, and then I go into Plex, and it's like newly added Sopranos, Lower Deck, and Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. And I'm like, God, that guy is on top of it.
I've been looking for
Yeah.
good horror lately. I watched a horror movie last night on Shudder called Sea Fever.
Yeah.
I
I'm a
have-
horror
getting
fanatic.
deep
You know
into
what's so funny?
Yes,
I've seen that.
You've seen Sea Fever? Man, all right. So
Let me-
I would
let me
it's
check.
definitely
That was okay.
it's definitely a B movie based,
Mhm.
like budget wise, but I would say a B plus budget. There's no parts that look so bad that you laugh at. It's certainly not like Sharknado or it's not goofy. It's taken seriously. Essentially, there's a fishing vessel with a lot of people on it, including some sort of student scientist who's there to do some like accompanying research maybe on the ocean. She's tagging along. They've let her go. And it looks like a whole Scandinavian crew and Scandinavian actors who you'll recognize if you've seen a lot of stuff, Vikings and shit like that. You're like, I've seen you before. And basically, the captain wants to make a little extra money, so he goes into a exclusion zone, a place where you're not allowed to fish. And they even remark, hey, there's whales here. They usually stay out of the fishing lanes. They hate the boats. And it's like, yeah, we're not in the fishing lanes anymore. We've gone to where boats don't usually go at all. We're out here where we're not supposed to be. And they run into a enormous creature that mistakes them for a dead whale, their boat for a dead whale that it would feed on and put its little baby tadpoles in. And so their boat becomes infected by little baby tadpoles. And then the people get infected by little baby tadpoles. And where this guy's, I don't want to spoil what happens, but there's an explosive reaction that is real gruesome that happens because someone had little baby tadpoles in them. And it's how we find out that there are, in fact, little baby tadpoles on the ship. They're like, oh, there they are. Fuck. And it gets increasingly darker and darker.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have a happy ending. I don't mind like giving that much away because again, it's
love
like a
it.
B+ horror movie where that's like I don't
I
know.
like
I
a
felt
not
bad
happy
after
ending in a horror
it was
movie
not
from
happy.
time to time. It keeps you guessing.
I am a horror
Yeah.
movie fanatic, so if you ever need a good suggestion, I could tell you
Love
several
it.
movies that will fuck
Yes,
it.
please.
There is this one movie that's probably my top 3, top 5 of all time horror movies.
Mhm.
It's a Spanish movie called Terrified, where it's almost like a neighborhood that's haunted. Google that shit, excuse my language, and watch that. It will mess you up. Amazing movie.
I'll watch that. I love
Like, it's
not
an
Terrified or
amazing
Terrified.
movie.
2017 film.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to
It
watch
has good
that movie.
ratings.
You will
I'll
love
check
it.
that out. I'm always like, what's another good one? I'm always looking for new horror to watch. I like horror.
Midsummer is a good one.
Enjoyed that.
I
Enjoyed
thought that was
it was my
that's a horror.
that's Ari Aster, right?
Oh.
The
Yeah, I think
director.
so. Yeah,
It's my least favorite of his movies, but
I know
it's
people who think it. I know people who think it's like one of the best of all time, and people who don't like it's one of those movies.
Hereditary blew me away.
Hereditary was amazing.
I had to watch
Really
it twice to enjoy it and appreciate it. I disliked it the first time. I maybe came on I maybe even came on here and shat on it. And I really got caught up on that little girl and look, I
Mm,
know that's how she looks. Her face is a bit unfortunate to look at.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it was off-putting to me and she kept doing those little like
Clicking.
ticks, that
Yeah.
clicking tick she does. And that was really off-putting to me for some reason too. And every now and then I watch something and I'm queasy, like unrelated to that. I'm like sick to my stomach.
yeah,
I have this hatred of SpongeBob SquarePants because I was hungover the first time I ever like
That's a
saw an
shame.
episode. I was like fucking sour stomach, hungover, nasty, feeling like shit. And so it's
And you're
poisoned
like
that for me.
hearing like nah, like just loud ass.
lives in a
SpongeBob
pineapple
laughing.
under the sea, and I'm like, I need a ride home.
Patrick, and you're like,
It's
ah,
that's hilarious.
ruined it for me. What was I talking about before SpongeBob?
Midsummer.
The
You were talking about that
or
the girl with the
Hereditary,
unfortunate
rather.
face.
The second time I watched it though, and I started appreciating the little intricacies of it, the hidden details, the symbolism. I
Exactly.
missed huge plot points the first time I watched it, and I usually think I'm good at that, but I was like, holy shit, she was
Yeah.
there though. This character was watching way earlier than she's introduced. There she is in the background, or oh, this happened here and there, and oh shit, what's that in the fucking shadows? There's lots of that.
Yeah.
And the last 10-20 minutes of that movie are a shit show roller coaster goat fuck. It
Yeah.
goes
Mhm.
wild. The
It
only
goes
thing
off
that
the
I can
thread.
compare it to, as far as I like that when you come out of nowhere and hit the audience in the fucking teeth when they've just been taking body blows all night. It's
Yep.
like, whoa, wasn't ready for this. It's
Yeah.
Bone Tomahawk. You seen
Yeah.
that shit?
I've seen that one.
Woo! When the thing that happens fucking happens in Bone Tomahawk, you're
Yeah.
like, oh, we're not watching a Western anymore.
Yeah.
We went straight to cannibal horror film. Holy shit. I've never
They go from
intentionally
that
watched anything
normal-
that gory before.
They go from like a normal Western, like it's a little quiet out here on
Not
the
just normal, but good one.
frontier, and then good slow burn, good acting. I was enjoying it, and then in like maybe 25 seconds, it goes from that to absolute brutality,
Like-
and then it gets
like-
worse and worse and worse
Like,
until
hear
they're
me
in the
out here, wouldn't-
cages.
Hear me out here. Wouldn't you watch a whole TV series about that cast just doing normal cowboy shit without cannibals? Like,
Mm.
some rustlers came and took Bill's herd. Come on, Roscoe, let's go get. And that group of guys just rides off and deals with some rustlers. And
I would need
gets
a
back-
little cannibalism.
They, lots of eating beans and
I'm with Taylor.
campfires. You need the cannibalism. All right,
there would
well,
need to be hints of it, and there'd be like,
well,
there's
fuck me then,
human
right?
shaped mouths eating our steer. Something like that.
Bone Tomahawk's hardcore.
Little
Yeah,
death whistle here.
Guess
I
it's not a
love that
cannibal
one.
anymore. It's eating our steers.
I love the old man.
A lot of the
The
best
old
horror movies are foreign movies. Like if you get out of American productions that tone their stuff down, like Hereditary is like a rare example, but
Mhm.
there's like what's the zombie Train to Busan?
Very
Yeah.
good. Very
Have
good.
you seen
Seen
that
that.
one?
Of course,
Mhm.
yeah. I love Korean
Yeah.
stuff.
That was a cool one. Like there's
They're the
when
cool
you get out
Asians.
of the States, like there's some really messed up ones that will screw with your head.
Yeah. There's a bunch of good like Asian horror, whether it's like Korean or Thai, Japanese. Like there's a ton of those out there. And
What's
they're
your favorite
usually
vampire
better.
movie?
Mine?
Fuck. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Ooh. Okay. Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Yeah,
is
with
really well
Keanu and
Gary Oldman.
Gary Oldman and
amazingly done.
Winona Ryder.
Yeah,
And Anthony
What's
Hopkins
the Tarantino one
and
where
Carrie
it's
Ewells.
What are you talking about? Dusk Till Dawn?
yes, the one that becomes a vampire movie at the very end. I like that.
Yeah, that was
Robert Rodriguez
more,
movie penned by Quentin Tarantino.
It was more hokey than scary.
Yeah, definitely not a
The
horror.
twist comes out of nowhere though, which I really
Yeah.
appreciate.
Yeah.
I so wish more movies would do that.
I mean, George Clooney and Tarantino, as brothers, was awesome in the first half. Like I thought that was a really cool matchup, but the way that Tarantino was screwed up.
I was cool with all that. I'd have watched that whole
really
movie
cool.
without the vampires, and I'd have watched a whole other.
That could have been a movie on its own. Yeah, totally.
I liked both.
But yeah,
Kyle,
I've seen every vampire movie, and I think that's one of the best ones. Bram Stoker's like really did it.
I was gonna say the same thing. It's great. I highly recommend it. It's a very sexy, horny movie. Very sexy, horny movie.
Yeah.
Which movie? Wait, you
Bram Stoker's Dracula. There's Dracula turns into a wolf man and fucking raw dogs this redhead with her titties out. Monica Bellucci and two other lesbian vampire chicks come out of the fucking bed.
How did you remember that name?
With their titties, because I love Monica Bellucci and her big fucking pussy, and not like I don't know, like big poofy like pussy lips. It's a real good looking pussy that she's shown a lot on film. Big titties. She's the chick who gets raped in Irreversible.
Oh, I'm a huge fan of.
Now you're on board.
Her. Yes,
yeah. Her and two other lesbian vampire bitches come out of Keanu's bed and they're like sucking his dick and biting his ball sack and shit. Really and Dracula's like, bitches, get the fuck away from him. He's mine. But don't worry, I got a brand new human baby infant. And he hands it to him, and they're just like, they like rip it apart, tear it to pieces while it screams. And Keanu's like watching all that shit go down. And then later on, you get the Wolfman raw dog and the redhead, which I mentioned. But then Lucy in general, the redhead.
I might just want to watch highlights.
Just titties out everywhere.
This sounds pretty fucking stupid. Like
Dracula, it is as close to the original book as any Dracula story there's ever been. It is.
And my next one was Interview with the Vampire.
As has ever been. And Gary Oldman tries his fucking heart out. He looks great. I love it.
I changed my answer. What We Do in the Shadows is my favorite vampire movie.
That's fun.
That's a very funny movie. I like it. But
have you even seen Twilight?
I had watched that with my high school girlfriend. The first one.
Don't ruin the conversation.
I was like, that sucks. So,
but
Kyle,
Interview with the Vampire, Brad Pitt.
Oh, I do. The question. I'm sorry. We got to go.
Never seen Interview with the Vampire.
We've neglected this for far too long. Let me pull it up.
Yes, we have a patron who. Check out the Patreon if you'd like to submit a question. We sift through and find the good ones, and this one is a follow up to one from a few months ago that we got. And Kyle, you can go ahead and read it. I think he backs it up even.
Yeah,
gives a little refresher.
It's the insane life help question, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Hey, I am the guy who answered months ago and blew a ton of money from stocks. I have continued to blow my stocks, but to be honest, Kyle never messaged me back, so I've just been blowing more money. I've been in Europe for 3 months now. I believe this is his inheritance, something like that, a limited quantity that started to be as a rather large amount, but is quickly dwindling. For 3 months now, he's getting his Italian citizenship, apparently. And his question is, what does he do now? He has 110,000 left. I have spent hundreds of thousands on good times, but Woody or Kyle, how do I turn what I have left into something meaningful? I feel so lost. No family or friends, only escorts in which I know will never love me. I put 15,000 on the Reds money line last week. I think he means the Cincinnati Reds baseball team. And came up big enough to last another year, sustaining his lifestyle. I know it won't last forever, though. I have always looked up to you guys as older brothers or parental figures, and I know the fans have done the same. At this point,
gotta ride the Reds.
Ride the Reds, baby. Let's go. Big Red Army. At this point, after blowing hundreds of thousands of dollars that my grandmother gave me, I should say, what do? I have just over 110,000 left in my stocks, and I feel at a loss. I am not sure if any of you have heard the term passport bro, but it means to travel for sex. I feel as if I am relegated to that. I know eventually my funds will run out, but there's nothing in my life that will even come close to the satisfaction I feel when I'm doing hookers and blow.
My favorite part of the question. There's nothing that comes close to the satisfaction in my life I feel when I'm doing hookers and blow. All right.
It is incredibly sad to say, but Woody is the closest thing I have to a father, and Kyle is the closest thing I have to a brother. I need help, and it's incredibly sad to realize the closest thing. Well, come on, don't tear us down after you built us up. I'm not reading the back part. Oh, it's sad that I have to reach out to Kyle to help me, but what else could I do? Oh, it was either him or just blew my brains out here in Italy. I don't even know if I want to answer your question now. Maybe I'll give you bad advice. Maybe anyway.
Yeah, it was gonna be good.
I think that you're still so. Granted, you sent this question in 30 days ago, so maybe you've gone through all of it by now on hookers and blow, which sounds fantastic, dude. I'm gonna be honest.
Have the Reds been on a streak? We might be able to predict this.
Yeah, look into that. See how the Reds are doing. You should have bet on the Bravos though, because that's going to win the series this year. But I would say that as long as you still have, no matter how much money you've got, that's more than most people start with, which again, it's free money that came from nowhere, and there's no reason to think about what you've lost because it's gone. You need to think about what you have, because there's a lot of people that are young like you. He's really young, I think, who have nothing to bounce off of. And that money can, like, I think I told you this last time. I don't know why you're saying I didn't answer your fucking question. That's your cushion that you sit on while you go to school, or you get a trade, or you open your business, or you figure your life out. Hookers and blow need to stop, obviously, but you sound like a hookers and blow man. So look, maybe do what Mark Twain said and make your vacation your vocation. Okay? You like hookers and blow? Find a way to earn a living through hookers and blow. I'm not advising you do anything illegal. I'm just saying, for example, hookers and blow, not literally hookers and blow, because I know you didn't literally mean hookers and blow. You meant like peanut butter jelly sandwiches and pay-per-view UFC events. They just get it.
Exactly. And
that's my advice to you.
Blow.
You know, like I'm not going to tell you to stop doing hookers and blow. You've spent $500,000 on hookers and blow. You fucking love it. All right. So become a
You
pimp.
need to be a drug dealing pimp.
A drug dealing pimp would be
he loves it.
would be fucking clutch as shit, bro. If you were a drug dealing pimp, and let me tell you this, those two things, it's not like becoming like a fucking sand salesman who's also a fisherman. Those two things fucking synergize, bro. A drug dealing pimp, the whores love drugs. And what better way to control them than the chemical dependence? Listen, my man, this book writes itself. You don't need me here. Andrew Tate wrote the book on this shit. Get to work. You're already in Europe.
Step one, move to Romania.
You know why European women are so fucking hot by and large? Like the average European woman, in my opinion, is more attractive.
Skinnier.
It's not the Viking rape. That accounts for their strong genetics and their red hair. Though. The reason they're so attractive is because when they went around burning all those witches up, they burnt all the ugly hags. They went around, crooked nose, fucking wart on her cheek, fucking lazy eye, fucking patchy ass hair. That bitch is like 30 pounds too heavy. Round her up too.
Look at her. She's casting spells. She has like cerebral palsy.
Round her up.
Look at her with her witchy, twitchy hand.
Exactly. If somebody had a fucking like hand deformity, you think they were casting a spell on you. Round them up. They rounded all of those ugly bitches up, and they, disposed of them. Unfortunately,
sent them to Australia.
Unfortunately, no, they burned them. They hung them.
They sent them to Boston.
They sent them all to Boston, Massachusetts, home of the ugliest bitches this side of the Mississippi.
I would have gone the other direction, Kyle. I would have thought that jealous people in those days would have been like, fucking Susie with her giant tits and ass. I'm going to accuse her of being a witch. Fuck her. And they thought there'd be some like vindictive witchery.
I'll be honest, Taylor, that's a bit of made up history. And I've used that both ways in the past.
Never let facts keep you from making your point.
I've used that to talk about why women are so ugly in a region of Europe before. I mean, you know what would happen? All the gals would get together. They see Becky fucking firm titties over there. And then they'd be, oh, Becky fucking said that she wished the crop would fail, and looky loo, there it fails. And she said she wished Tommy would trip, and he fell and broke his leg.
My
Well,
lord, her tits move in defiance of God's law of gravity.
They'd fucking lie on her, and they'd have her
We
fucking
must
crown
end-
stuff. Yeah, they bring her up on charges. She'd be gone. So I can use that. You can use that either way.
I want to answer the question.
Yeah, we should answer this guy's question.
There was a question?
Yeah, for the guy that wrote this or anyone who's in a vaguely comparable situation, if you know the road you're on leads to the wrong place, fucking turn. What kind of jackass is like, I can see myself headed to the pits of hell, but momentum. Nah, fucking turn, dick fuck. What?
Yeah.
You're over the top stupid on this. You've spent life-changing money on hookers and blow, and you're still going? Turn now. You still have $100,000 left. It's gonna grease the skids for the rest of your life if you use it smartly.
He's 100% right. That's what I'm talking about. That little, it's grease. That's that's a good way to think of it. And life gets fucking rocky sometimes, and it gets rusty sometimes. And money is such good grease to like, oh really? That was gonna ruin everything. $2,500. Poof, fixed it. Oh, life's over. 10,000. Poof, fixed it. All the time that kind of shit happens. And if you've got fucking 6 figures liquid over there, man, that's a lot of mana in your fucking back pocket to poof fix shit. Look, you can't fix a relationship. You can't make a woman not be a dumb piece of shit. And you can't make a friend not be a selfish jerk or whatever your problems might be in your real life. But money will fix that other shit. Sick dog, poof, not anymore. Your lawn look like shit. Nah, now it's pimping. Can't get any pussy. Car, house, working out. Fucking wardrobe.
Working out.
Wait. I don't think he needs instructions on how to convert cash into pussy. This is his subject
Sounds
matter.
like that's actually a huge problem.
It's like fucking laundering money back into pussy. Like right now you're doing it the illegal way. You're going straight for the pussy with the dollars. You got to filter that money back through wardrobe and fucking a household and a car and a night and a
I'm
good
not
look.
convinced your way is going to make the money last longer, Kyle. I think you'll go.
But then you have a house and a car and all the other things,
My dumb ass is like, oh, he spends the money on himself.
Oh my god, not all those appreciating assets. No. Like that would be my thing. Like you can get a lot of pussy if you've got like other things than just paying straight up for it. Although, look, I've never liked prostitutes. I think I've just had the one or two or whatever I've told on here. I don't have any secret ones. And it's like, what a icky process. And like, if you don't have a good sense of humor and be jokey about it with her, it could be real dark. I'm glad mine didn't seem like a sad prostitute. She was like a happy, I'm getting paid kind of prostitute. I don't know why I made her sassy because she was blonde, but it, but it didn't feel, it was just like, this wasn't like a good time. You're only here because I paid you the money and all, and I like to hang out after sex. I always tell Woody, we've talked about the thing where these guys will just like get laid and like never talk to a girl again. And I'm like, why did you do that? Did you fuck a girl that was so atrocious that you don't want to be like near her anymore? Because I'd like to make a relationship with her of some kind, or at least we're in contact and like, hey, you want to hang out? Okay, cool.
Brilliant. I don't know why everyone doesn't follow that Kyle rule. Like,
I think they're fucking awful women.
Well, okay, all right. In that regard, it makes a certain sense. But I think there are people who are turning down slutty women when they could be repeat customers.
I think with this guy, his like, when you read that he was like, I don't think anything is as much fun as I'm having now with cocaine and prostitutes. Like, it's more than the dude already knows the answer in his head. Like people who are happy and are not doing a bunch of cocaine and fucking prostitutes. Like you already know, in your head and like your soul and heart, whatever you want to say, like, you're not happy on this path. No. Like you already know that. You need to cut it out. You need unironically get really into Jesus rather than
that'll cost all that
more money than hookers and blow.
No. Don't you give a dime of that money to Jesus.
Yeah, they're gonna fucking ask.
No, I didn't say feed it to the church. I said
the money.
Get it. Anything.
That's what churches do. They're cults that
Jesus
just fucking get the cash
money.
out of you.
Why would
Might
God,
I give this guy a wee bit of advice?
You guys are too Reddit brained. If you hear I'm addicted to cocaine and prostitutes, and you go just do something else, maybe go to church or something, and you're like, no. Like
That's why
Actually,
my
it's
advice
not
works,
Reddit brain.
Taylor.
It's the time we tried to join the church, and they were like, "Hey, we like to do our deposits by you giving us your fucking
My
routing
advice
number and
fucking
bank
works.
password,
Don't
and
go
we
there then.
withdraw them automatically, and as we see
That's
fit."
absurd.
That was
Don't give
Catholic
your
Church.
bank. Yeah, don't give your bank account info to church people. Don't do that. But like literally
tell you-
anything would be getting super into working out, getting super into some hobby, paramotoring, skydiving. You
yeah,
have
you're
enough
on
to
the-
get
you're
into
on the right
something
path.
fun.
I've
You already
talked about
know
this
that you're
before.
miserable
Like-
and depressed going down this path of artificial happiness that clearly isn't working if you've dumped hundreds of thousands of dollars into it. And if you every day you do it more, you're going to regret it more, and you're going to drive. Oh, I got another fucking prostitute for $2,000. How am I going to make myself feel better about doing this again? Another prostitute tomorrow night
Hey,
with cocaine.
do you record like do you make pornos with these prostitutes? Because that would make so much more sense if you were let's say you're hooking up with like the creme de la creme of European prostitutes. Man, if you had an OnlyFans where they
No,
of
he's
course
not. No,
agreed,
You know what?
where
This
they
guy's not in
agreed to
shape.
like be filmed and everything, and you could have like yeah, this week like that could be part of your OnlyFans. I don't know if anybody does that, but like what if there was a dude who was like, this week you guys get to pick who I bang. Here's the whole like fucking whore list of in Uzbekistan. Here's like 500 women. Y'all pick one for me to bang. All right. Donate if the donations hit this amount, you guys get to pick what I do to her. Like, is there an OnlyFans like that?
So Kyle wants you to parlay prostitution into sex.
Dude, I've been trying so hard to make his vocation his vacation. Like get him fucking synergized.
It's genius,
baby.
really. Yeah.
Oh,
Honestly-
it's wonderful.
Like, you know how Only Use Me Blade is
sell
like,
cocaine.
hey, the first shot I'll do for $5, the second shot I do for 10, the third
There
shot
you
I do
go.
for 20, etc. You
Hell
need to do that with cum shots.
You're gonna need a supplement
There
to
you
help
go.
you with all
There
that.
you go.
training, though.
Maybe
I'll tell you
maybe
that, and
church
you know
was the
what?
wrong path.
We will buy ad space. Here's the thing: you get your OnlyFans going. We will promote it. We want to see 3 videos that are already uploaded. We will promote it. We will give you product. We will then
Oh,
be able.
hold
to
on. We don't
display
know what this
which
guy
shot-
looks like.
We will
Yeah,
then
that's
be
what
able
I'm
to
saying.
display.
This guy does
these
not look
are
good.
pending visual ocular pat down.
Sight
of course.
unseen. You want to
And-
promote his
and
porn? We need to.
Not
We need
sight
to know.
unseen. It's a hypothetical, clearly pending FPS Productions 2023. But what we just screw y'all out of it. but you know, like then you could take our product, you could up your game, and the fans would be able to see how much of a difference that it made, and you know, you could pay us for those services with some of the much money that you have, the many monies. And it could be a wonderful thing for both of us. You could have your dad and your brother watch you know, blow loads on Romanian whores, you know, and we your dad and your brother could come together to give you that help you need to get your jism to the turgid mass of disgustingness that we like to see out of our boy when he's blasting Romanian whores. You know,
100%.
like we want to welcome you into the family. Is what I'm saying.
This guy, he should do hookers.
We
and
want you
blow
to be
during the
cool
hangout.
guy of the year.
Cool guy of the year.
That's
I mean,
I'll
awesome.
make a
Yeah,
trophy.
I want to get
goddammit.
Wolf. What's your advice for this gentleman?
Mine.
I'm kind of scared because Jesus, after those, so here, what I would recommend is there's a very large percent that this guy is probably not that attractive, and I don't think he's gonna want to see himself on camera. I think he needs to go to
Mask it up. It's all good.
he needs to go to a third world nation of some kind, South America, or somewhere where his dollar can be he could live like a king. He needs to use that 100K, buy a small hotel or something that he can get some gains from, and like a regular influx of money before it all runs out and he's rock bottom. And he needs to go dry, like drop the drugs, he needs to go someplace where it's going to be really hard to get. South America might not be the best idea,
Shit,
but he needs to go somewhere.
Saudi
He needs to
Arabia.
go somewhere where
Hey,
he
we can
just
pay
try.
you in pesos or cocaine.
I keep picking the coke.
That could work too.
I have never
but he
not
needs
chosen coke, to be honest.
to invest that money.
I'm
so he can
hungry.
start building back, or he can get a regular return from it so that he can live off of something, because he's gonna go broke
Yeah.
real fast if he hasn't gone already. He needs to
Yeah.
buy some real estate, hotel with like 4 or 5 rooms that he can make a little money from, and chill out and
that.
sweat out the drugs and either end up in, I mean, you could also go your route and, move to Thailand where his money's going to stretch more and get his own roster of female employees.
Ladies.
If that's what he wants.
Air
Yeah.
quotes for the ladies part. We're in Thailand, baby. Let's go.
That's what I'm saying. That's, he could buy some lady boys and
Get,
ladies
a bunch of,
and
get you a fucking
turn that money
posse of
over.
finsters.
There
Just
you go.
fucking cat boys everywhere, baby. Let's go.
Yeah.
But again,
Dude, that's what he is, the Catboy King of Thailand.
Oh, yeah.
He's walking around with
you know,
a
you the
harem.
whole Tiger King persona, but you got a bunch of cat boys, bunch of Asian cat boys, like following
There
you
you
around. You
go.
got the hat on.
This
is
might
gonna,
be
There's
Congo's
this is gonna
advice.
save you
Put you out there.
financially.
but yeah, I think he just needs to clean up and,
are gonna
and try and turn it
recover.
around
Yeah.
because he's not gonna last.
No.
Not gonna last, bro.
Yeah, no.
And I
it's
mean,
not
if he's
retirement
all- if
time,
he's
bro. Like it's
gacked
not
out of his
retirement time.
mind.
It's
his
used
dick
this as a
working?
springboard. Think of it as springboard and cushion money, right? It's the money that gives you that little pep in your step that nobody else has. The other people can't put in as many hours as you can because you have money to take care of the things that they spend their time on. Like you know what I mean? Like if you don't have time to make dinner, you can order it, right? Like that's what that money's for, frankly.
Yeah.
So that you
Yeah.
not so that you can just eat in, so that you can keep working and not stop to make food. You know what I mean? Like you can outwork
Mhm.
your competition because you've got $110,000 in your bank account.
That is a lot of money to have liquid. Like just
Well, it depends
to
where you
spend.
are. That's not a
Well,
lot
it
of money.
was.
It
In-
was. Yeah,
Does it
whatever
go
is
further
now.
or not as far in Italy? Would you imagine?
Oh, Italy's
Italy?
notoriously cheap.
Yeah. Unless
It's
you go
not.
like
It's
south.
incredibly expensive.
I mean, I don't know. Like
Is it?
I don't know. Cocaine
yeah,
here
Europe's
seems
more
like
expensive.
cocaine seems cheap here. From like we've talked about it before. We don't really know, but like it's not like crazy expensive. Like what's it cost in Italy? Is he spending like $10,000 a week on cocaine in Italy? Like that's I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well,
much
anyway,
about the
bro,
breakdown of
I think we
cocaine
gave you
money.
lots of good advice there. You take your pick,
Mhm.
mix and match. Frankly, get yourself some whores and go to South America. Get clean and get a hotel. But if you get a hotel, you definitely got to get them whores in there. Like so, some of these ideas synergize together better than others. You know, I think a hotel with whores and cocaine in South America and fucking ding ding ding. All of a sudden, you're rolling like 8 D28s at a time. You're taking the highest roll every turn. Nothing but crit hits. That's how you synergize. So good luck to you. And look, if anyone would like to ask us a question, this is the perfect time to click the Patreon down below. You know, the month's rolled over. Here we are at the eve of a new month. Did you guys see the moon last night? I texted you like a teenage girl. Hey boys, go out and look at the moon.
You know,
I see your text till this morning.
And
I did
nobody
see-
fucking replied. I'm out there looking
You-
at it. I was so ready to be like, I'm looking at the same moon as you, little bird.
Little birds. Dude, I
Nobody
did look
texted
at the
back.
moon. I didn't
did.
look at it.
did.
I didn't see your text until this morning, but I did
Yeah.
see the moon last night. And
I mentioned
I
it a
think
month
even
ago.
I think even if I hadn't known it was going to be a little bit brighter and it had just been a random night, I would have been like, moon looks pretty bright tonight.
Yeah,
the
it was a- it
hurricane
was a-
was passing
There was
over
an
me.
astrological alignment this month. A couple different things happened. You obviously had the asteroid shower in the middle of the month. You get like 150 asteroids per hour at its peak. It was real cool to see at the beginning. And it was a blue moon, which is when you have 2 full moons in a month.
Wow.
That's what light
It's,
looks like to me when my contacts get too old.
it was 8% bigger apparently than it not only was it a blue moon, it's a super moon.
Mhm.
And so it's like 8% bigger than normal because it's at its is it epigee? Perigee. One of I can't remember which one's the closest it gets to the earth and the furthest it gets from the earth because I don't fucking speak Latin.
Yeah, I don't know.
Whichever one. It's when it's at the closest to the earth that it's full, which is
Mm.
a semi rare occurrence.
How much
Yeah,
closer is it?
supermoon.
Like, is it like a
It'd be
million
good to
miles
know.
closer? Is it even a
I
million
would-
miles away? How fucking far away is the moon?
It's 8% brighter, so I would imagine it's 8% closer, and it's 250,000 miles away. So 8% of 250,000. You're gonna have to start working on 16, 20. It's like 20,000
You
miles
got
closer.
it, brother.
It's 20,000 miles closer, I think. I'm
Yeah.
real high. It's hard
Give
to
or
do that
take.
in my head.
It's
Just
kicking
say
in.
that after things. Give or take. Yeah.
Yeah.
How rare of a moon was this though? Because there's lots of custom special moons.
corresponding with a blue moon is like super rare, but just a super moon, one of the ones where it's a full moon when it's close to us, it seems like we have like a couple of those a year.
I wish that it was actually
I nailed it.
that bright all the time. Good for you. Hell yeah.
Well done.
80%.
I used a
80%.
calculator and I cheated.
Yeah, the Woody's calculator right up here in his mind. That's what he did.
Let's try to convince
Yes.
people that that's true.
You can convince me. You're an accountant, so to me, it's like he just kind of knows that stuff. Just probably he has a familiarity with numbers that surpasses the non-accountants.
I've seen Reddit posts where they do a little math, like how do you multiply this number and that number? What do you do in your head? And people have different shortcuts for how they do it. It's interesting to see how people visualize math. I really struggle with holding like numbers together in my head, especially when I'm high. Like
this is addition, but like if I told you to add 19 and 18 together, I'd add 20 and back one off.
Oh, I just sort of do the math in my head. So I'm 9 and 8, and then carry. Just do it.
Okay.
You do the little carry thing in your like the one and.
Sometimes, honestly, I'll do it different ways. Depends on the number. Sometimes I'll add the two tens and just have 20 over here. I imagine a 20 floating in the ether, and then I add the 9 and the 7 or whatever he said it was, and then I have that other number that I then throw on under 20. That's the quickest way for me to do it in my brain.
I did 8 plus 19 and then add 10.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know why that's how I wanted to do it.
Yeah, everybody's brains work a little bit different. Or maybe you learned in different ways. You learn these shortcuts. Like, you know, I don't know, 10% of 8 is the same as 8% of 10. You know, like if you know things like that, you can do some difficult math. You can make difficult math more easy.
I do remember being impressed by that when I learned like that little like reverse percentage thing. Like, oh, whoa,
yeah.
Really? Man, math is neat, but not neat enough to not be thinking about recess.
The fucking calculator put an end to math's coolness, didn't it? It's like,
do you remember? You guys are all older than me. You must remember. I don't know. Maybe I was like the absolute last group of ages where it was still like, you're not gonna have a calculator in your pocket, dumbass.
Oh yeah.
And like by the time I was in like late high school, it's like we all have a calculator now. Like we all have.
I'm pretty thankful I know
iPhone
how to fucking add numbers together with pen and paper properly using like the standard method. There are other methods. I've seen different methods. Let's say we're multiplying like 10,970 times 4,372. Like there are different ways to do that. And when you see the other way, you're like, oh, it's almost like the first time you see the metric system and understand how well it stacks together. You're like, why didn't they teach us that way? I mean, I'm not learning. I'm not relearning how to do math, but that was pretty good.
Well, it's because like we can't remap the way we visualize distances and like sizes of things like back into metric. You know, like you just like when you learned imperial, like do you ever see a distance or something and think like how many kilometers? How many meters is that? Like, no, you think like that's that many feet. That's that many pounds. Like you just instinctively. For some retard like me who doesn't work in that. Like,
if you it's not intelligence, but if you ever like get into a hobby that works in them, like if you smoke enough weed, you're gonna learn how many grams are in an ounce. You're gonna and then you know everything about up to the kilogram and everything else. Like you got it now. The hard part is that there's 28 fucking grams in an ounce, and I'm a master now. I can convert anything. But then like if you run 5Ks, you got a real firm feel for what 5Ks is. And if you shoot, sometimes they shoot at 100 meters or they run at 100 meters and I have this real firm. Obviously, I pick a picture of a football field and then just, like 13 more feet or whatever the fuck it is, 8 more feet, just a little bit more. It's so little that it doesn't matter. When I picture either one of them, shooting a target at 100 meters and 100 yards is the same fucking thing.
Yeah. Well, it's even like down to playing golf, right? Like if you play golf enough, you can tell what's like 100 meters, 115 meters, like, or yards.
I grew up with yards. Being used a ton.
Yeah.
When you bow hunt, your bow, you've zeroed an adjustable sight that's on the bow to 10 yards, 20 yards, 30 yards, 40 yards, and you can slide it up. But you have to look at at the deer and figure that out on your own.
Range it out.
There's situations where you have nothing to go on. You just have to know. You just have to have visualized that so many times that you can read it and figure it out within 5 yards. And I'm pretty good at that, out to a long range. I can look at 300. I can look at 375 yards and I can get within 25 yards of it.
I lose that ability around 8 yards to 10 yards. I'm not there.
See, I stood at 20 yards.
I was like,
for
damn,
hours every
8-year-old
day.
Woody was really smart. I was like, and then he lost it. Like, how does that work?
You practice at about 20 yards a lot. I would practice at 20 yards for like 3 hours a day. So you get a real firm idea for what 20 yards is because you're walking back and forth from the target, back and forth.
Yeah.
But what the smart thing to do, of course, is once you're in your deer stand, measure it and mark it, with like, oh, break a limb off, that's 20, and break another off, that's 30. And then you've got visual markers and measured distances and stuff. But sometimes you can't do that, which is how the competitions work. When you go to a 3D competition, you have these 3-dimensional targets. That's why it's called that. Turkeys, foxes, whatever the fuck deer. And it's kind of like golf. You measure it by sight. You don't know. How far is that? Well, that's about 60. What do you think for 60? I don't know. You adjust your sight. You might even ask your buddy what he thinks, but we're all competing like golf. And you go up and you fire your arrows,
That thing in
The way
golf where
Kyle
you're
said it,
allowed
though-
to, like, look and see how far the hole is away. Like, have you seen those like readers that golfers will use sometimes and be like, it's
I didn't know this existed.
110 yards.
Well, there's
That
laser
seems-
rangefinders.
Yeah,
are
it's
perfect.
a
that's what you're talking
rangefinder.
about.
Yeah.
Oh, I grew up with
And
one of
that
those.
seems like, I don't know anything about golf, but that seems like cheating. It seems like part of the game should be like, how far is that? I think it's about this, so I should use that
Yeah.
instead of an
I
exact
guess
measurement.
you'd agree with your buddies or whatever. Maybe tournaments don't allow a rangefinder. That wouldn't surprise me a
I
bit.
wouldn't imagine so.
I've never seen Tiger Woods
Yeah.
get a fucking laser rangefinder.
Yeah.
But you'd be surprised.
You probably get
we
bullied.
bought one of those many years ago, like 1999, 2001, somewhere in there. And it went to 800 meters, and it was shockingly accurate out to those distances for really cheap. And it looked like like a camcorder, like one of the little ones from the early 2000s, but it was just like blink, 700
Yep.
meters, blink, 200 meters, blink, 50. And it was wonderful. It was this, we used to measure it. We used to step it off, like step it off. I know exactly. That was just a miracle to get that little piece of technology.
Very cool. We've even used all the paintball. The
4
snipers who use them.
hours.
Yeah, I think it's time to wrap. Wolf, anything
Wolf?
you want to pimp?
Wolf Paintball on Instagram, TikTok, and this YouTube thingy. Feel free to hang out and see some crazy stuff.
Cool.
All Wolf's links are
Yeah.
below. Click those. Check him out.
PKA 663.